Well, hello everyone. I'm going to wait a few minutes to get started on this because obviously nobody's going to be watching right off the bat here. I'm just going to be setting up a few things because this is really spur of the moment impromptu hangout. I don't see many of the people running a hangout real quick. So I figured, oh, okay, I'm going to run a hangout. Plus, I was kind of watching Ronnie's hangout, and I wanted to talk about it a little bit and address certain things that are being brought up. Let's see here. Hang on 1 second. Give me 1 second here, guys. Hey, Hannah. So anyways, what was happening was in Ronnie's hangout, he's basically, able to talk about me, which is fine. I mean, of course. But we have an unwritten rule here that if you talk about somebody, they have a right to defend themselves. When he was talking about things, of course, he's making huge mistakes, like he always does, and thinking that, of course, I don't have any idea what I'm talking about. And I'm correcting him in the live feed and commenting on the live feed, and of course, he bans me. Doesn't ban CRISPR, doesn't ban Jade, just bans me. So I go back under a sock account as a third person, saying, well, Steve, this and that, because if obviously I tell him who I am, I'm going to get banned right off. I already knew that he might know who that sock account was because I mentioned it on air, so it's no big deal. And he's like, yeah, that's Steve, and so he banned me on that. Then I go back on my dad's account, he bans me on that one. And it's like, wait a minute here. All I want to tell you is that, I have no intention of going in your room, but I will still continue to allow anybody that I talk about to come in my room. So if I talk about Ronnie, he's allowed to come in. If I'm talking about Antonio, but they won't. Right? I'm extending the courtesy for them to do so. So they fail to. But Ronnie's still hung up on this whole DNA degrading in water bullshit. Tomorrow I have a PhD in biochemistry coming on from Reason to Believes, Dr. Anna. And we are going to ask him straight out about this question, in addition to human chromosome number 2 and a few other things. My understanding of his position so far is basically he does acknowledge the scientific evidence that it is a fusion site, but says that there was some intervention by a deity on that. That God somehow intervened, but obviously it is a telomeric to telomeric fusion. So he does agree upon that. He thinks Ronnie's wrong on that, I'm sure. But Ronnie doesn't understand basic chemical reactions. When I went into his room the other day, we were talking about hydrolysis, which is basically the breaking of a bond via water. And the opposite of that is called a condensation reaction. And I did a presentation on this, it's probably been a year by now, that I explained condensation reactions. And Ronnie's telling me that I don't know the difference between a condensation reaction and hydrolysis. It's kind of absurd because I have a video like me of explaining this to people from a long time ago. So obviously this is nothing new to me. He didn't understand the difference between condensation reaction and hydrolysis because I was trying to explain to him something about activation energy and what is breaking of these bonds that he supposedly thinks of breaking apart when DNA degrades in water, which according to him he thinks it does. He says that he had to explain to everybody what a condensation reaction is. He said he, like, quote, had explained to Hogtie what a phosphodiester bond is. He basically had to explain to Fiona this. He's explaining to everybody all this stuff, and the rest of everybody who's ever taken any kind of studies whatsoever, we have no idea what we're talking about. And of course, I'm not even remotely comparing myself to people that are highly educated in this community, but I think most of it has some kind of basic education, and he has not even had that. So when he's telling people that DNA degrades in water and DNA dissolves in water, and it's the same exact thing, when I explicitly in the comment section, which I'm sure he's moving by now, explained to him the difference, then obviously I do understand the difference between degrade and dissolve quite well, and he doesn't. And everybody in this community has tried to explain it to this, but of course, Rocket Ronnie, being the just defensive person he is, rather than look at what's actually happening and try to understand it properly, he just outright says we're all wrong. And of course, he's under this impression that he's somehow corrected me on so many things. Well, the reality is he's never corrected me on a damn thing. I have no knowledge or can think of a single instance ever that Ronnie has ever corrected me on anything of the science nature or anything. Let me get some links out here real quick. I just noticed the live feed. Sorry, real quick. Yes, my love. I'm getting you in here now. That's Reds. Who else do I need to get in here? Jade, come in here, please. Deathstroke, you can come in if you send me a message. But I'm not done with my little thing here. But Deathstroke, come on in. But you need to send me a message first. Sean wants in. Let me get him in here. Oops. I should pick my messages more often. Hannah, I need you to be like a secretary when I do these things. You need to like give out the links and do all the admin type stuff.
Okie dokie, give me a second.
I'm kind of being kidding, but sure, if you want to. That'd be great. Neo Cloud just messaged me: forgiveness, understanding, and mutual benefit for all of us.
Yeah, I was tasked with telling you that actually.
What?
Neo Cloud says he's sorry and doesn't want there to be any hard feelings, and says that laying him back into having a conversation with you would be beneficial to the community at large, and that to make it up to you, he is willing to cup you and give you a blowjob.
Okay, well, I'll take the cupping. I will have a discussion with Neo Cloud.
I may have made up that last part, though.
Okay. I'm disappointed on that because I was hoping that he would, but I take what I can get. I'm unblocking Neo Cloud right now. Neo Cloud, if you're listening, you're unblocked, but I don't think he's listening.
Okay. Hold that thought. I'll be right back.
I mean, if you want to talk about that. Anyways, real quick. So, anyways, here's what I'm looking at it this way, guys. We have a community where people make their own value judgments, okay? And if I make a mistake on something scientific, which believe me, I have. I mean, there's no question about that. Fiona's correct me on a few things. Sam as well. I mean, of course, they're the experts. But the difference is I learn from my mistakes, and I don't make those mistakes over again. I can't think of any mistake that I continually make over and over again, such as what he does, right? If there is one, please, by all means, point it out to me. But we all make mistakes. It's how we handle it. But Ronnie has never corrected me on any of my mistakes. He's never pointed out where I went wrong on things that I've actually gone wrong on. Mistakes that he's claiming I'm making is basically the scientific things that we know are not mistakes. There is nobody in the God green earth that has any kind of education that thinks that DNA degrades in water. It's absurd, absolutely absurd.
He's still going on about that.
He's still going on about it. Oh my God! And he's trying to say things like Steve doesn't know the difference between this and that and this and that. He doesn't know this. Well, I have a track record demonstrating that I do have a proficiency in this, at least to a basal understanding. I've done videos on these things. I've done numerous hangouts. I have people with PhDs that have recognized that I'm at least not completely inept when it comes to basic biology. I understand the electron transport chain. I understand the Krebs cycle. I understand, everything that Ronnie talks about is not foreign to me. I've had this in college before, okay? I know what Chatelier's principle is. He messed it up. He messed up a lot of this stuff. And then he goes, Googles this stuff, reads it, and he gets it wrong. And then he's like, oh, well, Steve just reads it off the internet. No, I have actually science books. I've actually have science books from college, okay? I mean, Jay the same way. She's had a lot of college experience. She has a lot of books. We may go to Wiki every so often to get a refresher. I admit that. I think we all do. And most of the time I go to Google Books. I love Google Books. But he thinks like we're somehow never been exposed to any of this stuff ever. And he's somehow explaining this stuff to us, right? Like we never heard of a glycosidic bond or something until he's fucking mentioned it to us. Bullshit, right? And he even actually said that he thinks Drag doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Drag is tutoring people in biology. He has a proficiency. He has demonstrated a competency level. What competency level has true empiricism or Antonio, who's even bigger fuck up than Ronnie, ever demonstrated? To anybody that has an education, if they even have a modicum of scientific literacy, that anybody who's out there that has a degree in science of any kind would testify that they know or understand basic science. I mean, does anybody want to put their dick in their hand and say, you know what, chop it off if I'm wrong kind of shit, and say that these guys are intelligent and scientifically literate? Because I just did a post, and I'm going to turn this over in a second. I know I'm ranty, but it's fun. I'm not mad. I'm just funny. I had a post about Antonio not understanding the fallacy of genetic fallacy. And he still doesn't get it. The doctors explained it to him. Jesus Sands explained to him, who's a logician, has explained it to him. We've all kind of explained the fact that he doesn't understand logical fallacies. And instead of listening to people, he just says we're outright wrong. Right? And at that point, what are you going to do for these people? So, I mean, I admit Ronnie's been a lost cause for a while. Antonio's been a lost cause for a while. They want to say, well, most of the community is going to listen to Steve. Fine, don't listen to me. Listen to the people I have in my hangout. They're the fucking experts. right? I just tangentially agree with them for some, because I think that they're right. But it's not a matter of listen to me, listen to Ronnie. It's go out, listen to both, go out and find out for yourself. Go get a chemistry book, go to a physics book, validate the information yourself, then come back and tell us you think is correct. Because if you are thinking that Ronnie's correct on this science bullshit, then you are even dumber than he is. Straight up dumber than he is. Anyways, welcome guys. Sean, Reds, Hannah. I'd like to get Jade in here. The med student wants to leave.
All right.
Go ahead, Reds.
Did you get it all out of your system?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It's funny. I had to actually go in on a sock account and talk about me in the third person because, if I said I was, me, I mean, he just would have banned me again. And then he's like, "Oh, that's just being dishonest." I'm like, "No." As soon as you're like, "Oh, that's Steve," I'm like, "Yeah, it's me." I'm not going to lie about it. I'm not going to be dishonest. But I mean, I think you have a right to try to defend yourself when people are talking shit about you. That's completely wrong. But of course, I know I don't have to do that because nobody takes Ronnie seriously. Matter of fact, the rule of thumb is if Ronnie says you're wrong, then 99.9% chance you're actually correct.
Keep in mind though, what have I been saying for the last few months? Now I understand, Steve, before you say anything, that I know for a fact that makes me a hypocrite, being that I keep talking to that fucking jism bullshitter. However, do as I say, not as I do, goddammit.
I'm not going to call you a hypocrite. But I do want to talk to you about that at some point. I'm just going to touch on it right now. The guy N, holy fuck me.
Yeah, I know.
I am so, dude. If he has a PhD in physics, I will lick your boots myself.
Well, yeah, and hopefully he'll actually go through with that because now I need to figure out what kind of shit I need to track through before he starts doing the licking.
He wasn't making any sense on half the stuff he was talking about.
Well, I rewatched the Hangout just a bit, the parts that, were a little bit more juicy. And I realized that what his problem is that he's confusing terms. He's also not understanding the reasons why things are the way they are. Of course, that's the fucking baseline problem. Like, for example, the fucking landing module, the way optics work, and also the fucking lasers and the geometry of the planet. I honestly think that it's more of an unwant to understand, because I think he's perfectly capable of understanding. He's perfectly capable of understanding the facts of our world. But he doesn't want to because it disagrees with his Bible. You saw him many times go back to the Bible over and over again. What does that say? That means he is going to close off his mind to anything that goes against the Bible. And in his mind, the round earth goes against the fucking Bible.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw him confusing terms quite frequently in that thing. I don't understand his ho-hos argument.
What he's basically asking us to do is stack water on top of water. Yeah. That's not how it fucking works. Works. So, what did I do, Hannah?
Words.
Oh,
words.
I'm trying to get the med student in here. The med student, you need to send me a message on G+. I can't seem to find you to add you. CRISPR, I want you to come in especially. I know that what part you were talking about. Sorry to get back. We'll get back to you, Reg, in a second, I promise. CRISPR had actually given Ronnie a paper because Ronnie had asked for basically people that have disagreed with Tompkins, people that have education in genetics or whatever, and CRISPR provided a paper that had like 67 names on it about the chimpanzee genome consortium, and he's asking like me for the link and all that stuff, and I'm like, well, I don't have that readily available. That's what CRISPR linked. But CRISPR gives a PMID number. So if I Google the PMID number, let's see here. Let's see what I find if I Google the PMID. It comes up with National Center for Biotech publication. Initial sequence of chimpanzees genome in comparison with human genome. Is that the paper? CRISPR? And does Jade not use Gmail? Oh, I got an echo. Jade, you really need to use email because Gmail because I sent you a link instant message on Gmail and you never seem to get them. But I will try via Google Plus here. So give me a second, my love. It's going to go into Jade. What? Actually, you know what? I'll just send it to you on Facebook because that's the easiest way for you to get it. The med student, I don't.
Let's see. Oh,
Oh
yeah, one more thing though about that dude, and then we'll go back because I actually want to tie this back to Ronnie, which is something you'll probably like.
Sure.
But I noticed that there was a lot of similarities between between Hannah and Ronnie. Now,
Hannah?
Yeah, between Hannah and Ronnie, the dude that came in.
Okay.
So he came into the hangout spouting all this shit about how we haven't done an experiment to measure the gravitational or the centrifugal effects of the rotating planet. And I'm like, actually, yes, we fucking have. There have been papers on it. Your problem is that you're only trying to measure it from one point. If you're only measuring it from one point, one that's already under the effect, then what the fuck do you compare it to? And he's like, no, you can only do it from one point. And and I explained, listen, the first thing you need to do is establish a baseline. Your baseline would be to go to a point where you're not under that load. Where does such a place exist? The poles. The fucking poles. And we have scales so sensitive that they can actually detect that change. And what do you know? When we have people with these sensitive scales taking objects of a known mass and they place on the scale, they get one value. And when they go down to the equator and place it on that same scale, that same mass on that same scale, they get a difference of 0.3%. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be the rotation of the Earth? Well, let's check the math. Oh, look, we should expect to see 0.3% change. Well, what do you fucking know? It's amazing how this shit works.
Didn't he say that the math was wrong at one time? And then,
And then I showed the math, and then he fucking said, no, the math's not wrong, it's just wrong.
Yeah, the math's not wrong, it's just wrong.
Yeah, the math's not wrong. Your math is correct. Everything you did was correct, except it's just wrong. And I'm like, well, you're not telling me anything by that. You're contradicting yourself. And that was in regards to how much curve we should see over 3 miles. And I showed him the math. Right? I showed him the math, and I said, yes, it comes out to 8 feet with a 2.5-foot starting point. Yeah. So I showed him the math, and I said, okay, where on this diagram, my math is listed on the side, where on this diagram do you see the mistake? Or where on this diagram does the error get introduced? He could not pinpoint it. Thus, he could not back up his assertion. Thus, for the time being at least, he's full of shit.
Yeah, it's just hand waving him. It's just saying, you know what, you're wrong, but I don't know why you're wrong, but you're wrong. And then
now,
when he's saying, when you use the laser experiment,
he says,
Ronnie does more. I mean, Ronnie says, you're wrong, but he actually tries to give reasons why you're wrong, but he butchers them to no end. I mean, the guy could fuck up a wet dream.
No, Steve, I have to disagree. Spouting word salad is not giving a reason. That's just fucking filling dead air.
Well, you know what? I will tell you, his word salad has gotten less, but I think he's trying to be more vigilant on it. Now it's just basically jargon bombing more than anything. Doesn't mean he understands it, but I've noticed he's trying to use more technical words to sound like he actually knows what he's talking about. But then when you ask him about the concepts, he's astronomically lost. When I went in there the other day to explain to him or ask him what bonds actually break and do the whole 9 yards that we've all tried to get him cornered on, he was going off in left fucking field and then telling me that I didn't know the difference between a condensation reaction and a hydrolysis. And I'm like, are you out of your motherfucking mind that I don't know the difference? I mean, seriously? I did a presentation on this very fucking subject.
It's to the point where his jargon bombing may be a little bit more technical and may even be less bullshitty if you look at it, but we're still talking about 99.9% of it being absolutely meaningless. I would say that when I listen to the endless waterfall of horse shit that comes out of his mouth, I can only partially, maybe kind of understand of it, maybe 2% of it on a good day. The rest of it is just nonsense. And people who have degrees in the field also say, hey, by the way, you said that Steve didn't know what he was talking about where you were saying this. I'm here as a PhD graduate telling you what you were talking, when you were talking there, you were just spouting nonsense. It was word salad. It was horse shit. So how dare you say that Steve didn't know what he was talking about by not understanding your fucking gibberish? Maybe you should accept the fact that you were just spouting fucking gibberish that didn't mean anything.
Yeah, then that's what people have kind of said to him. I mean, I went in on my sock account and I was talking in the third person because I had no choice because obviously he would just ban me, and he's all pissed. He's like, "Oh, that's so dishonest." I'm like, "Oh, get the fuck over it. Oh, suck my left testicle." And
It's
I mean, you
to
gotta
the
do
point
it.
where it's to the point where I have to honestly question why Ronnie continues to dig this fucking hole he has dug for himself.
He loves it.
It is
He
so
loves it.
right now. We're already burrowing through the fucking core of the earth at this point.
He hates the fact that I actually have viewers, and he hates the fact that actually people have a waiting list to come into my hangout sometime. He hates the fact that I actually attract educated people who like to talk about these topics, and he gets nobody. That was the biggest fucking echo chamber I've ever seen. It's basically him and Antonio all the time now. Maybe they might have an apocalyptic teacher come in, or I think that C-Man may drop in. But other than that, there's nobody that wants to go in there. I don't think even Hogtie goes in there anymore, right?
Yep, and also I want to point out that for those of you wondering, Jade is actually the smartest one in the room right now.
Oh, by far.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
When people say something like that, nobody else should take offense to that. No matter how smart you are, we know Jade knows her shit. She's demonstrated. Yes. She's a walking goddamn encyclopedia of knowledge, right? That's why we learn from her. Does she make mistakes very so often? Yes, we all do.
We all do.
What she does, they're minor, and the fact that she corrects them instantaneously. But Jesus, if Jade said something so goddamn stupid, like in physics or something, where like, I don't know, let's say she said, I'm trying to think what something.
It's just density. It's not gravity.
Yeah, gravity is density. I'd be like, Jade, are you
oh, come on, gravity doesn't exist. You know that.
We all would laugh at that kind of stuff. We wouldn't expect Jade to make that kind of conceptual error, right?
That's great.
Gravity doesn't exist. The world sucks.
Oh,
but
I take issue with the fact that you're insinuating that Jade is a human being. I take issue with that.
Well, yeah, you know what? There is no facts and evidence to support that. That is true.
Yes. Yeah. Jay, by the way, I may need to enlist your help because I got a scientific paper I needs to decipher.
Okay, I'll do my best.
And it's about it's actually a modern day measurement from 2005 of the measuring of the gravitational constant and exactly their methodology, the results they got, and the mathematics involved in it.
Oh, cool.
I'm not gonna lie, the language they use is kind of over the fucking top.
Well, you could send me a link to it or the title or something to my G+, and I'll take a look at it.
Sounds good to me. And
if I can't figure it out, we'll send the.
Well, I've been trying to get. I've been trying to get Mari Ziller involved, but Mari Ziller has kind of been MIA for a while. I guess he's doing his own. He had surgery, and ever since the surgery, he hasn't been back. So I'm guessing he's alive. So don't worry about that. But I think he said, being away from YouTube, it's a breath of fresh air. Why should I go back?
It's addictive. He'll be back eventually.
It's Red's Rhetoric wants me back. Oh, that's even more of a reason to stay away.
Lamed student, are you got your mic working, Lamed? Because while I got you in here, I want to ask something. Lamed student, you there? I don't know if his mic's working.
Oh, Lamed. Let's see.
And Neil Cloud, I'm gonna give you the link via the other external hangout that was Hannah's hangout. Okay.
Is this working?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, now it is.
I want to ask you something real quick, and I'm not going to go very far down this at all. I want to ask for your opinion on, because I think you agreed with me on this because they had brought it up just recently. Remember we were talking about zygotes?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, you were one of the ones that agreed that a human zygote shouldn't be referred to as a human, right?
No, I don't think so. But
Okay.
that could be a personal opinion.
It could be semantic. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I thought you did, and because I had mentioned you, and I just want to make sure that that was kind of your position, because there was only like a handful that disagreed with that. There was like 2 or 3, and Ronnie and Tony are going around saying, "Oh, well, we had to correct Steve on that." I'm like, well, no, you didn't, because I still hold to my position on it, and I think that like 95% of the people I've talked to, when we did the poll, we did a straw poll, and like 95% agreed that it wasn't, but that's it's a technicality thing. That's all it is, right? It's nothing more than that. Nestle disagreed vehemently, and Nathan disagreed with him vehemently. So it is what it is. Neil, how are you?
Oh man, I'm so great to be here.
Cool.
It's just, oh my god. I'm face palming right now because I've been listening to flat earthers take over rooms tonight.
Well, we may not agree on a lot of things, but I think you and I definitely agree that flat Earth has got to be some of the dumbest shit in the world.
God, Pillbox took over Xbox's room, Nick's room tonight, just now.
Well, yeah, personally, between you and me, anyone that invites Pillbox into their room is, they're asking for it.
I'm going to ask this. I'm going to ask this question straight up, okay? Because we were just talking about this in Hannah's room, and CJ did skeptic. I did invite you, so it should be in your Gmail plus. Okay, NeoCloud. Let me ask you, when it comes to Pillbox, you've known Pillbox for a while, correct?
One of the first with Nadia. Nadia was one of the first people around, yeah.
Okay. Do you actually believe that he is a flat earther?
He professes to be so I must have to just agree with him. Yeah.
Okay, let me get back to your real segment quicker. Ronnie's in the live feed right now, so let me explain this to Ronnie, because I must have missed the beginning part.
Oh, shit.
When I take 1 minute, then we're going to back to something important, because obviously Ronnie's not. Ronnie's talking about the fact that he banned me from the side chat because he was talking about me. And of course, in this community, if you discuss somebody, they're allowed to come in, right? I mean, that's just the way that it is. So he banned me from the live chat, and Jade and the rest of the people going, why the freaking did you ban Steve? So I had to come up under a sock account, right? Doxastic Dialectics, which I've mentioned is my sock account. Nobody thinks that's a big secret. I've mentioned it before on air. But I went in on the third person, because if I didn't even try, then I'd just be banned right off the bat again, because I know how Ronnie is. And of course, he knew it was my other account, and he banned me. And I'm like, okay, so I'll go to my third account. And so I went into my dad's account, right? And it got banned again. And I was just trying to explain to him that I have no interest to really deal with any of this bullshit over there anymore. And I was trying to explain to him that, if he wants to get an education, he's allowed to come to my room and actually talk to people that know what they're talking about. And they've explained to him that he's completely wrong on everything he's ever talked about. I will allow that, okay? I mean, I'm not going to ban people just for the sake of banning people. The only person that cannot come into my room is G-Man. And that's the only reason, because of his freaking bullhorn. That's it. Okay, if it wasn't the bullhorn, it would be fine. Okay? So, Ronnie has had more than enough time to ever come into my room. He has never wanted to engage with anybody in a room where he does not have mod control or have the ability to regulate the conversation. And when I went in there with J.D. Kane and I tried to demonstrate without question that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, he went off some tangential bullshit about Le Chatelier's principle, which I'm sure he learned just recently. And every time we bring up something, he just seems like he just now learned about something rather than having any understanding about anything, because what he was talking about was basically nonsense. He says things like,
he's fucking pushing me right now in the side chat. He really is fucking pushing me.
I got to point this out too. Hogtie I love what he just said. He said, wait a minute, how is Ronnie sticking to the issues and avoiding personal drama? That whole hangout over there was personal fucking drama. Because I dared to point out that Antonio didn't know what the fuck he was talking about when it came to genetic fallacy. The doctor reiterated that he was wrong about it, and he had once corrected him on it, and he still didn't get it. Jesus Sands, a logistician, explained why that Antonio didn't understand fallacies. These guys do not know what the fuck they're talking about, and when we point it out to them, and the experts do, all they want to do is get butthurt and say, you know what? Oh, these guys don't know what they're doing. Everybody else, it's us against them, but we're right, they're wrong, that's it. And so if Ronnie and them want to say, you know what, we don't want to deal with them, great, don't deal with us, we don't give a fuck. Okay, my channel will be just fine. But I'm still going to point out the bullshit that they say. It's just the way it is.
Keep in mind.
The difference is I'm going to give them the right to defend themselves, even though they won't take them up on it because they're fucking cowards.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So here's the thing. Ronnie, the reason why Steve came in on that fucking account is because you fucking banned him because you're a fucking coward.
That's the whole point.
You're basically making a whole bunch of assertions, not allowing him to correct your bullshit, and now you're saying, oh, because you came in with a fake account, you're untrustworthy, and everything that I said it was right. You're a fucking piece of shit if that's the fucking cheap ass road you're actually driving down.
I even said it was my account. I'm like, yeah, it's me.
I mean, for fuck's sake. And the thing
is what they've got. This is their bullshit.
Steve, you do me a favor. You better get me to not have mods anymore. Otherwise, I'm about to ban that fucker from the chat to show him what it's like.
No, don't ban him because I mean, I'm not gonna be like them. I only ban people from live feed people that just utterly troll.
Then
like Johnny
have
JCK,
him bring his sorry ass in here. Have him bring his sorry ass in here because unlike you, Ronnie, we will actually invite you in and we'll let you stay and we'll let you fucking bury yourself. All right?
Yeah,
it's not because.
Wait, quick. Hey, yeah, Ronnie, why don't you come and explain to me the difference between condensation reactions and hydrolysis? Because I did a video on this, more than one actually, explaining exactly what happens when a glycosidic linkage takes place between a nitrogenous base and a sugar. Okay, so I mean, you're sitting there telling me that I have no understanding what the glycosidic bond is, or if it's a 1,9 beta glycosidic or an N glycosidic. I do have a little bit of knowledge on this because I did a freaking presentation on it. I tried to explain it to you, and you didn't understand the difference because you were talking about that it required a catalyst for hydrolysis, and I was like, okay, well, condensation is just a hydrolysis actual reaction in reverse. So what is the catalyst for some of these condensation reactions? And then you're like, oh, well, Steve didn't know we were talking about hydrolysis reactions.
Hey, Ronnie. Your comments had better stop burying yourself. If you support liars, then that makes you a liar. Well, look who's fucking talking. Pot, meet kettle. Ronnie, unlike you, we're actually inviting you in, and we're not going to kick you out because we're fucking scared of your fucking points. Don't bring a fucking blowhorn in here, and you can talk. I want you to face Steve right now, defend your bullshit, and defend your actions against him in your fucking clusterfuck of a hangout.
Polite. I won't say a negative word whatsoever. I won't call him.
And I'm going to have to mute myself because I'm about to fucking rape them with a fucking cactus.
If I did, Reg, you can mod me. You could hide me from broadcast if I said anything negative to him, or call him an idiot. I will strictly stick with this whole DNA degrading in water thing and talk about that.
That's another thing I wanted to go on because for the past few months, we have been shoving this DNA water bullshit up his ass sideways and letting him know that he's wrong about it. And instead of accepting the correction from qualified individuals, he's doubling down. He's the dishonest fuck. And him calling you a dishonest fuck, I find that really fucked up.
Yeah, he's not going to come in. Because if he comes in, you're not going to mute him. You're not going to kick him out. You're going to let him say what he's going to say. And he knows that to be the case. So he can't come in because he needs to be able to keep up his narrative that, oh, if I go into their rooms, they always overtalk me and mute me.
Yeah, and by the way, I hope Ronnie's still listening, but I don't know if he is, but
probably is.
But there was a gentleman that actually went in his room the other day. His name was Despised and Revolted.
Steve was not trying to pretend to be somebody else, you intellectually dishonest piece of dog shit.
I was in the third person only because, of course, he would ban me if I just went on site if I didn't. But I mean, everything I said, I would with my own narrative, right? I mean, I wasn't making anything up, right?
What does that mean? You went in third person? What does that mean?
I was because I went on my sock account because I actually was like, well, Steve's channel has this, and I was talking to myself in the third person, because I needed to get my narrative across because he wasn't letting me having a way to defend myself.
All right, well, I find that a little weird, but
yeah, I know, I know. Whatever,
You have to do some crazy shit to actually get past Ron the Magic Man's fucking truth filter.
Right, exactly. I mean, I want to get my point out there. At least people can realize what was really the discussion, because his truth filter was on maximum, right? I mean, he has this filter where he doesn't want me explaining to people in his live feed where the conversation went wrong, right?
Okay, how about this, Ronnie?
This guy came in the other day, Despised and Revolt or something like that, and he's a hardcore Hebrew Israelite, right? Black Hebrew Israelite, and he was actually in their room, and they came over to mine, and he actually said that he was treated better in this room than any room he's been in to date. Okay, and when they say that picking on young Earth creationists like that, Justin Wilson was in here for like what 6 hours the other day, treating him with the utmost respect. It got a little
I
heated.
love Justin Wilson. Justin Wilson is
Great guy.
Crap. And now we have fucking Veckel, Mr. Everything is just your opinion in the fucking chat.
It's just your opinion. Yeah, Neil. I mean, he's a good guy, right, Justin Wilson? You agree?
Yeah, I mean, every time I talk to him, he's upfront, he's real, he talks to you like he would talk to you in real life. Is the point. Yeah.
And that's why I like him, right? Because he'll actually come in here and he'll stand up there to the feet on the fire and talk about the subject. We don't agree with him, but he's not a coward by any means, and I have the utmost respect for him.
All right, how about this, Steve? Steve, I'm gonna make you and fucking Ronnie Fuckhead a offer here. Now, here's the offer. We have a Google Hangout right now on my channel or someone else's channel. Doesn't have to be me. And that way, neither Steve nor you have mods, and we will stick to a strict time limit of 2 minutes each. That way, you get to say what
I'm fine with that, but just not tonight, because I mean, I got.
You know what scares us about you guys?
Okay. How about this? Maybe not tonight, but eventually.
The drama. It's about the drama.
Well, we're gonna get into that, Neil. I guarantee you, we'll get into that, Neil.
How about eventually?
Let's finish this real quick.
So Steve, would that be a good idea?
I would be fine with that. I've always told him that if he wants to jargon bomb these kind of bullshit, then he needs to do it with people that actually are experts in this. But if he just wants to have a monochrome discussion, sure, I have no problem with that. But he won't. He just wants to go down these tangential lines of dealing with things that have nothing to do with anything. He thinks I'm intimidated by me, yet I've opened my room to all of them all the time. As a matter of fact, we used to invite Antonio, and by the way, you should relay this to him, Ronnie. We invited Antonio because, again, if we talk about somebody, you should have a right to defend yourself. And we would be extending him the courtesy to come in and defend some of the things he was saying. That is why we attached his name to these Hangouts and to G+. That was the only reason. But since he doesn't understand that as a courtesy out of respect, we don't do that any longer. Okay? That's a respectful thing to do, to be tagged on a post. But he took it offensively, so...
Yeah, go figure. I'm thinking that Ronnie may not actually go through with the plan anyway, because it seems he's just here to ship post in the side chat. Or the outside chat.
The difference is I'll let him say what he wants. Nobody's going to ban him. Nobody's going to block him. There's nothing Ronnie can say.
Believe me, I want to, though.
Yeah, I know. But there's nothing Ronnie can say that's going to be detrimental to me. Everybody knows he's dishonest. Everybody knows he's a lying, manipulative piece of shit that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah. I'm sorry, but that's the God honest truth. And I really wish that he would turn his life around and go, I want to learn this stuff properly. And I have a lot of people at my disposal that knows this stuff. Can you teach me it? I've offered to go explain to him the basics, and then to the people that actually know it better, they can take it over and take it a little bit further, right? But he won't. I mean, he how many times has he said, I want to get technical with people, and then when people like Sam gives him like a 32 questionnaire thing on human chromosome number 2, which we're going to be talking about tomorrow with Dr. Anna, he just completely ignores it, right? He doesn't want to deal with any of it.
Yeah, of course. But then again, I'm not really surprised, and I'm also not surprised that he's just here to ship post and not get into this hangout.
Well, I mean, that's what it's funny is they're like, oh, you guys will always be in the live feed, but you won't come in the hangout. But he does the same fucking thing. He's never been in my room.
He's a hypocrite.
That's why he's a coward, and I'm not. I've been in his room multitude of times. Right?
I think honestly at this point, Ronnie has demonstrated to not only us in the hangout, but to pretty much everybody that he is a lying sack of shit. And the only people that will defend him, as Ronnie said, are liars. Because if you defend a liar, then you are a liar. So by Ronnie's own logic, that makes him a big fucking liar, considering the shit that he has said and the people he hangs out with and defends.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't imagine people really going to his room anymore.
Well,
even Hogtie, do you really even go there much anymore? I mean, you did kind of taper it off, but I think it's kind of dwindled to zero.
Yeah. Oh no, it's just not going to happen. Like, I mean, I was asked about this a few days ago in a hangout, and I sort of stick by this answer that, you know, I'm always open to somebody that, even if there's been problems in the past, and they say, okay, well, you know, let's have a conversation. Yeah, I'm open to doing it, but right now it's just so incredibly heated. Like, I mean, this is a really good example tonight. First off, just answer your question. No, because of the moderation is just, it's not even close to moderation. It's just bullshit. But even aside from that, it's just the desire to have a conversation with somebody. I like good conversations when there's mutual respect, and there's just absolutely none right now. This thing tonight, Antonio was making a point about the I forgot which one it was now. Fallacy of genetic fallacy, yeah, and it wasn't drama focused. He was, merely pinning it on that he sees it a lot when abortion supporters come and talk to him. He calls them pro-aborts, and it's a failing that a lot of people make, and obviously from Antonio's point of view, where it's frustrating is when he sees abortion supporters use that argument. So he made that video, and if there was any sort of bias or color to it, it was saying he finds it frustrating when his opponents do it. But there was no, oh, well, look what a jerk Steve is. Oh, look what a liar hogtie is. It was nothing personal like that. It was just Antonio saying, yeah, this is the thing, And then Steve, you responded saying that it was not precisely a fallacy, and you gave your reasons, and you've done so in the comments under the video. And then Ronnie comes in with personal attack, right? And then he has a 2-hour and some hangout of personal attack and whining and complaining. He'll sit there and complain about the drama, but when it comes down to it, he can say something, or in this case, Antonio said something, but here's the rhythm of it. Ronnie says something, and then somebody else says, no, the thing that you just said, you're wrong about that. You're mistaken about that. Here's the actual information. And Ronnie doesn't rebut it. He just restates it and then says, well, the other person doesn't know what they're talking about. And then if you go, no, Ronnie, you're wrong, well, then he feels personally attacked by that. So then he'll make a 2 or 3 hour hangout about how he feels personally attacked by this other person coming to him with information. But it's just, I mean, the hypocrisy of it is just absolutely stunning,
Yeah.
And so whether or not there's an issue with the moderation, I've gone into rooms where there's bad moderation. It's not just that, it's the complete failure. Like he's gone from having respectful conversations to having less respectful conversations where you can tell he doesn't respect the other person, to now just turning into an outright hateful, contemptuous person who will lie about anybody at the drop of a hat. I'm not interested in that. I mean, I understand now too. He's going back and creating lies about conversations that he and I have had like a year ago.
He has revised history on that. There's absolutely no question about that.
And what's the point of that? I mean, I decided, okay, obviously Ronnie wants to cut the cord and so forth, and okay, that's fine. So this particular lie, I'd heard him say it a couple of previous hangouts, and I didn't make a post about it and say, no, that's not true. I'm not even addressing it. If people want to believe, well, people don't believe his particular lie because you just listen to it, you're like, that's incredibly stupid. The specific lie, he's claiming that he had to tell me about the phosphor-diester bond that you might find in the backbone of deoxyribose nucleic acid.
What does he call it? The phosphor?
The phosphor-diester bond. You find it on the backbone.
Compared to the phos-3? The phos-2 and phos-1? Yeah.
Well, it's phosphor. It's got a phosphor nucleus to it. It's not a totally stupid thing to say. But for somebody who claims that he had to educate me about this thing, and I just go, you know what? Anybody listening to that, even if you hadn't seen the hangout, this is one of those things. If you saw the hangout, people may or may not remember this moment, but it was where so many people had asked him, Ronnie, when you say DNA falls apart, breaks down in water, which bond breaks down? Which bond breaks down? Well, he says, well, it's not, that's sort of a matter of, debate. And, it's like, no, like it's a chemical reaction. Like it's known or it's not known. Like, which is it? You just couldn't pin him down on it. So I'm asking him about these various bonds in there. And then finally I ask him, well, which one along the backbone there? And he goes, oh, you mean the phosphor-diester bond? And I say, okay, you know what? Let's just pull up a diagram. And he takes that to mean that he was teaching me, like, first year organic chemistry. Because I said, well, let's just pull up a diagram.
I don't understand what that has to do with the big picture.
It's nothing.
Very little. Yeah. I mean, actually nothing if you really think about it. That's the funniest part, right? I mean, this is like really, really basic high school stuff, and it really has nothing to do with any of the bigger arguments. But the fact that he just can't move past the fact that he got it wrong.
Even for ID, even for ID believers, this is not really an issue. You know
Let
what I'm
me jump
saying?
on that, Neil, because that's a really, really good point. I mean, we've been talking about this for months. I think we're rounding out a year talking about this stupid, what does DNA do in water? I believe quite credibly that true empiricism's original point was that the idea that DNA could randomly assemble in just natural water it's goofy. That's just not something that would happen. And if he starts talking about this, and Fiona, I guess, had mentioned in a comment that well, no, DNA doesn't, like water doesn't break apart DNA. It's actually impurities, notably these enzymes that will break down DNA in the modern world. But those enzymes wouldn't have existed back then. But anyway, it's just a technical point, whether or not DNA breaks down in water. And when I did a hangout with him where I'm asking him, like, look, everybody's sort of cheesed about you saying DNA breaks down in water. Like, what do you mean? Which bond are you talking about? And look, I got to just tell you, it doesn't. DNA doesn't just fall apart in water. And we talked about the difference.
The word trivial comes to mind.
Right,
Whether
but
it
this
be
is,
evolution,
this
or
is how we
ID.
get past this. This is how we get past this. At one point during that conversation, I say, look, you've got a larger point to make. This technical issue about whether or not water as a solvent has the ability to pull apart the sequences, that's not your point. So why don't you go on and just say what your actual point is? And he just couldn't. He just got vaporlocked.
That's because he's stuck. And see, with ID and everybody else is stuck. I mean, don't get me wrong. You guys think that you're not stuck, but to us you are. Like, not to us, but like to many ID believers, there's just some things cannot be explained. And that's really hard for somebody that doesn't believe in ID to admit, like an atheist or an evolutionist or whoever it is, to say that you don't know is a really hard thing to do. And a lot of hardcore Christians like true empiricism and Nephilim free and even pillbox, which we won't talk about. They cannot admit that they could be wrong. Rand Cam is one of those other Christians that cannot admit that he could be wrong.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. There's a lot of things that we may not be able to know. Just physically, we don't have the ability to do as human beings. We have an epistemic limit of what our knowledge can be. I'm willing to accept that. I believe that we can know a lot of things, we just don't.
And especially
right?
when it comes to Christianity, that's what I tell Christians is your knowledge cannot save you. Your knowledge does not cause salvation in Christianity, to me personally. No matter how much you know about it, that doesn't mean you're going to be saved.
But what the ideas is, they tend to, fill in the God of the gaps because of that gap and lack of knowledge for their epistemic limit. But I've noticed with them, though, they do more than that. Even
though I deny evolution, I still try to keep an open mind about it. It's more about the open-mindedness about the argument than it is about the actual argument. See, it doesn't matter what argument you give. New arguments are made every day.
Well, what I'm thinking, though, is the fact that if he has to focus on this kind of really nonsensical thing between like dissolving and degrading, it takes away from some of the other arguments that he has with intelligent design. That he only has like one argument: motors and turbines. That's all he has. That's all he's ever said. That has been demolished.
I'm so frustrated at this because intelligent design cannot have an argument. See what I'm saying?
Well, I don't look at intelligent design as an argument. I look at intelligent design as a supposed conclusion from observed, evidence. Now, I don't agree with that, but that's kind of what the big picture is for the intelligent design. He takes it as an axiomatic starting point. He says, and he said this quote, "Intelligent design is the only true science." And at that point, you're done. You're out of the realm of reality with me.
Yeah, now I know why you're so against them, of course, but I've always that.
You gotta understand, Neil, and you've listened to us for a while, and I'm gonna just be straight up with you. I mean, we've had our differences, and I know that you don't particularly like me too much. I get that, right? And I haven't been a big fan of you.
No, I love you, man. And the reason I love you is because you came in and you changed the game. See, you're kind of new here for a lot of us.
It's going on a year and a half. Actually,
I know you've been around for a while, but you've recently made like headlines and media presence. Yeah.
Do you think it's good?
For a lot of us, it was like a shock thing. You know what I'm saying? We're like, oh, there's this guy that's out there, and
Well, I mean, I've been threatened to be shut down so many times. G-Man says he's going to run me off YouTube. Ronnie said, tells people, oh, don't listen to Steve. He has nothing to offer the community. Well, what I have to offer is the fact that I can get people together and have a really good room
And
where we can have
first off,
Hannah's really good at this too. Hannah's been having really good hangouts lately too.
Don't count me as one of them. I'm not part of them. So.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
What is the fascination with running people off of YouTube?
I don't know.
A lot of those guys talk about how the atheists are trying to get them off YouTube, and then nobody's trying to run anybody off YouTube. Like there's lots of room on YouTube.
It's antithetical to what YouTube is, especially in Steve's case, because if they stop making videos, Steve doesn't have anything to talk about.
I see it.
I can make some good videos if I need to. No, but I think you're right. I mean, why would I want to run them off? That would be the last thing I would want. I find it to be entertaining.
Let me explain. All right. There's these groups like Benny. I don't know if you met Benny.
Benny the Gangster?
There's these other groups that go out there and they have many bots, and they just do things on the. It's like the Joker. The Joker wants just to see the world burn, kind of thing. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, they're like that. They're like that.
That's what I call them, scorched earth trolls. But the difference is, look at it's like 10 o'clock at night. I just finished listening to what Ronnie had to offer. He had 15 viewers. Did you guys see my viewer count?
You were a little over 3 dozen, about 42. What was it?
59 viewers.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Okay, and I'm not trying to have a cock measuring contest, but what I'm saying is I bet out of these 59 viewers, I would say 50 or more of them. So I mean 90 some odd % of them or more agree with what
that's because I'm here and they're going to be like, oh, you condemned Ronnie. I'm like, no, I never. No, I love Ronnie. I love true empiricism. I love you guys. I mean, see, the whole thing is you guys make the best entertainment on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what it's, what? And I'm fine with that. That's a compliment to me. We do provide entertainment, but I still like the entertainment to be scientifically accurate and informative, right? But I mean, I do it on a very basic level. I'm a science enthusiast kind of guy. I mean, I do it very superficially. If we want to get into the technical stuff, then we have conversations with Sam and CRISPR and Hogtie and Fiona, and then they can get into more advanced stuff. But that kind of, no offense to most people, it kind of lowers the view count, right? Most people don't want to get into that much in depth, right? They want bite-sized, very simple to understand science. I get that. I'm actually pretty good at that. But over there, what do they have to offer? They've been wrong on every single thing they've said. They've made everything just a personal
fusion
tax.
isn't that hard to understand, though.
What's that?
Chromosome 2 fusion isn't
well,
that hard to understand.
What do you think about it? I mean, you followed it, so what do you think about
No, I'm just saying, would you agree that it's not that hard to understand? If it was so hard to understand, it would be a secret. Yeah.
I'll agree in part. I mean, I made this comment before, but it's a fairly easy thing to understand if you're just sort of learning the broad strokes of it. And there's
superficially stuff, right?
Yeah, superficial stuff. And I'd made this comment a few weeks ago about how I didn't really know how they knew that it was a fusion event. I just knew you see the little cartoony pictures in the textbooks, and here's a telomere, here's a centromere.
Science magazines in the 80s. So,
But when you actually get down to it, like say how they know when they say, well, there's not just a random telomere in there. They know those are telomeric sequences, and then of course backwards the other way once you're past the fusion site. And we've all together learned a lot. This TTA, I'm going to lose it now. TTA, GTG.
Wow, we had a quiz on this, man.
We had a quiz, yeah. So you could sort of know by the broad strokes of, well, they're just saying, this is how we know because there's these degenerate telomere sequences in the middle. But then later, well, what are those sequences? Well, why are those sequences effective at being telomeres? These are all things that we're learning about now. So it's easy to understand it at that level. But then once you start to get to, well, wait a minute, this is in dispute. We need to dig into this and find out why. What is the justification for this belief that it's a fusion? Well, then for most people, you're wandering into unfamiliar territory. But then your question, well, how hard is it to understand? Not that hard. I'm impressed at how many people in the community came to understand about TTA, GGG, and the T loop.
And then again, it's not that hard to understand for Christians either, like me. Yeah, like me.
Yeah, but Ronnie won't listen. Have you heard that off-air hangout between Ronnie and Ruhif?
Yeah, I love Ruhif is pretty cool, but what I'm saying, just from your standpoint that you just gave, really quickly, it's not that hard to understand. And the thing
you're
is,
listening,
you don't
yep.
even have to. You don't even have to agree with evolution to understand it.
No.
Yeah,
No.
and it's nothing to, yeah, even if you just forget all about evolution, just I mean, whether evolution is true, false, whatever, makes no difference. Anybody that really just spends a few minutes just getting the basics and see, okay, this is something that was slammed together. This was, you know, two chromosomes that look just like two other chromosomes, and you can actually see that TTAGGGCCCAT motif. I mean, you can see it. I mean, it's been sequenced.
But the critical thing is not whether you believe in it or not. It's as a matter of fact, I think believing in it.
It's how you interpret it. Like TGACC is a code to Christians, which means a code that was created by God. Whatever.
Well, it can be. It can very well be. There's nothing unchristian about the recognition that human chromosome number 2 is a fusion of two ancient human chromosomes.
No, because like the 44 chromosome man, all that stuff.
Yeah. But I
think he says that doesn't exist either. Sorry.
I really want to agree with this point. It's. I mean, if when you already believe something, you don't necessarily. You learn more details about it. You don't necessarily learn because you're not really. You know, you're kind of along for the ride. But when you're like, well, why do other people believe this? What is the other person's justification? You tend to be a better listener. But if you listen to that off-air discussion between Ruhif and True Empiricism, you really hear how they're not listening.
I was there in the background listening to both of them.
You were in that. Yeah. They just, like, Ronnie, like, is aggressively not listening. You hear this term about passive listening and active listening. Well, Ronnie is aggressively not listening.
It's because he's been attacked so much. It has nothing to do with whether
he's not.
But but here's the thing, right?
He's not attacked. That's bullshit.
Well, what I would say is that I've had professors who I don't like. Quick anecdote: when I was in college, a lot of computer science professors really didn't like me just because I was an athlete, right? I got kind of treated like the dumb jock among other computer science majors by some professors, not all, but a couple. But even if they had something against me, I still listened and tried as hard as I could in their classes. Like, it's not an excuse because someone has an animus towards you for you to not act like an adult and listen to what they have to say.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is that I think that would really draw the conversation nearer, is that you kind of like grab somebody by the chest and their heart and just say, hey man, listen, we're going to have a conversation whether you like it or not.
Well,
that's
what the problem is,
I don't see how that comment related to anything I just said.
Well, Sam, you see, the problem is that you didn't wear glasses in the class, and glasses add +2 to your intelligence score. I don't know if you knew that or not.
And if you have boobs.
I didn't know that.
But let me ask you. I mean, Neo,
I thought you were Red's rhetoric. Sorry, I didn't know Sam was in here. Sorry.
Do you think it's odd when somebody like Ronnie, and again, we're not comparing, education per se, but somebody that we know has not demonstrated a competency in anything. When somebody like Ronnie has the balls to say that he had to tell either Hogtie or Fiona, he had explained to her, quote, Fiona, what a phosphodiester bond was. Do you not see the arrogance there? I mean, somebody who actually works with DNA, that taught the subject. Fiona was looked in a laboratory. This is her expertise. This is her area.
I know, but you're
Ronnie thinks Ronnie thinks she's never heard of this bond before. That's what we're dealing with here. This is insanity.
Did I just get insulted for my perfect vision? Fuck you.
But hey, like you're a car guy, right? Reds, obviously. So if I say, hey, you know what? I had to tell Reds what a U joint was, or I had to tell him what a shock absorber was. He didn't have no idea what a shock absorber was. It's kind of outside the realm of credulity, don't you think?
Of course, a shock absorber is the fucking thing that blows up in your face during a car crash.
Well, I have to ask, maybe if I can phrase this differently, but I have to ask Neo, is there anything about the way that True Empiricism has conducted himself with regards to intellectual issues that would lead you to believe that he's well informed?
In the beginning, but nowadays it's just become this banter. Like in the beginning, everything was cool, and then it became this whole ego-stroking competition that you guys do with each other.
Again, can you say something that's related to what I said? Like, is there anything about the way that he conducts himself that says, oh, this is someone who's well informed? right?
Not recently.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that. So yeah, because when he did get to this community, he jargon bombed a lot, right, Neil? And a lot of people who didn't probably know all about the stuff probably thought he really was some kind of a person who studied this. Would you agree? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people who obviously didn't, but people who don't like this kind of subject probably some kind of superficially thought he was really educated in this.
Well,
I really do believe that we've all grown, though.
Well,
like,
I'll double on that. Oh, well, Steve, I'll even say this. I thought that maybe Ronnie was someone who had like maybe taken one intro class because of how much he jargon bombed. Like
have you ever encountered somebody like TE though? Have you ever encountered somebody like him in real life or on the internet?
Bullshitter? Yes, all the time.
Yes, of course.
A perpetual bullshitter.
Sam was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Is he in a special class of his own to you, or is he just one of them?
No, I've seen people like that before. But like I said, Sam was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and Sam had tried to talk to him on a reasonable level, like he would with somebody that had some knowledge, just something, right? It wasn't just your Joe Blow that didn't even finish grade school, okay? But Sam quickly realized that was probably, giving him way too much credit.
I mean, right? The thing that I did, and I fully confess to this, is that, and I tend to do this a lot, is that I'll fill in the gaps when someone's saying something so that it seems like in my own head they're saying something that's more intelligent, and then I give them a little too much of the benefit of the doubt. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. But
I'll admit it. I believe intelligent design, but I don't shove it down your throats. You know what I'm saying? I never would do that. I'm not like Ronnie. I'm not like TE or anybody else.
Of doing that though.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, there's a lot of like kind of this weird animus that you seem to have that's being thrown. Like there's a lot of shade being thrown our way on something that we've never accused you of, right? Like I don't even like.
No, I was just explaining my position to you because I haven't seen you in a while, Sam. So
but the thing is, it's not your position that's being questioned, and nor is it your conduct that's being questioned. We're actually questioning Ronnie's conduct and the way Ronnie
that's what I'm saying.
So
exactly.
Do you think
here's the thing: the way Ronnie has conducted himself is exactly what is sparking these conversations. That has nothing to do with you.
I mean, you guys get into this whole banter back and forth that I would never do with somebody like that. Like me and Steve just recently made up 2 seconds ago. That's why I'm in here.
Thanks to me. And by the way, he says he'll take the blowjob.
Yeah,
I will give him a blowjob, but my wife will disagree and slap him. But go ahead.
But Leo, I mean, what we're saying is basically, I mean, do you agree that Ronnie does not have anywhere near the competence level that he portrays himself to be? And when he's telling everybody's wrong, when he's saying I'm wrong, Sam wrong, everybody in the world is wrong about when it comes to the sciences, when it comes down to philosophy, when it comes to the fallacious use of reasoning that he's talking about. Like when he's misunderstood the appeal to authority, he's misunderstood the appeal to popularity, he's misunderstood the genetic fallacy. He cannot get anything he's correct, and when he's being pointed out, when he's using them incorrect by people like the Doctor or Jesus Sands, Fox in the Know, they've all kind of pointed out that he's making huge mistakes. David S. Right? David S. broke down. Wait on 1 second. David S. made a brilliant video. Did you watch that? How he just demolished?
Yes.
And Ronnie didn't take anything from it, even though David S. was helping him. He was trying to help him.
You forgot. You forgot the best of all: solipsism.
Solipsism. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, go find your inner solipsism.
From my mind to your mind. It's so good.
The inner solipsism of solipsism.
As someone that just got done speaking with that,
I'm sorry, I just ate a jalapeno, so never mind.
What were you saying, Hog Tie, about?
Yeah, I'd like to try to answer Sam's question and address one of Neil's points at the same time. You're saying, making the point about not shoving your beliefs down people's throats, and I don't think that's really the issue. By the way, I don't think Ronnie is shoving his beliefs down people's throats. He's doing what we're all doing. You open up a YouTube channel, you do some hangouts, you do some videos. You're expressing your opinion. You're not, the guys. Ronnie's never shown up at my house, right, to shove it down my throat or, try to pass a law that I have to believe what he believes. So that's not the issue. The issue is exactly what Steve just said about the calling down other people, like really turning it personal. And this is a big issue, is like what Sam was just saying about when he's asking this question, is there anything in Ronnie's conduct that would make somebody believe he's an expert? And there's one thing he does, that is use some jargon. And again, it's not even broad jargon. He never talks about several biochemical processes. He talks about a very limited set of metabolic processes. That, as I've often said, he has memorized the content of page 265 of a biochemistry book that he found at a bus stop. He knows that one page. He's got the terms memorized, and good for him. But in terms of like how somebody would think he's an expert, it would be like, again, I like to use the car analogy because people know things about cars. If I told you that I recently sold a Honda, thank goodness, because it had a cracked manifold, Redline would probably be convinced that I know at least a little something about cars because I use the words Honda and manifold. But then if I went on and started talking more and using more jargon, and I started saying things about, it had other problems too. The oil coolant separator valve started to fail on it, and
halogen fluid.
There was a bend in the bindle rotor, and the cams started to
change your blinker fluid.
Yeah, the headlight fluid. Yeah, your headlight fluid was leaking in.
And I mean, so
at some
point,
point,
you got to catch exhaust samples too.
Yeah.
But at some point, somebody who knows something, even at a moderate level about cars, is going to realize, like, fuck, this guy.
You know what my grandma said? But air in the tires. You need to change the air in the tires.
We could have 50 of those little jokes after in a row. But the point is that there are going to be some people who literally know so little about cars that when they hear me talk about the bindle rotor and the headlight fluid, they won't realize that those are very, very obvious cues that I don't know what I'm talking about. And this is what's happening with Ronnie, is that he uses these terms, and there are some people who are so clued out that they shrug and they go, he just used the term ATP synthase. He talked about the phosphor-diester bond. And he actually knows what DNA stands for. He says it stands for deoxyribose nucleic acid. That guy sure is smart. And it's very compelling to a limited set of people. But then when other people point out, like this thing about, DNA falling apart in water and the nonsense lately with the nuclease thing, and I'm not going to list the examples again. We've all listed the examples. It's just, he cannot, I guess he's now doing a video on the whole DNA and water thing. Like, just fucking let it go, Ronnie. Like, make your point, engage in actual conversation, participate in the conversation, lay off the personal drama. But.
And what was funny though, that whole 200-page book, what he found in there, and watch Neo, you'll find in any one of his videos, go back and watch any of the one of them, right? He'll harp on very specific things. And I'm telling you right now, go look. It'll be G-coupled proteins, and it'll be electron transfer chain.
The beta clamps.
Beta clamps, DNA gyrase.
No, beta clamps.
I said beta. Yeah.
No, you didn't say it.
I just found something really recently that humans don't even have DNA gyrase.
ATP mayonnaise.
They call it tropophase 2 or something.
Topoisomerase.
Yeah, topoisomerase 2. It's not even called DNA gyrase in humans. I don't know. But see how Sam was able to correct that, because Sam knows his shit.
Well, here's the thing, right? If you were to summarize someone's knowledge on biology, it shouldn't be that easy to memorize, right? That's true. And I know some of what Hogtie had done in the past, and I'm not even going to say, but if I was to try to describe his level, if he actually, let's say, gave some sort of research presentation at my university or something to that effect, right? There's no chance that I'd be able to describe his knowledge that quickly, right? Even with as many interactions as I've had with Hogtie over the years, I still wouldn't, right? Like, there's no chance. And I would hope it's the same when it comes to my own field, right? And the same for Fiona. There are many, many things that Fiona could say about her field that I could say about Fiona's field, but it would nowhere begin to touch. Whereas right now, we've just listed the extent. In the past 10 minutes,
I'm a network engineer, and nobody can touch me.
Yeah, Neil, did you catch what Sam said at the very end?
I was getting what he was saying. Yeah, is that I'm a network engineer. So I mean,
but Neil, we literally gave you the entire extent of Ronnie's knowledge summed up in ATP mayonnaise, which is ATP synthase, electron transport chain, and
mayonnaise.
That is all he'll ever say about biology. And no, he's throwing a few things now. Now he's talking about lipid layers, and he's talking about
lipid layers.
But I mean, for me to disown,
he's throwing some other stuff in, but it's it's something he just recently read, and he's going to throw that out there. Oh, I just looked at this today. Let's throw that out there. Fuck, come on.
I'm just pointing this out, that he has a severe hatred for anybody that knows more than him, and as a result of that, I see him treating now. Hogtie is the most respectful guy that I've ever spoken to.
Exactly, me too.
And the thing is that I have seen Ronnie treat Hogtie like absolute garbage, and for no fucking reason. The only reason that there would possibly be is that
Hogtie a dick though.
It's because Hogtie knew something he didn't, actively corrected Ronnie on. Ronnie felt threatened by that, and so their natural response is to be a dick to someone who is not being a dick back.
Yeah, and I'm so careful. Like when he and I have done one-on-one hangouts, I am so careful. Like when I say, I'll ask him, well, are you sure about, well, what about this? And I'm very, very patient. I don't just say, no, you're wrong about that. You're full of shit. I've never said that to him. I've said it about him, other hangouts. I've I can't believe you got this thing wrong. And a couple times in this hangout alone, I've made fun of how he gets the names of things wrong. But when I'm talking to him, I'm very much kid gloves. I don't just blurt out that he's wrong about something.
Everybody's flipped their shit, by the way. By the way, even Ozzy's flipped before. So, I mean, all y'all have lost your shit, you know what I'm saying?
Well, we all
again, no one is,
normal.
I have to say that, no one is saying that they haven't. So it's not, I'll fully admit, right, I get impatient with people. I've gotten impatient to the point where I had to just directly condescend to Ronnie because he just didn't understand how reasoning worked. I mean, losing your patience with Ronnie is not, or with anyone in this fucking ridiculous farce of a community. It's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal because if I think it's a sign of sanity.
I'm not perfect either. I've lost my shit with every single one of you, even Steve.
I don't even think it's a negative thing, though, right? If you're dealing with that level of idiocy and it doesn't affect you in some way in terms of pissing you off either publicly or privately, I worry about you because honestly, tolerating that kind of idiocy.
But I think that's what true empiricism, Ronnie, is going off of. Is you guys we all lost our shit, and he's still on that kind of.
It's not level. That though, Neo. I mean, I think it's more than that. I mean. It's just the things that he outright says and asserts, and then when he's corrected on, he asserts it even more, and then he corrects it even more. It makes one mistake compounded by another. For example, we're at the point now where we don't even know if he's just made an honest mistake or if he's actually believing something. Because I don't want to attribute something to him that's just a mistake, a minor mistake. Misspoke, right? For example, let me spoke. What he said the other day. If I said, Sam, did you know that nucleases degrade water?
That sounds very absurd.
It hurts your ears, right? It hurts.
Yeah.
Okay. I still cannot get a straight answer what he meant by that.
I just had a bowel movement.
I mean, here's the thing, right? And I think that we can all recognize, any objective observer can recognize, the issue that I have with Ronnie personally, and maybe you guys have the same, it's not the fact that he's wrong. It's not the fact, I'm really not that bothered by him attacking me, and et cetera, et cetera. It's the fact that he's pretending to be an intellectual. He's pretending to be someone who should be treated as an authority. Now, it's not a crime to want to be taken seriously on any given topic, and I encourage people to do so. But if you don't do that with an amount of humility that tracks with your experience in the field, then and you stubbornly refuse to do so, and then you attack others for recognizing that, I mean, that's really just a childish behavior that you don't expect out of an adult, and it's not something that people should be subjected to, in my opinion. That's what irritates me, is the fact that he wants to be treated like an authority without doing the work, without the proper humility, and just generally without knowing how to conduct himself like an intellectual.
Hey, I'm sharing my screen right now. Can anyone ask for Ronnie's help because someone's asking for it?
On orbital mechanics? Was that what I saw?
No. It's there. There you go. Can someone?
This is just hybridizations.
Yeah. Can someone get Ronnie involved in this, because apparently we need some help over here. Hey, can someone get fucking Professor Ronnie? Anyone? Everyone?
Does he drag out Dragnow's look when he's like, I don't know how to do an sp2 orbital hybridization?
He works on his own accord. Actually, I wanted to ask you guys while I'm here about chromosome 2 fusion. I know you guys have covered this a lot. Is it okay for me to ask that question?
Before you do that, let me announce that tomorrow at 5 o'clock Pacific, or it should be 5 o'clock Eastern time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific. We are going to have Dr. Buzz Rana. He's from Reasons to Believe on. He is a old Earth creationist. He does. Who's breathing in the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's me.
That's really loud. He basically has said that he completely agrees that it is a fusion site. He doesn't refute the actual evidence. He says absolutely it's a fusion. There's no question about that. He actually says though God did it that way. It's intelligent design that way. Now obviously that's a much harder thing to actually get into because I think he basically would say yes, Tompkins is full of shit, Ronnie's full of shit, but
of course, yeah.
Because the evidence is overwhelming. It's a fusion. But we are having him on tomorrow, so you might want to watch that. But what's your question?
No. I've seen many debates about it so far, and to me, like I'm not having any argument about it. I'm just saying that just because two telomeres fuse together is, if you see the big picture of it, the way. Not that you would see what I see, of course, because that's just my own personal subjective opinion about it. The bigger picture is more important than seeing like the little telomere fusions that happen. It's really not that.
Well, do you agree that event did happen at some time millions of years ago?
I mean, it's trivial though, whether it did or not.
Well,
what do you mean by trivial?
It's not to them. It's not to us. Trivial.
Exactly, but I mean, if you already believe that evolution happened, then this stuff is trivial.
But what do you mean by trivial?
Like, okay, the common ancestor argument is where chromosome 2 fusion comes from.
Well, no, it's a prediction of the fact. It's a prediction of the hypothesis that humans share
whether you
common ancestor
right.
With.
That's what I'm saying. Whether you believe in intelligent design or evolution. It's trivial to most scientists.
Okay, you're not using the word trivial in any context that I've heard it used.
Well, so I've heard it used by scientists. It doesn't matter.
Do you mean trivial as in? Hang on. Do you mean trivial as in not important?
Yes.
Are you trying to use it?
Well, it is important because this, as Sam pointed out, this was a prediction. This was something they needed to find, to support the model. The model's like, okay, we got to have an explanation of why we have the diploid number we have compared to the rest of the apes.
But the model is already accepted whether this is true or not.
But that's still a test of. I mean, it's a test of the model, right? Like you assume that Newton's theory works, but you still, that's what a hypothesis is. If
of
this
course,
is the case, we expect this.
But I mean, is evolution a fact or not?
What do you mean by? I mean,
okay.
Yes,
So if it's a fact, then this is a trivial point to evolution.
Why?
If it's a fact, because if it's already a fact, you wouldn't need any more evidence to prove.
We're always confirming models. Models always get tested and retested and better refined.
Yeah, so science is not working the way that you're assuming it's working. You don't just come up with one hypothesis and then stick with it forever.
It's quite simple. What he's trying to say is, because you already believe.
Somebody said yes.
Could I make a comment?
Well, what you're trying to, I mean, Neil, the point that you're basically outlining is saying, because these people accept evolution already, it can't be evidence for it.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Then what are you saying? Like, it's not the validity of the data and the validity of the hypothesis.
Alvin wanted to contribute here, so let Alvin.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of in the middle of a sentence, but the validity of a hypothesis and the strength of the data for a hypothesis has nothing to do with what the scientists believe. Right?
I agree.
It has everything to do with whether the data.
I agree.
So it wouldn't be trivial then.
Well, it is trivial if evolution is already true and proven as a fact.
I don't. I wouldn't use the word trivial because I think it was a big importance that this was actually something that was predicted and found. They found, but this was like people's work that they put into this.
It's already solidified. If it's already solidified, then what's the point?
We're not talking about it not being confirmed. It was already confirmed prior to that. But again, this is all. It still is a model that has to be refined all the time, and we still need to find evidence to support things because the more we know about something, the more we have a better understanding. Before we didn't understand how we had the diploid number we had, right? We just didn't know.
I wonder.
Okay.
Alvin, go ahead.
Go ahead, Evan.
So yeah, so I think when it comes to evolution, I think there's two things that may get confused. It's like you have the question of does evolution happen? We can say yes as a fact in regards to stuff like in real time, like what we see with antibiotics and all those things. So if you say is evolution real, I can say yes, that's a fact, because we can almost literally look at that in real time. I think when people ask is evolution real, they're talking about the evolutionary theory of the diversity of life. I think that's what I mean. It's not necessarily a fact. It's simply what scientists have come to realize the most reasonable explanation as of right now.
Alvin,
I think that's what it is.
Well, Alvin,
I mean, as far as consensus wise,
nobody claims evolutionary theory is a fact. Evolutionary theory is a collection of facts.
Right, that's what I'm saying, and I'm saying.
I mean, well, Steve, what you said.
No, but that was the point I was making. That was the point I was making, Steve. I'm thinking people get confused over does evolution happen and is the theory of evolution 100% true? I think people get those two things confused.
Most of us are trying to be quite careful about when we talk about evolution. We talk about the sets of processes that explain changes within populations, and including things like speciation events. So you may have one species that gets separated, and then eventually they turn into two species because they don't interbreed anymore. And generally talk about evolution is those things you're saying that are observable. And then for the other thing that you're talking about, like when somebody says, well, does evolution happen? What they're really asking about is common ancestry. So most of us do try to distinguish between when we talk about evolution versus just the common ancestry component. We try to say common ancestry. It's a real problem because most of the evangelicals or the creationists won't make that distinction. They just keep saying the word evolution, and it gets frustrating sometimes because they'll say, well, give me some proof of evolution. So then somebody will give them proof of evolution, and then they'll go some witty retort like, yeah, but there's still bacteria. And you go, well, are there still elephants or whatever the topic is? And so when you ask for proof of evolution, it turns out they're asking for proof of common ancestry. And so it's I
think there's I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just actually go ahead because I forgot what the other point was. It had to do with the last. I know it was Neo's point. Yeah.
I had a simple example here, which is that there's the fact that things fall, and then there's the theory of gravity. Right? The fact that things evolve, and there's the theory as to how that actually happens, how those populations change. Yeah. And that's, I think that's the distinction, and the reason is we use evolution in both contexts. So yes, populations and organisms change, and that is explained by the theory of evolution. And I think that's the simple way to make that distinction.
Right.
I did want to. I'm sorry. I just hold your thought for a second. Is that we're moving away from Neo's point. I did want to address one thing here about whether or not the information about chromosome 2 fusion, like whether or not it happened, what the mechanism is, what circumstances allow for chromosomal fusions. Those are all interesting questions. Whether or not you believe in common ancestry, and I'm sort of listening to you say, Neo, you're saying like, well, it's kind of a done deal. Like if you believe in evolution, well then the whole chromosome 2 thing is trivial, and that's not the case. And I wonder if it comes from this view that you quite often hear from the evangelicals that they don't really say it in these words, but I get the impression from the way that they describe it, they envision just teams and teams and scores of scientists all working together to try to work on this evolution thing. We're trying to prove evolution true. Scientists are trying to prove common ancestry to be true. And that's not the case. Everybody's working on their own little piece of the puzzle. And the people who are studying chromosomal fusions and telomere degradation, they're interested in those issues. And it may very well be the case that some of those people believe that God created telomeres so that they would function the way they do, that telomerase would extend the telomeric sequences, and then telomere sequence would then fold back on itself and form a T loop, and they may be utterly fascinated by that, completely in the belief that God set the system up to be that way. They're still going to want to study the phenomenon and come to understand it, because it turns out it also has important implications in understanding human disease states. So it's not a done deal. Like it doesn't matter if you believe in intelligent design or you believe in creationism or you believe in evolution. If you're a scientist who works in a lab where they're studying chromosomal fusions, you're just going to be horny to study chromosomal fusions. It's not about proving or disproving the big picture. Neo's gone.
Yeah,
Neo left.
Yeah, Neo left. But he might be still listening. I didn't. I mean, everybody else got to hear your rebuttal to him too as well. But it's funny with the theories. Theories don't change the observations, right? Sam had mentioned about gravity. When we see something drop, we see a drop, right? But the Newtonian model actually made it into a theory that involved a force, right? An actual physical force. But in relativity, it's a pseudo-force, right? It's an inertial force. It's basically what it appears to be a force, but it's actually something just falling along the gradient of a space-time curve. Completely different things. I mean, but they model exactly what we see, but one explains things better because it works more across the board at a higher gravitational pull, and for like there's special theory of relativity that explains things better. So it actually explains all of Newtonian physics, but it uses a different way to explain it. It doesn't mean that we drop something and it won't fall to the ground regardless of what model we use, right? The evolutionary theory model still explains observation, but those observations don't change. These guys over there, they think these observations have been completely different from what we are actually seeing. They're actually changing reality. Not just
I think.
You see what I'm saying, Alan? They're basically saying that we're not seeing things drop to the ground. That's how they're trying to disprove the theories, and that's what I think is completely just weird.
I think a more fruitful conversation is there's actually debates amongst evolutionists about certain mechanisms working and not working. I think you could actually have more of a real conversation like that. Like there is a Cambrian explosion issue, right? I think there's this thing called Evo-Devo where they're trying to compensate for some of the rapid, how some of these animals evolve so rapidly. And
that's not Evo-Devo.
It was something like this. I seen it in a debate where it was actually two biologists that both agreed evolution in the evolutionary theory, but they were debating the mechanism. They was talking about the evolution of the whale, and it was saying that it evolved too rapidly
Are you talking
for
about
this certain
equilibrium versus gradualism?
Yeah, it was somewhere they're saying it was too evolutionary.
I think this would be best served if you linked what you were talking about, because this I'm not trying to be indelicate with my words.
Well, I mean the premise.
Your description's a little on the vague side.
Well, I'm not going to give the exact biological thing, but I'm just saying the premise I'm trying to make is that there are debates amongst people that believe in evolution about certain mechanisms that they disagree upon. So I think those might be more interesting conversations.
Well, those already happen. I mean, I think those already happen, right? I mean,
they're still happening.
Wait,
yeah, they're still happening.
They're still happening. Like that's what when I say those already happen, that's because they do.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that,
I read the literature, and like if you read the journal Trends in Ecology and Evolution, you'll see someone come out with an article, and then you'll see someone respond to it like the next week. In the same journal.
Saying.
So yes, that definitely does happen, but. I mean, I think that a lot of those debates are just highly technical and kind of inaccessible to people.
Because they're not big picture stuff, right, Sam? I mean, they're looking at very, very specific things and
well,
looking at very technical parts.
I don't know if that's the point. Big picture versus little picture is the issue. It's the fact that you have to be very well steeped. Like even to have a discussion of gradualism versus punctuated equilibrium, you need to have a level of knowledge that is just far higher than the average person.
Right.
And that's not an insult to the average person. It's just that these are hard topics. Like I'm sure, if you took me to a physics conference on, molecular, something about molecular bonding, I would have no fucking clue what's going on because I don't.
I think the point I take issue with is the thing of trying to knock down the entire building of evolution when it has like all these little doorways and hallways and bricks and stuff. I would say a more reasonable discussion would be debating certain mechanisms that even evolutionists themselves debate over.
Well, again,
I mean, if you're going to debate evolution,
there's no one who debates whether those mechanisms. There's no one who debates. I mean, there's no one who debates the observed mechanisms that can change a population. There's no one who does, because that would be an absurd.
No, there's
relative.
No, once again, here, let me pull this link, because they do. There's both agree with evolutionary theory, but they do debate. But they do debate certain mechanisms. I've seen that. I'm gonna find this link for it, but and it's real. It's basically what you said, Sam.
I mean, typically they don't actually debate over mechanisms, right?
Yeah, that's pretty well established.
They debate over the relative contributions of the mechanisms, which are two different things, right?
Relative contribution.
In other words, which one has a bigger effect on something, Sam?
My thing is, there are debates, and it's like you said, Sam. They're real technical. The layman is probably not going to understand exactly everything they're saying, but I'm just saying there is discrepancies amongst people that both believe in evolution. And I think if you were to try to have a debate about evolution, you probably will have to read and study up on the things that are actually debatable and are not have necessarily a consensus.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Common ancestry.
Well, I mean, what do you like? If you're debating whether evolution is the best theory of biodiversity out there, I don't think you much beyond an intro college understanding of evolution. To be honest, like I don't think you need to be well versed in the technical material.
No, I'm talking about you're not going to beat the consensus. I'm talking about like if you're a believer and you really want to have a serious debate about evolution that is according to consensus, you will have to see what the evolutionists are debating about amongst themselves.
But let me be a little analysis.
I think that would make more sense instead of just trying to take down the entirety of the whole thing.
I don't know why being a believer would have any, like, you're talking about two different things, right? You're talking about technical debate over evolution, and then you're talking about a debate over whether evolution happened. Like, I'm kind of
no, that's not what I said. I'm saying, like, if you're a believer and you have issues with evolution, it doesn't make sense to talk about things that are consensus. Like almost all evolutionists believe in, common descent, adaptation, things of that nature. So you should go research the thing that they debate amongst themselves. That's what I'm saying. From a perspective of a believer, they should look at those things instead of trying to attack the monoliths that have been pretty much well substantiated already.
I disagree. I mean, if you're skeptical towards evolution, you often don't. From the perspective of being like a religious believer, you're probably not going to be well equipped to understand a lot of the material.
You can go to school, you can learn biology.
I let you talk. I let you finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But also the bigger thing is I mean, scientists disagree on topics all the time. It's not an issue, right? Like the fact that there are open issues in evolutionary biology is actually a strength of the theory, because the theory continues to ask valid hypotheses and test new things. I mean, my own research is about addressing a controversial issue in evolutionary biology. So it's not as if I think that that's a weakness of the theory. I mean, if you want, the reality is, I mean, you're just not, if you're a believer, you shouldn't reject. I mean, the bigger issue is you just shouldn't reject evolution, because there's just nothing you're going to find that supports your argument.
So basically what I'm saying is, I'm not saying, therefore, because there's debates amongst evolutionists, therefore evolution is not real. That's not what I'm saying. But having a debate about common descent, I think will be a waste of time. Certain things like that's universally understood. I think that you're probably not going to get too far with anything, because those things have been debated almost over 100 years, and every argument and counter argument has been made. So it'll be more fruitful probably to talk about these things that are new, that are in discussion amongst evolutionists.
Okay, let me ask you
Alvin, one thing. Can I say just one thing? Just one thing, Alvin. There is no such thing as an evolutionist. Okay, just like there is no such thing as a gravityist. It's not
I'm just colloquially, I'm using the phrase colloquially.
But
like
here's
people
the
that
thing.
believes in evolution.
What's the point of addressing the new cutting edge issues when all of those issues assume evolution is the case?
Because now, okay, we accept evolution is the case. Now let's see how it works. I mean, it's just basically that. It's like if there's certain things in there that have already been substantiated, and I just think it's a waste of time to talk about things that have been consensus, because usually when stuff is consensus, it's like all of the arguments for it and against it have been met. So what happens is you start, you know how the arguments are going to play out before they even happen, because you know how the arguments
but so many of but the issue is, right, is so many of these arguments are ancient, right? Before Newton's laws of motion, I mean, a lot of people still bought into Aristotle's views of motion, where the reason why, if you rolled a ball down the hill and it stopped rolling was because the ball got tired, right? Like that was the Aristotelian explanation, and people believe this for close to, or I would say over 1,000 years, right? People believed in roughly Aristotelian physics until people like Newton came along. I mean, the fact that arguments have existed for a long time, that doesn't speak to whether, the arguments are true or not. What speaks to whether the arguments are true is whether they actually hold up to scrutiny. So I don't know what addressing cutting edge issues is going to do.
I want to say this real quick. I want to say this because, I understand what you're saying, that you would like to see more in-depth technical discussions about some of the things that are unresolved in evolutionary biology and other subjects. I think that'd be interesting, right? What we have to remember is that when you listen to something like Bring It Evolutionists, right, we're dealing with people over there that don't even have a rudimentary level of understanding, right? And so all they're doing is they're basically throwing out the baby with the bathwater. They're just saying that, nothing in evolution is true. Basically, they don't accept common descent.
And
they
I
don't
would
accept the
disagree
human.
with that.
Yeah, I know, but let me finish. They don't accept the human chromosome at 2 fusion site. Don't accept GULAP. They don't accept. I mean, you could throw out proteomics, everything that Isaiah Sloan has given to them, and CRISPR with cytochrome C, or Root for cytochrome C. Everything, the arguments we've talked about that even had a little bit of technical fix to it, they've fucked up. Right, and so I would love to see Ronnie or any of them have a great discussion about something with Sam. I'm not going to go into what Sam's area is, but I do know what it is, and Sam knows what I was talking about. Wouldn't you love to be able to talk to like Ronnie on that level, like what you're doing your paper on right now, and have Ronnie, you know what? I disagree with you on this. Let me show you why your paper is wrong, or let me show you what I believe would be.
Yeah, I think that would be more interesting.
That would be great. We'd love that. But you know what? Ronnie's not. Nobody here is on that technical aspect of what freaking Sam's doing in his for his PhD paper and research and stuff like that. It's very specific. Okay, I mean it's very, very specific.
Right.
Not many people are just going to have that knowledge sitting around. And no offense, I mean I'm not going to go study it in order to get to his level, because it'll take me several years to do, and I'm not going to do that. So I can have a conversation to see if Sam's right about what he's having a hypothesis for right now.
Yeah, I think I personally think the abiogenesis conversation is more interesting than the evolution, because that's still kind of mysterious.
I kind of agree with that. I mean, I think evolution, obviously, I mean, it's obviously a settled issue. I mean, there's no more.
Sam's paper is open-minded to interpretation.
Well, I don't know. Do you know what his research is about? I don't think he shared it with you.
Yeah, no, I've read many things.
No, I mean, but Sam's research he hasn't talked about publicly, and so we don't go into it. But many of us do know what his research is about. But
all right. No, I know.
My point is,
you don't know anything about it, so therefore your point is irrelevant. Gotcha, Steve.
No. What I'm saying is that it's very, very technical, and we would have to very much get into technical specifics.
I wouldn't understand any of it. I would be a layman. It'll be like Chinese listening to Chinese.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've listened to his presentation, and I'm getting bits and pieces that I understand, and the rest is okay, it sounds good to me. We're just going to say yes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the reality is, like you said, abiogenesis. Abiogenesis has a lot of problems with it, right? I mean, we're not going to say that it's some perfect hypothesis at the moment. It has some issues, and those specific things. I would love to hear dialogues between people that really understand the biochemistry and. Is this the case? Like Ronnie keeps trying to bring up, things would break down too quickly. That was this whole argument with drag that the DNA would fall apart and it wouldn't be able to survive in these types of.
You talking about chilarity?
No, that would have to do with right-handed and left-handed. But his argument would be
that sounds like something he said, like the
he has brought up that before. He has brought up that you know, like for example, why is all life use mostly left-hand amino acids rather than right?
Because not all of life uses.
No, it's most of all.
Yeah.
The vast majority it does, right?
It's because self-reproducing systems that tend towards one chirality tend to stay towards that chirality. People have written papers about this, and
there's been explanations why it solves.
I mean, the issue with Ronnie is he never brings up anything relevant. He just brings up stuff that he reads on creationist websites.
I'm more interested about the chirality of matter and antimatter, or you know, the spin of particles in the universe, and why things are as an anisotropies in the universe. I find that to be more interesting than left-hand, right-hand amino acid stuff, because we can't really fully explain why we have matter rather than more antimatter. We don't know. We haven't figured that out yet. That's something I find interesting, but you know,
I mean, I'm all for an informed discussion. The issue is no creationists are ever informed, or if they are, they're dishonest as all hell.
I tend to like Hugh Ross. He's pretty good.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the guy I'm having on tomorrow is the guy that started. You know, he's with Reasons to Believe with Hugh Ross. Yeah,
matter of fact, I saw Hugh Ross debate the one Kent Hovind. It was embarrassing. I felt, and it was like, man.
Yeah, like, Hovind got his ass handed to him.
You saw that debate, right?
Oh, yeah, more than once.
I was like,
I've seen him many times.
It was really like, I mean, there's got to be.
Hovind got to the point where he was just being flippant. He knew he had been lost, and he was just. He just shut down, and you could tell he just knew he had his ass handed to him.
The ad hominems all over the place.
He got very flippant, and I mean, you were never a young Earth creationist, right? I mean, you are an old Earth Christian.
My views are very similar to Hugh Ross.
Okay, that seems to be the consensus nowadays. You know, General Han Solo is a big fan of Hugh Ross. Wayne Fillmore is a big fan of Hugh Ross. However, there is something on reason to believe that even General and Wayne are wanting to bring up tomorrow, because there's something that they just don't agree with, and I don't either. Basically, on their webpage, they get a lot of stuff that I think is right. I mean, I agree with Hugh Ross on his physics a lot. I mean, I think he's spot on. But on their page itself, they actually have this statement. They say that they believe that God has intervened millions of times in special circumstances in order to make the end result what it is, like we have today, right? Dr. Robert Gentry used to call these things singularities, and singularities is a one-time event to a specific thing that God has actually done something in order to alter the course of nature. And they actually posit that there's millions of these things that God has done. And for an organization that's really been prideful of trying to keep within the scientific boundaries and methodological naturalism, and be really, really anti-young Earth creationism for the fact that they don't have correct science. For them to put that on their webpage seems really, really surprising to me, because they're basically saying, you know what, every time we don't know something and we have a God of the gaps, we're just going to assume that God had an intervention at that time.
Well, if you're going to approach it from a theological standpoint, you are going to put God in there somewhere, right? So if it's just straight science, like for instance, if you're just purely naturalist, you'll just say, hey, these things that occur happen by chance, right? And therefore it happened. But the other person is not denying that these things happen. They also agree that these things happen, but instead of attribute it to a natural cause, they're saying God is the cause. So it's like, it really just turns into that kind of thing.
Well, again,
both parties are agreeing with it. It's just, hey, I'm saying,
I can't say God has intervened millions of times. That's a non-explanation for anything. When we don't know something, we want to find the explanation. We don't assume there's been some kind of supernatural causality to it, right?
Well,
at that point,
the issue is that once you invoke God, in all cases, you have basically just taken out the ability to have any sort of scientific discussion. No, that doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it's not scientific.
It turns into a theological discussion.
Well, in the past, God was kind of like the fog of war on World of Warcraft, too. right? Remember the old Warcraft 2 game?
Yeah.
The fog of
Where you
war?
go to see something. Yeah.
That's what God used to be to scientists in the old days, right? Like it was goddity, God. But as we went looking, the fog slowly dissipated and we figured out how, right? And now it's like there's this terrible, I don't know, this almost panic desire to sort of reestablish the fog of war again. I don't really know why.
I think something has happened with the biblical text. When you look at historically how people talk about the Bible, they never used it as a science book. They never used it. When you look at the early church fathers,
it's not that they use it as a science book now. It's that they kind of say, listen, you know, the Bible makes some grand sweeping statements about how the world is supposed to be. And if science ever contradicts them, science is bad right off the bat.
Yeah, that happened, right? But I'm talking about like in its inception, like Christianity or even early Judaism, their concern about the biology or geography of the earth and all those things weren't really that much of a concern. The teachings were more revolved around, you know, actual day-to-day living and stuff like that. But like today, it's like, you know, I'll see Bible verses used to explain science. Like
that's very rare. I'm not sure where that happens.
Yeah, well, you know, they'll say, hey, you know, like I've seen people like Kent Hovind or Ken Ham, like they'll say, well, this verse is actually talking about dark matter, right?
By the way, Steve,
and I'm like, well, how do you get that?
That's called concordance.
I mean, by the way, Steve, were you talking about that kick-ass debate that was held between Hugh Ross and Ken Hovind?
Yeah, when they're all they're sitting down, and they were talking about the Starlight problem.
And then eventually, what happens is that, you know, fucking Hugh Ross is like, well, I have a paper right here, and you know, fucking Ken Hovind pulls a sheaf of fucking note paper and says, "Y'all, I have a bunch of papers right here. See, look, paper."
It was embarrassing.
Well, I mean, I think the fundamental issue is that, and this is not going to make me popular with Christians, but people don't treat the Christian mythos the same way that we treat myths in other societies, right? You know, it's the fact that no one believes in, you know, the Greek gods anymore. Somehow that's mythology, but you know, when you look at the vagaries of Christian theology, you know, people don't apply the same standard, and that's personally how I think about it. And
well, the Greek gods in particular, and many other pantheons of gods, were made to be personal gods. They were made to be people gods as well. I mean, the Greek gods, the Norse pantheon, and two pantheons in particular, were, you know, very human and very flawed gods. And the Christian pantheon was sort of made to be, you know, not flawed ever, because if they were flawed, you could question them and go, well, yeah, you know, Zeus says don't do this, but Zeus is a serial rapist, so, you know, whereas God is perfect, so we must attempt to be as perfect as we can be, even though we'll never be perfect ourselves.
Now, you bring up a good point, Gus, but they compensate for the flaws of God, and there's flaws on the patriarchs. I mean, when you look at the major heroes and patriarchs in the Bible, all of them are heavily flawed men. Like, you know,
well, of course they're men, right? But unlike in Greek mythology, where the gods were flawed. I mean, the gods were jealous, they were petty, they were vain, they were vindictive. You know, I mean, in many ways, I believe the God of the old. See, I believe something that drives Christians nuts, and that's that if there is a God, the Bible is a chronicling of his development as a thinking being. Because in the very beginning, God has a number of very childlike reactions to things. I mean, he gets angry on a gross. He takes tantrums. He goes into enraged fits. You know, if he gets angry, he punishes entire nations. He lays waste to the whole world. And then as time goes on, he starts to mellow out, right? And he starts to realize that you can beat humans into submission all you want to, but you're not going to change their basic nature. So he tries another way, and planes off a shard of himself and makes it as human as he can possibly make it, and then sends it down to Earth and says, okay, the stuff I told you before, it might not have been the best way to go about it, plus you guys managed to fuck it up. Let's try this. Let's try a very simple message. And Jesus' message has only two basic tenets, right? Love your neighbor as yourself, love God above all things, right? That's it. You would have to be fucking deficient between the ears not to get that.
So, okay, that's...
You look at the face that came... Hang on, jeez, you're eager. Oh, he's eager.
My bad. It's like there's a pause, and I think you're done, and then I cut in. My bad.
Yeah, it's called thinking and speaking in paragraphs, man.
Okay.
The faiths that came before Christianity were very legalistic faiths. You couldn't get to know God unless you got to know his great big books and look at the size of them fucking things, anyways, right? Jesus, and I think that's part of the whole. That's part of the whole development of God. God eventually, and then by revelation, God himself has become distant from the earth. God is like, look, you can see, he can sing to himself, look, stepping in and intervening directly, often causes more trouble than it's worth. I've given these people a message. They basically did what I'm pretty sure they were going to do with Jesus, which makes me very sad. I would like to have been pleasantly surprised, but I'm not. See, I believe that while God might have known everything and all possibilities, I think he still held out hope that we would surprise him. Because otherwise, why do it? Why do it? If you know exactly what's going to happen from every step, why do it?
Okay, so this is how I'll respond now. I mean, this might be a case of half full or half empty. Now, I agree. It does seem like it's a progression thing, right? But from how I look at it as a parent-child situation. When I was little, I would get in trouble for not washing my hands before I eat. I would get punished for not brushing my teeth or waking up to go to bed, and my parents would tell me all these things. Certain time I had to go to bed at a certain time and all these things, and I would get whoopings from them, like physically. And then as I grew, I'm older as a human now. My parents, they're not grounding me or whooping me and stuff. But all of these things, washing your hands before you eat, brushing your teeth, going to bed at a certain time, making sure you get your rest, I'm still doing those things. It's just my parents aren't coming in and trying to ground me and punish me anymore, because it's like they've written these things in my heart. And now, I know right from wrong, so I'm not going to do those things. So, I'll take it more as of the Father, that's what he's called, Abba Father, having children and being real strict with them in the beginning. And as they grow, it's like, okay, you're grown now. It's time for you to take responsibility and figure this out on your own. At least that's how I came about with it.
But in that strictness, he's extremely wasteful.
Well, I would say, wasteful. Can I say something?
Yeah. Hang on, 1 sec though. Hang on, because I think this is something that can be developed. He's extremely wasteful. He's clumsy in many ways. God is very clumsy in many ways. I mean, I think it all goes back to the fact that God created us because he was bored. And Christians lose their fucking mind when you say stuff like that. But why else would he make us? Like he didn't need us. This is the guy who makes planets for fun, right? And a planet is a lot more interesting as an ecosystem. Like imagine, I just made a planet, and there's a planet. Look at that, fucking gas giant. You stick your hand in it, it crushes it, fucking diamond, right? And yet he makes us. Why? Because he's bored. He's bored out of his mind.
I mean, if he had a human brain, that might be a reason, but I don't even know if he has a brain or if I don't know what he's doing.
I don't think it's wrong to see the scriptures say that we were made to think his thoughts after him. I think the scriptures does us a disservice. I think we were made to think thoughts that the only difference between our thoughts and his thoughts is that he's able to see the whole universe and we're not. Otherwise, I think our thought patterns are basically identical.
I'll concede that there has to be some kind of connection, commonality, right? I mean, by default, but reasons for why he does things, I mean, I would never know.
Why are we all paying
then?
rap to some other hangout?
Hang on, guys. I have no problem being simulcast. Usually I'm asked to do it, but there is somebody simulcasting my hangout right now. I do got to warn them, this is a monetized video. And I'm just telling them, I don't care if you simulcast my thing. But it's usually respectful to ask permission first before you simulcast.
Why did his name would they simulcast you of all people?
Well, Christopher Hitzlap on his channel, he's got like 56,000 viewers.
Well, yeah,
this guy has 440 subs. So I don't know what he wants to talk to me about. He wants to come in here and he says he doesn't agree with me on something or other, but he's actually simulcasting me on his channel right now with people talking about it. It's called LOL, LOLZ, more, yeah, pretty much. Congasm. I don't know who this person is.
Well, bring him in. Let's kick the fuck out of him and get it done with.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to come in, I just said he has to come in. He has to message me for the link. But we will be happy to have you come in. And talk. I just think that you should probably let somebody know that you're simulcasting them. But it's okay. But
well, he's got all of 8 viewers, so I don't know why he's bothering.
Yeah, you're a ton of static as well. Let me see if we can get him the link to come in here.
Well, I just wanted to say something simple to Alvin, which is that, you talked about how your parents, needed to discipline you in whatever way, but you can't really compare your parents to God, because God has, he's all powerful. If he's all powerful, he can do whatever the fuck he wants, and he could just magically and put that knowledge into humanity, and so they don't need to be conditioned into into some lesson. There's no reason why that needs to be the case.
The only thing, just to add to that.
Can I respond to that?
Well, just 1 sec. Hang on. The only reason that God would possibly want to just let stuff play out is because he's interested in seeing what will happen, which once again adds to the notion of, I think we were created because God's bored.
Yeah, what I would say to that is, I mean, there's a difference between having the ability to do something and doing something out of limitation. So I'm saying this is how he chose to do it. He could have chose not to do it that way. He could have chose not to make us at all. But if I'm looking at, the story, and I agree with Gus, there is a progression. I'll probably disagree as far as who's the person progressing, but based off how I see it, I can compare him to my parents in this context, especially if he's viewed as the father. He's called Abba Father. So Father, I was given a collection of strict laws, punishments and stuff. And, it got me to the point to where now I'm washing my hands before I eat. I brush my teeth before I go to bed. Not necessarily fearing punishment, but it's just within me, I'm doing these things. So,
well, it seems odd then that God would employ punishment when we know from what we know about human psychology, that type of conditioning is actually not the best form of conditioning for behavior. So it is odd that, I don't blame your parents for not being up to date on psychological literature, but it would be odd that, someone who's all knowing wouldn't know the operative way.
It's inefficient. Yeah, but it's inefficient for long-term goals, but for short-term goals.
So what I'm saying is
just fine. The question ultimately, when you begin to use corporal punishment, it's how long can you maintain it, and under what circumstances are you going to use it? And part of the problem is there's a whole bunch of problems that surround corporal punishment, but in a society that's brutal, okay, that's very hands-on, very direct, and often very brutal. Corporal punishment solves a whole lot of equations in a hurry, particularly if you're not really expected to live that long anyways.
Okay, but I think I was just a little bit off my premise. Are you saying that parents are not supposed to punish their children in any way?
Well, they're not supposed to hit them.
They shouldn't hit them.
Well, okay, hit them. That's fine. We're getting into the specificities of the punishment.
But what God did is definitely worse than a
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What
I'm saying is God is doing
I'm just
wholly out of pace with what you should do in order to encourage good behavior. I think it's the point.
No, what I'm saying,
the particulars.
Alvin,
what Gus highlighted is that it's complete nonsense.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this: the premise is, regardless of the degree of punishment, it doesn't matter. As far as degree of punishment, I'm sorry, Steve, you have something to say?
Yeah, just FYI, yeah. By the way, that guy Congasm, that's Adam A4. I just realized that. So, yeah, I mean, I knew he was a troll. I was just trying to determine which troll he was. That's that flat earth.
So hang on. Okay.
So hey, wait one second. I gotta finish this. Sorry. You guys in the live feed, feel free to boot these fucking trolls if they come in. Don't even worry about it. The only reason I was asking you, Arnar, I was obviously having a conversation with him to find out which troll he was.
For a reason, Steve.
What's that?
Give me fucking mods right now, then.
Oh yeah, you have mods. You've always had mods.
Oh fuck yeah. Well, anyway, so apparently these douchebags were just talking about blocking fucking phone numbers and shit, and now they're casting your hangout on their fucking hangout, which is hangoutception, I guess. And so apparently the dude sounds a lot like A4, and I thought I heard you say that he is A4.
He is A4.
I'm gonna have fun with that cocksucker. Yeah. I'll tell you what.
So I mean, it's just a bunch of trolls. They got 12 people watching. They don't have enough to even have an audience. So yeah, I mean, if you guys don't know who Adam is, he's a narcissistic, schizophrenic, just complete nut job. I mean, he's right up there with Lord Stephen Christ and Von Helton. He has nothing to offer anything. He's so butthurt that he thinks he got ejected from a hangout. I didn't eject him. He thinks that he was ejected. No one did. He left on his own accord, and he just can't get over it because whatever. But let him fuck around in his own little hangout. But if you see him come over here, yeah, just go ahead and fucking just take care of him. This is why I don't want to deal with my life. I got people that can actually do this for me.
Can you broadcast Bunny Man?
I can, yes, Bunny Man, of course. But yes, if they want to listen to my broadcast and learn something, by all means.
Yeah, Earth's not flat.
You know what? I'm the biggest idiot on the planet. Tom's fucking in here. I just literally just unbroadcast him, and then when I do, I gave him the link in the freaking outside chat.
I have a question to something you said earlier, Steve. And
yes,
it's
sir.
kind of you were mentioning flat earthers, and I've had many discussions with Arcane Logos, and so have you, Reds. That's why I kind of wanted your input. What's the deal with people that are ex-military and flat earthers simultaneously?
Two things. One, I have no idea what his military record is. I don't trust Arcane as far as I can throw him. I have no idea what it is. I'm not saying he didn't serve, but I think he didn't do a lot of things that he said.
Not ex-Air Force.
Yeah, he says no. I think he said he was an Army sniper. He said he was a paratrooper. He said he was an artillery support.
Now here's the thing. In the flat Earth discussions, we have a buddy of mine by the name of Geistview who actually is ex-military, like just fucking got out of the fucking military, and he asked them very basic military type questions. Apparently, these are basic military type questions, and when he asks these people, they never can get the right fucking answer. Like for example. He was asking some douchebag about this whole sniper thing and how you would take, the rotation of the Earth into effect along with wind and other thing. And he was asking about all the things you would take into effect, and he got pretty much everything wrong. He didn't know where to start. This was on the hangout of mine. And another thing he called out who wasn't in the hangout was Mr. Lion Knife. I'm sorry, Thrive and Survive. And so Mr. Lion Knife, Thrive and Survive, said that he worked as a engineer on a Navy vessel, and he was also a meteorologist. And based on what he saw, the Earth was flat. He didn't do any of that. When people did a little bit more digging, he was no higher up on the military food chain than the guy that scrubs toilets.
He said he was a meteorologist.
Yeah, he said he was a meteorologist, and we basically found out he was full of shit. At best, he was an assistant on a naval vessel.
Yeah, that means that as he was walking to chow, somebody asked him if it was raining out.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I asked is I'm ex-military, and I kind of gave him like a synopsis of some of the stuff that I do, because I work on GPS systems when I was in the military, and I was kind of asking him questions about, like point of fire, and I think one question I asked him was a very basic question that anybody in artillery that spent even a month in the artillery field is what was the 7 fundamentals of call for fire, and one of them is readjustment, and it has to do with readjusting your fire depending on which way you're facing, whether you're facing east or west, and he couldn't answer that.
One of the things,
easy stuff.
By the way, Reds,
what's that?
Okay. No, I watched something on. This is all going to go to Red's favorite subject in the whole world. I was watching a show on Netflix, something about Russian rocket motors back in the space race, and it's very fascinating if you can. I don't know if you get Netflix, but it's the program of one of the things I found interesting was that in the West they were working sort of, okay, we're going to put somebody to the moon. Okay, let's build the Saturn V rocket, and you got this number of engines, and okay, it's nice. Meanwhile, in Russia, it's like, fuck it, 30 rocket engines, each one of them a little bit smaller than the largest of the Saturn V engines, all set up in a fucking radius. Let's just put the fucking apartment block on the moon. How does that sound? All the fucking technology you want.
I do have Netflix, and there is a reason for that. Although you are going to make me, you have a risk of me geeking out right here, so I'm not going to. I'm going to resist that. I'm just going to ask, being that I have Netflix, what is the name of the show that you're referring to?
I wish I could remember.
I know you're talking about two guys. I'm trying to remember myself. 2 questions for you, Ed. I actually recently went to the Glen, the research center in Ohio.
Yeah.
They were presenting pictures that Juno was presenting recently, so be jealous. Very, very beautiful, amazing pictures of Jupiter with the new probe. Pretty awesome.
I always had a sort of a soft spot for the way the Russians did things, right? Like if one rocket was good, 3 was better.
4 was better.
They ran this super workhorse rocket called the fucking Proton for a while, and for a while, because while they were working on the Buran, which was their version of the space shuttle, they sort of looked over and you have space shuttle. It's very cute. We'll take space shuttle, solid booster, tiny boosters.
So when are we going?
On top. Okay, all right. Sorry, it's not like I was fucking talking or anything, Mr. ADD.
Also, who has Alvin, can you mute yourself? Because I think you have some static.
Oh, it's me. Every time I try to fucking charge the headphones while I'm using them, I get a static.
Oh, I see. So that's where static's come from. Anyway, so
I had a nice story, Alvin. You fucking fuck. I had a nice story.
Ann, I wanted to finish this question though, because you were going to ask a question of me. So what was it? So you went to see pictures from Juno. Then what?
I was just going to ask you if you were following that at all, because I know you. I've watched your channel for at least a year and a half, and I was just curious if your opinion on the whole thing.
My opinion on the whole thing is that they shouldn't have put a fucking camera on it, because
a multi-million-dollar camera at that.
Yeah, basically the camera they have on it wasn't even supposed to be there. They were just putting it there because public opinion said, "Hey, we want pretty pictures from Jupiter." Basically, that's sending the wrong message, in my opinion, because we already have pretty pictures of Jupiter.
We do,
and I'm thinking what we need to do is focus on the science. If we spent less time worrying about how pretty something looked and more time, putting shit on just for science sake, we would learn so much more.
I think we should focus on putting a man up near Jupiter so we can get him good and cooked by microwaves.
Isn't the storm on Jupiter, isn't it like ending or whatever, that eye on there?
It's been raging for like 300 years. It's shrinking, but it's not ending anytime soon.
Look deep into it and you'll see all the monoliths.
Oh yeah, by the way, if you look at the Russians, just before they're about to lift off, you'll hear something in the background. I'll give you a hint. Crunch, 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 crunch,
crunch, crunch, crunch, crunch.
Okay, I guess this guy's not Adam. I guess he's not A4. He sounds just like him, but I've been told it's not him.
Well, anyway,
if he wants the link, all you gotta do is message me. I don't know who he is. I don't know what his issue is. I don't know any of the people in his room right now. I have no idea what he's wanting to discuss. My rooms are pretty well open to anybody that has especially if you have a channel, right?
You put the invitation out. Fuck these brain dead chuds. Let's fucking proceed out.
Yeah, I mean, he can come in.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, and somebody asked me, is DD allowed to debate in Steve's Hangout? DD could come in here anytime he wants.
Yeah,
the only person in the clown car policy that is not allowed in here is G-Man.
And that's because of his fucking blowhorn.
Exactly. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I can understand that. Oh, by the way, for those of you wondering, the reason why the Russians used small but many engines is because of a fluid dynamics problem. As the engines got bigger and bigger, it would be kind of like riding a fucking pogo stick to orbit. Like literally, there would be a sudden acceleration, then none, sudden acceleration, then none, sudden acceleration, then none. And so basically it was equivalent to riding a pogo stick to orbit. One of the astronauts actually described it as that, a fucking pogo stick to orbit. So to kind of alleviate that, they have these giant external spheres on the outside of the rocket engine known as pogo suppressors. That's literally what they're fucking called. But another way you get rid of that is you make the engines smaller and just increase the number of them. That's why the Falcon 9 has fucking 9 engines on the first stage. And so the Russians said, you know what, we're not going to use pogo suppressors, we're just going to make the engine small and many. NASA took a different approach and went fucking huge and massive, and there you go. Because I guess there was a dick measuring contest going on at that time.
Didn't those little engines that they had, didn't they have a doohickey at the bottom of the exhaust where they sort of they put the exhaust under a sort of super pressurization, like fuck. You know, I watch these things and I read these things and I remember just enough to get into trouble. You know, just fucking enough to get into trouble.
Man. Well,
yeah, they had a little doohickey where they were almost recycling their own. It was almost like it's not like an afterburner, because with an afterburner you just dump raw fuel into the hot tailpipe and hope it doesn't blow your engine to shit. No, this was they were siphoning out. They were always very very fucking clever with this, siphoning off some of the rocket's own exhausted power, and then putting it under pressure to create even greater power. So I don't exactly know how that works, and I'm not an engineer. But I mean, these are the same people that created the Shkval torpedo. So what are you gonna do, right? Everybody doesn't know what the Shkval torpedo was. They're like, torpedoes just don't go fast enough. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cause propellant gases to bleed off around the case, create a fucking envelope of bubbles around the torpedo, and now the torpedo can act like a rocket underwater. How do you fellas think of that?
Okay, so I gave him the link. He couldn't figure out how to use Google Plus.
Oh,
which is okay. I'm not going to fault him for that. A lot of people have a hard time with Google Plus. It's not really self-explanatory, and it's definitely not intuitive. So, Justin, is this you? Is this you? Gassed? Okay.
God damn. Something was up with this mic, or he was a troll. Either way.
It's amazing what happens when you don't give a man a penis. He gets into all sorts of trouble.
He can come in any.
That's why God gives men penises, so they've got something to play with when they're bored.
Just come in at Congress. I don't know what the issue is. I don't know what the hell he wants to talk about. I didn't know this was that complicated. We're having a hangout like we usually do. We talk about all kinds of things. I don't know who this person is. I'm just weird that somebody's simulcasting my video.
For some fucking reason.
For some reason that a group of people that I've never even heard of before, that are just not even members of the Great Debate community.
Oh yeah. Also, some people suffer from the twin affliction of having no penis and an anus right between their eyes.
Oh,
and these people are to be pitied because life is hard for them.
Also, count the engines, bitch.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna cram the fuck out of these things.
I would go
Just
into
cram
their
them on.
hangout, but then I would have to close mine out, and I can't be in 2 hangouts at once.
The Modstrabator. How much do you want to bet that guy's up to no good?
Who cares? Just prog-guess them. Give people chances.
Okay, so here we go. Okay, here we go. All right.
Is it drunk on the porch?
I've got my phone on.
Who was the person in the chat that was like really disrespecting me and cussing me out? I just really didn't appreciate that. That was the first thing that I wanted to say.
Is that the guy that you thought was A4?
Yeah, he sounds like it, doesn't he?
He does sound like a lot like it.
Okay, so you're not okay. What do you want to be known as? The mod?
The mod.
It's my name. My name's the Monster. It's just my nickname that I go on YouTube.
Okay, the Monster. How do we know you? How do you know us? And what are you referring to?
And Gus, can you mute yourself, please?
Well, I've been following you for a long ass time, and then I found your hangout.
Okay, and what do you disagree with any of the topics we've discussed so far? Do you know who I am? I mean, have you been to my channel? Watched my channel?
Do you know who any of us
How
are?
about this? Tell me what your core beliefs are.
Well, I follow science. I'm a science enthusiast. I'm an agnostic. I'm a methodological naturalist. I'm a.
You believe the universe is logical and rational?
I am an anti-presuppositionalist. So if you want to go down that route, but I don't believe the universe has any cognitive thought processes.
I don't understand how you can think that the world was created without a logical and higher being. Why is
that required to have? First of all, the word creation is you're using
Wait
it
a minute, Steve. Can I say something real quick? Now, keep in mind, before you actually came in here, I was looking into your hangout or whatever, and there was a lot of talk about there being, tell that guy to shut the fuck up, then tell him that there is no God. And I didn't see any objection to that. So I have a very sneaking suspicion that you're trolling.
Hey, I don't approve of the way that person talked. No, I don't approve.
The reason why I'm going to mute you for a sec, Reds. Let's hang on. Let's not jump over him. I want to know exactly before he takes off. You know, what's the beef here? I'm at a loss here, the mod, because
I can't believe that I came into a hangout and then your fellow all these people in here would treat me the way that they did.
Well, first of all, nobody's treated you. You've been here literally less than a minute. Nobody's treated you in any way so far. We're trying to figure out.
I was just trying to be friendly, and I was trying to get into this hangout, and everybody was just yelling at me.
How were they yelling at the live feed?
But they were swearing, using profanity.
Well, we do curse around here. It's kind of a normal thing.
The internet.
Yeah, welcome to the internet. I mean, if you have delicate sense of the mod,
it's just in the way that somebody talked to me in those comments, I felt.
Well, may I suggest that you find a different medium then, if you have that delicate of sensitivities? Because if you get butthurt that quickly, you're not going to be around very long.
I said something, and it just really hurt me the wrong way. And
well,
I don't know.
I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe there's some therapists that can help you through it, but I don't see what the issue is.
Let's go back to the argument he was trying to say.
Hang on, Steve. I'm gonna just make a prediction here, okay?
Okay.
Now we can go ahead and just assume whatever it is we want to assume, but I'm just gonna go ahead and make a prediction. In the other hangout that I was listening to, I heard a lot of talk saying, tell that guy to shut the fuck up because there is no God. I think he didn't actually get the context of what Gus was saying because it was actually him saying that while Gus was talking about God. Gus is just like all of
that you're talking about.
Okay, well, anyway, the way
hangouts and people can come in and say what they want.
Yeah, but the thing is that the way you're being butthurt about it in here and the way you were not butthurt about it in there, I'm just calling troll right now. That's it, guys.
Okay, yeah, I don't see what you're being butthurt about. I mean, my channel is not set up about theology. We do discuss it occasionally. Nobody here advocates. Well, I mean, nobody discusses nobody sits there and advocates atheism or theism. We talk about a lot of philosophical positions. We talk about a lot of arguments. We've talked about a lot of the science. Our topic tonight was having to do with something that's being addressed right now, which is DNA degrading or dissolving in water. Is it one, the other, or both? You want to address that. Also, we're talking about the human chromosome 2 fusion site. which is something that we're having Dr. Rana from Reasons to Believe, which is an old Earth creationist organization, on tomorrow as a special guest. So we talk about a lot of specific stuff. So if you have something that you disagree with, I'm more than happy to listen to your objections. But so far, I haven't heard anything about something about presuppositionalism, that you presuppose that the universe had a cause. And everything kind of has a cause except for certain things that don't. Spontaneous fission, as you may know, doesn't have a cause. Spontaneous nuclear decay doesn't have a cause. So when you use this word cause, that the universe, has a cause, or was created, I guess the word used.
Rationality.
Well, I believe in rationality. I'm a rationalist.
Sign of the creator.
Okay,
but I think rationality and like logicalness came from. That is a sign of a creator.
Logic. Okay, do you know the principles of logic? The 3 principles of logic. The law of identity. There's 3 principles of logic that pretty well hold true in most epistemic frameworks. There's the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, and the law of identity. Now, the law of identity is the most solidified one because the other 2 you can actually get rid of in certain other types of framework. But for the sake of argument, we consider those 3 to be pretty well immutable and infallible. I can accept those without having a deity. I can accept those in my epistemic framework.
How do you explain?
Well, they're not. I'm a foundationalist.
How do you explain what caused?
Nothing caused them. They are properties that are emergent of the actual universe and reality. I assume they exist axiomatically. I assume that the laws of logic hold true because that is my assumption that I build my framework upon. Okay, other people may not. They don't have to be a foundationalist.
You believe that it all just happened in one big bang.
Well, the Big Bang isn't how the universe came to be. The Big Bang is how the universe expanded.
Yeah, Big Bang is basically the after effect. Okay,
yeah, after the universe is here.
I hear this mistake all the time, and when it comes to Big Bang cosmology, people need to understand that the Big Bang is what has happened after that initial spark. After, keyword is after, not before. People talk about Big Bang as if it is talking about the before. It is not talking about that before.
I have a question. Is the Big Bang still the current consensus, or has it changed?
Yes, it's still the current consensus.
It's a Big Bang. I mean, there's different versions. There's different modifications of the Big Bang. The most recent incarnation of cosmology is called the Lambda CDM model. Alvin, have you heard of that?
I've heard of it.
Lambda cold dark matter.
Right, and right now,
I know you've heard of it, Red.
Well, of course I've heard of it because I'm a fucking nerd when it comes to this shit. So when you're talking about Big Bang cosmology, it would be smart, wise, or it would be okay. It would do you well to get into the habit of not referring to Big Bang as the before.
Yeah, I mean, the mod, you got to work on your terms here. I mean, again, the Big Bang was not the origin of the world. That's cosmogony. Cosmogony is the origin of the universe.
Who was the motherfucker who called troll because they were fucking right?
Well, I don't know.
I was the motherfucker that called troll, and good on you for calling me a motherfucker. By the way, that's spot on.
You haven't been to Red's channel either, I guess. Red has a very large channel debunking flat Earth. I debunk young Earth creationists. Young Earth creationists is what I spend most of my time trying to. So
fuck someone's debunking flat Earth. Like,
okay, so you're not a flat earther?
No. Okay. Isn't that common sense? Have you not seen that Red Bull fucking video where the cunt jumps from outer space onto the atmosphere?
Fisheye lens.
You're talking about bum. Yeah.
It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with that.
No, his mic's just shot. But you're talking about Bumgarner's jump, right? It was about
Even
24
Neil
miles.
deGrasse Tyson says that's a fisheye lens.
That's not what he said.
I think that was good enough proof that there's no flat Earth.
Yeah. No, you can see the curve at about 40,000. But I mean, yes, I know what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. I know what he's referring to. You got to remember, the Earth is not a perfectly flat. Not flat. Perfectly smooth.
Careful, Steve. There's going to be.
I'm trying to get my words out right. Perfectly smooth.
There's going to be a fucking strong man based on what you said.
Well, the why is a horizon always level? No, I mean, but anyways, we're not. Yeah, he debunks flat earthers, and I debunk the younger creationists. Like, I mean, are you familiar with Ken Hovind?
No, I don't believe in flat Earth.
No,
I'm
young
telling
Earth.
you.
Well, then you and I are not going to have any problems.
Yeah. But do you believe that the Earth was created 7,000 years ago?
Or 6 or something.
I'm going to go with like 2. I'm going to go billions or millions. I don't fucking know the number, but like something like that. I wouldn't say 7,000. Like it's way too early.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. The Earth is actually about 4.54 billion years old. So that's what we do in here. We kind of do that. Plus we explain to people basic science. We have a lot of people with very advanced educations around here that are very, very intelligent. If we kind of pick something they want to talk about,
and some of them are actual PhDs, like literal PhDs. So
and then some of them,
and then some. Go ahead.
I'm going to vindicate this man as a non-troll, not guilty.
Well, I mean, I always give people the benefit of the doubt, right? I mean, I'm trying to engage people to. I'm
just not forgiving.
You're more pessimist than me. But, but the big thing is, Mod, what have you heard so far from my hangout? Because I don't know if you ever listened to my channel before. What is it that you are taking umbrage about? Not just to your personal character, but what are you saying that you are disagreeing with anything that's been talked about so far? I'm sorry, what? Go ahead.
Amazing Atheist or Brett King by any chance?
Well, Brett King has banned me. We don't get along anymore.
Why did he ban you? Did he not like?
And I blocked Brett King, so fuck him.
Yeah, Brett King, the manatee. He doesn't like the fact that we keep putting.
Am I with these sort of people? Hell yeah! I mean, I can. Yeah, I can.
I don't know the Amazing Atheist. I don't listen to him that much. I do know other people like King Crocoduck has been here many times. Let's see.
You still get along with Jesus Freak?
Jesus Freaks?
Jesus Freak? I think it's Jesus Freak. He's always in Brett King's hangouts.
No, I know Brett King is back. I know he's starting to do hangouts again. I haven't really talked. Like I said, I haven't talked to Brett King in a very long time because he got pissed off on one of his videos where he made some huge mistakes about macroevolution that I corrected upon.
And good on you for not talking to that.
Yeah, so shit. I don't G-Man and any of those guys.
G-Man.
Yeah.
No, don't.
Well, they hate me. Nephilim Free and G-Man have made more videos about me than anybody at this point. I mean, Nephilim Free.
G-Man's also banned because of his fucking blowhorn.
Yeah, that's the reason G-Man is banned from here because of his blowhorn. But I mean, I have many videos on my channel just explaining why G-Man's wrong and why Nephilim Free is an idiot. Yeah, it's not hard to do. I mean, it doesn't take that much talent, I assure you. But
yeah.
So you were like gone on the Drunken Peasants?
No, but I've been on the Wrecking Crew comedy podcast. That was Vito. I've been offered to go on Cyrus Radio XM, and I've been recently offered to be interviewed. Bert Poole wants to do a Welcome to My Bubble with me, but I'm not a big fan. I mean, I watch the Drunken Peasants, but I'm not a huge fan of them because it's just not my type of humor.
Yeah.
Well, you managed to garner 800 subs and have 60 people in your hangout at one time, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got like 1 million subscribers. I'm a low man on the totem pole, but I'm the nexus that everybody in the Great Debate community used to come. I mean, not used to, they still do, but I mean, Nephilim Free used to come here, and G-Man. They eventually got their ass handed to them so many times they stopped coming around because, I mean, Nephilim Free used to leave here just almost sobbing. So they kind of got scared off. Now the topic of the night, the name of the hangout deals with Ronnie, which is also known as True Empiricism, aka Rocket Ronnie, aka Ron the Magic Man,
aka Mr. Fucking Lies a Lot.
Oh, sorry, I meant to say Sirius XM Radio, not Cyrus. Sirius XM Radio. But anyways,
is he a YouTuber?
No, Sirius XM Radio is like the actual radio stuff. We have a friend that comes in here who has a PhD in something, and he actually wanted me to be a guest one time. He's asking a few people to be his guest, but I don't feel qualified enough to be a guest at that level, so I politely have turned him down.
Yay!
Yeah.
Why don't you feel qualified?
What's that?
Why don't you feel qualified enough to be like a guest at his level?
Because I know I'm not. I know my epistemic limits. I mean, I know what I know, and I know what I don't know, and I don't feel confident enough and capable enough to be on that level of yeah, I'm not at that level yet. I mean, I've studied science. I graduated from Naval Nuclear Power School. I graduated from Knowles Atomic Power Laboratories. I was a interim supervisor for 2 types of reactor core systems. But I'm sorry, what?
So you're a layman plus.
Yeah, layman plus. There we go. Yeah, layman
No,
plus.
no,
I have enough
like
credits
that.
for a degree. I have more than enough credits for a degree, but I just didn't finish.
Yo, Steve, after all that study, are you making any money?
I did it one time. I did okay, but then things went south.
One time, or are you just sitting in like these hangouts with 800 subscribers talking to a bunch of random people?
No, I mean, I do this now because of, for many other reasons, but no, I did okay in my past. I'm more focused on other things at the moment, I guess you can say.
So where do you get your income from?
I'm sorry, what?
From? Where do you get your income from?
Right now, it literally is from my videos.
There's no way that you make enough money
Patreon.
off 800 subs.
Patreon.
Patreon.
Oh, it's very, very low, but it's enough to subsist right now until I get some medical things taken care of and some other things taken care of.
These are real personal questions.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I'm not. I mean, I don't care if people ask, but I mean, the reality is, what does it really matter? You know, I've had ups and downs just like anybody else, but you know, if you want to subscribe to my channel, hey, be my guest. I mean, you know.
No, I did subscribe to your channel, and I've been subscribed for a long ass time. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, where do you get your income? Are you just like you've done all the studies, right? Yeah. You've told me about all your studies.
Why was that matter? Why is that relevant?
Subscribers, and you're living off your Patreon and your videos. I think my mother has something to do with
because my father was very sick, and I sold my house in order to help take care of him, and he passed away, and it kind of.
Yeah, Steve.
But I mean, why do I need to justify my particular position? I mean, it is what it is.
Steve,
I'm sorry that my father took ill and passed away.
Hey, Steve.
Is that? I mean, shut up, Alan. I mean, is it okay that my father died and my daughter lived hours and hours away, and I wanted to live next to her? Is that okay that I moved?
I'm sorry, but I didn't
quit my house. I quit my job. And
I'm saying, Steve, you don't have to explain that to you.
So is it okay that I sold my house and I left everything that I ever owned in my entire life in order to take care of my family, in order to be with my daughter and my dad? Was that okay with you? I want to make sure it is, because if it isn't, let me know.
Education's gotten you.
What's that?
Seems to get you nowhere.
I'm sorry, what?
Your education,
Yeah, what about my education?
It's gotten you nowhere.
Yeah, no, my education is one thing that is never going to change, right? My knowledge, even though I might forget things, it's still available to me. So what
words, but you're not making money.
Well, what does money have to do with your education?
Money has to do with everything. That's how you live.
Well, that's a shame that you feel that way. My daughter and my sick father was much more important to me than anything else, and I'm sorry you disagree with that. What's that?
So your father was dead. Now he's
my father was sick, and then he passed away. But he was withering away for almost a year, and he had no one to take him to his medical appointments.
You do realize
he changed his bandages when his legs were weeping with water because he has advanced diabetes. Okay, I've never talked about this stuff that much, and I don't think it's none of your business. But my dad was in very bad shape. Okay, I mean he had chronic pulmonary, COPD and diabetes, and somebody had to actually change the dressing on his legs as water weeped through it. Now I'm sorry that you feel that wasn't important enough, and making money was more important than taking care of your family. But other of us have different priorities, my friend. So it is what it is. Now if you want to go back to the science questions, let's do that.
I can understand. How old are you, like 30 odd?
No, I'm 46.
So what? What? No, hang on, I got a question. What does age and fucking money have to do with the science questions that we know?
You're back on troll. You're back. You went right back to troll, man.
Yeah, now you go back to troll. Cookies. I've never even brought these things up to people I've known for 2 years on this fucking thing.
Yeah, hey Steve, that's what I was saying. You shouldn't have had to answer those.
And didn't I fucking call it?
How do you
did call it.
I did.
You did call it. You did.
No, here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. Money and fucking whether or not life has dealt you a shitty hand has nothing to do with your education. The education is always going to be there. We know what we know, and we don't know what we don't know. And actually, education didn't cost me a damn thing.
Yeah, Red's education is being paid for, and then he has a job offer from NASA lined up.
My education has not cost me jack shit. See, there's some people out there that will have to pay for education, but those are people who are dumb enough to actually go to a for-profit college.
I didn't pay for mine either. The government spent $250,000 on my education, plus another $10,000 for the GI Bill.
I have another check coming in by the end of the week. Now here's the thing though. Regardless what I do after the fact, none of your fucking business. All right. And after my education is done and I go off and do whatever the fuck, I'm gonna know what I know, regardless of what job I get.
Your parents pay for everything, and you're getting money from your parents. Okay, so that's your next check. Yep.
Okay.
You're free to assume that.
Yeah,
but it's okay because I know you're just
irrelevant. What does that have to do with the thing? Do you have anything of a substance you want to bring to us? Because if not, I'm moving on.
I'm just wondering why a bunch of 40-year-old men are still like reaping money off their mothers.
My mother hasn't given me anything, but thank you for. She's not doing very well either.
I have a job and I probably make more than you.
Yeah. But what does it matter? Let's say for the sake of argument, yes, my mother gives me billions of dollars a year. Okay. I live in my mother's basement. Let's put it that. Let's say that. Okay. What does it matter if I did?
Mods, please. Just
sucking off the government. You're sucking off taxes that they pay.
Well, I'm sorry, Mod. I don't think you have anything else to. No, hang on, Reds. I don't think you have anything else to contribute. So, I mean, if you want to bid us adieu, I thought you would want to talk about some topics, but clearly you don't. So.
Did I just call it?
All right. Well, it's been nice talking to you. So.
Did I not call it?
Yeah, you called it.
You did call it, Red. I got it to you.
Yeah.
Why are you entertaining this Kiwi?
That exactly my fucking question.
All right. So, anyways, I'm gonna bid you adieu, Monster, because like I said, I don't think you have anything to add to the conversation. You don't seem very intelligent. You don't seem very articulate. You actually seem very uneducated. I'm sorry you get a possible education. We at least did. Whether you're utilizing it to your potential or to our potential or what you think it might be is irrelevant. Most of us have a very good education. We have people that have PhDs, for Pete's sake. I've had 5 of them at a time in my hangouts. I don't think any of them at this point would think that you are very well spoken.
Can we go ahead and just boot this fucker?
Yeah.
And they're all hanging
Thank you. Because after all, he's not here to actually contribute to the conversation.
Correct.
And also, I'm just going to brag one more time. Who fucking called it?
You did call it. You know what? You called it, and at first I thought, well, maybe he's not. And I got to give you credit. You called it before he even said anything. So
there we go.
Credit where credit is due.
All right, moving on.
Looks like I'm missing something interesting.
Oh, you missed the clusterfuck, which is usually safe for my
that was
hangouts.
interesting, Simon?
That could have been better, though.
What did I miss?
Well, hang on. Let's see what they're saying about us.
I don't know anything that's worth a recap, Simon.
It's nothing that's worth a recap, trust me.
Okay. Sorry, I fucking I passed out during that last hangout in Hannah's.
Honestly, you passed out at the perfect time.
Yeah, I don't know if I...
So hang on, shut up, guys. So the country's going... Hang on. So these guys are saying that the country's going to shit because of people like us.
All right. I think that we'll keep launching rockets into orbit.
See you damn people fucking up our country by improving our medication and healthcare and
the country's going to shit because banks run the country.
People are living longer than ever. People are having a better quality of life in most areas. I don't think people realize how shit the country used to be. Look back at fucking 1920s and things like that when you had like local lynchings and stuff.
There was.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. When they make an assertion like that, and you ask them to back it up, they're going to actively ignore it, which is why I call it troll, because they actually did that twice, when they were in the hangout.
Personal attacks once you start getting personal, it's just no relevance to the topic at hand. You're just, you're not trying to have a discussion, trying to download something.
Notice what he said. It's like, hey, listen, I'm not actually paying for my school, and they're saying, well, how much are you getting? My reply: none of your fucking business.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I'm getting enough to pay for the education, and that's all that matters. And when I graduate, I will have a debt cost of 0, and I will be putting that education to good use. Now, that dumbass is like, well, you guys are sitting here in hangouts doing nothing with your life. Pot me kettle.
Intelligent countries realize that education is the key to the country's wealth. That's why if you look at most successful rich countries in Sweden, and the UK is doing pretty well, they give out free education because they know the majority of the people that come from the UK and study in the UK are going to also get good jobs and education in the UK, and which brings in more tax revenue. They pay it back even though they think it's free, you know. Yeah, sorry, Al.
It actually works out better that way to finance education that way.
Hey,
Yeah, it does. Look at
Simon, hang on, Simon. You know what? I just trolled them because in order to give them the link, I asked them for the spanner mod in their live feed so I can post the link. He didn't take it away, so everybody's giving me shit in their live feed. I just banned them from the live feed.
That right there is fucking awesome. Gold. That was gold.
I'm just going through and blocking everybody with Chris.
You're such a jerk, Steve.
Steve.
Message deleted.
That was fucking awesome.
Fuck you, Steve McRae.
I'm not. Oh, he did just finally ban me.
Stuck a dick.
I'm just There's a video. I swear to God.
Oh, that is fucking gold, man. It's fucking banned everybody.
Now he unbanned me. Wait, why did he unban me?
Oh man, that's great.
So, hey Simon, I was the education thing. I looked in Norway. They only make their children go to school for like 4 hours a day, and they don't give them like a shit ton of homework. But yet they score the highest like on all these tests and stuff.
That's because they still put a huge emphasis on education. They do a lot of homeschooling in Norway.
It's the blonde hair.
It's the same way in South Korea. South Korea's got a fucking average IQ of like 105 or something stupid like that. You speak to any South Korean dads, you know, they'll kick your ass.
But I'm looking at their teaching methods, though. It's like their teaching methods are very lax. It's like I think you go to school like 4 days a week. Yep. You're there for like maybe 4 hours, and
that's what I mean, Alvin. There's a lot of homeschooling in Norway. I've got some friends in
there's a few things that they do that's a lot better. Now, one of the things that I would do in this country to improve education is I would make it fucking illegal to have a for-profit college. So fucking ITT, University of Phoenix, DeVry University, Kaiser University, all of those would be out the door because those are for-profit. They're not for students.
I agree.
And ITT's already done anyway.
Yep, ITT's already done, and they were one of the biggest they were one of the biggest. They got the most money from GI Bills and such like that. In fact, one story that I heard from last week tonight said that a recruiter from one of these colleges, these for-profit colleges, was actually going to the barracks where she was signing up brain-injured Marines for classes, and they had trouble even remembering what classes they were even taking.
Ridiculous.
And you got to think to yourself, just how fucking low do people need to go for these colleges, and again, to meet the bottom line, to meet their dollar, to meet their quota. In fact, one of the methods that they were using was a method called pain points. That's when they say, you know, you realize that the student or the student works at McDonald's, they don't want to be like their parents. So you say shit like, I thought you wanted to do something with your life. Do you want to work at McDonald's for the rest of your life, or do you want to actually do something with your life? Well, then sign up. Let's go ahead and get this shit done. And that's how they got their money.
That sounds like Everest. There's an ad here in Chicago where it's like, get off your lazy. You can start making $50,000 a year.
Exactly. Everest University is a for-profit college, and you see those commercials on the same shit that they play fucking Steve Wilkos or fucking Jerry Springer, because the people who I say at the fucking fashion people who watch those kinds of shows, and that's where they'll go ahead and post and say, hey, y'all motherfuckers sitting in that trailer, living in your mother's basement, you want to make fucking 100 G's? Then come to Everest University.
Now, granted, I can actually speak from personal experience. I actually went to ITT, right? And through the grace of God, I was able to get a job because I went for something like practical, like web design. It's like, you know, that's like, it's kind of something that's not really dependent on a degree or whatever. But I went there, yo, and basically it worked like this. The teachers wouldn't really teach you. They would just basically give you like basic stuff. I just went out of my way to learn the stuff on my own, right? Mm-hmm. Beyond what they gave in the curriculum. Because it was like, it was so easy there. I think I graduated with like a 4.0 because the work that they were giving, I was like, something ain't right here. And, you know, but luckily I don't owe them any more money after that thing that happened. You know, I was like jumping up and down doing jumping jacks when they closed down. Yeah. So they actually, I'm debt free now. I don't owe them any money right now. And I was able to get a career out of it. Now I'm actually doing commercials and stuff now. But a lot of other people, the story ain't work out as good for them as for me. Like I got lucky, but there's people that spent a whole bunch of money on that school, and then when they try to get a job, those jobs don't even respect that ITT degree.
Yeah,
they don't respect it. And
I went ahead and looked at a few things that these for-profit colleges have been doing, and they have been lobbying hard to like not be totally shut down, which they all fucking should be, by the way. And one of the things that they were doing was they were having students sign a fucking petition that said, "I am name here, taking classes at college, studying course for a career," and many students that sent it in didn't even fill in the blanks. So what John Oliver did was said, okay, you guys go ahead and send it to AppSkew, which is the lobbying company, and said, and here we have a already pre-typed message. I am, name here, a human being with describe at least some level of sense, who is sick of your synonym for bullshit. Whatever the benefits for for-profit schools, your trade group is protecting the worst actors and additional insults and ideas for placing this letter once rolled up. Proposal for human waste product to be eaten. Thank you for your time. Name here again.
Wow. Yeah, they really, it's really messed up what they did, you know, for a lot of people.
These guys can't figure out how to unblock everybody I blocked. They don't know where to go.
There you go. There you go. Read that.
Like, was a dick. Was that a dick move? It was a dick move, but it was funny.
Total dick move.
I think you're allowed
so mean, Steve.
You do unto others as they have done unto you, Steve. Actually, that's not how it goes.
Is that how that goes?
I'll give the guy props.
The Church of Alvinism has spoken.
Hey, I give you guys props. I give him props. He appreciated the troll. He said, yes, Steve, we appreciate that troll. See you soon. He's like, well, I'm like, well played. He's like, yes.
Well played.
He says, join. I'll join him in a few.
You know, I really think above the education problem in America with these private schools, not private schools, but schools for profit, is the prison system. These fucking prisons for money.
Yes.
50, like these prisons getting $50,000 per inmate. It's encouraging police to lock up people that are getting done for small amounts of pot and shit.
You know what?
And look, it's just prison for profit, and then it moves over to slave labor within prison. How the fuck is that legal?
And this is exactly why they're making it still a crime to have something as simple as fucking weed, which, by the way, is legal in some states. So they'll literally send someone into these for-profit prisons, which are also lobbying to still make these fucking what should be legal acts illegal, and they're making money off of it. The reason why they want to keep people down this way is because they're making a shitload of money for it. And if we didn't have that fucking problem, then guess what? We wouldn't have people going to prison for fucking weed.
And Red, let me tell you, you really opened up a real huge can of worms with this private college thing, because this is where people get their criminal justice degrees and stuff.
Yep.
And they become cops off these makeshift colleges. So now you have these guys who are not qualified to be cops. See, like all this stuff that's happening, a lot of people try to make it like a racism thing. Yeah, that might be a component in it. But the real thing is these cops don't know how to be cops.
Yes.
It's
Agreed.
like they don't have correct procedure. Like this shooting that just happened like a couple of hours ago, they didn't know what to do with somebody who was mentally challenged. It's like, okay, they didn't have no training, so it's not like they wanted to kill him, but it's like, oh, I'm afraid, I don't know what to do. Boom, let me kill him. It's like
there was a guy in Florida that was actually laying on his back with his hands in the air, and he still got shot. And you have to ask yourself, what the actual fuck?
I think these people do not have proper training. They're afraid.
100% agree.
Right, they're not mentally prepared to be a cop.
Yeah,
correct.
It's ridiculous. Like, I used to work in the public sector. I used to work with a lot of cops, and they're really well-trained guys. You know, they're not trigger happy. You can watch documentaries. We've got the same sort of cops bullshit TV shows that America does, but the level of policing is completely different. You know, you're not out to shoot someone in the face. You're doing things very strategically. If anything, if the last action and response is you shoot them in the leg, and I understand that in America there's a lot more guns and ease of access to guns and things like that, and the training system is...
What we should do, honestly, is because I understand that over there in Europe it's a lot fucking better. And I'm gonna actually make an assertion that the cops are a little bit better trained. So what I would
go through nearly 2 years. So
what I'm suggesting that we do is that we be the fucking pigs that we are, and we go over there and we steal their fucking method for training cops.
They already did. The thing is, that's what I was trying to say though. There's methods in Europe that won't work in the EU. Nope. Sorry, in the US, because of the guns and things like that are available. Don't get me wrong. Look at Paris and Poland and shit. They've got fucking submachine guns. You know, you don't fuck with the police over there. But sorry, Al.
No, they actually hired a guy from England to come over here to train some cops. I forgot what city it was, but their police chief did hire somebody from England to come over here and like give them some tips or whatever. But it's these people, like when that lady, the Tulsa shooting, right? When I heard her voice, it didn't sound like she was angry or even happy about killing that person. She sounded genuinely afraid. She was like, shots fired. Like she was frightened that this guy might end up, and then she acted off the emotions. Like she was not qualified. She didn't have the mental capability to be a police officer. And I think a lot of them have this.
Many years before you develop this level of intelligence and how to deal with these situations in a rational way without panicking. And you can't blame like a young trainee cop for acting irrationally sometimes. You know, this guy's got a fucking gun, maybe. Right. You know, then you're always thinking the worst if you're in this line of, and a lot of these people are here because happenstance.
Well, keep in mind, Simon. Keep in mind that the situations that we're talking about are the situations where it's just so damn obvious. I mean, a guy with his hands up, laying on his back, and okay. In all fairness, this was in Florida. And Florida is the shittiest place in all of fucking forever.
You just said it was a mentally challenged guy, and that's a toy in his hand.
Exactly, and the thing was that the guy who was laying on his back with his hands in the air actually had enough strength to ask the guy who shot him, "Why the fuck did you shoot me?" And you want to know what the officer said? I don't know.
Like that's so crazy, man. Listen.
I'll see if I can find this video, but there was you might have seen it. There's a guy that escaped from a mental institution, mentally ill. You know, he's got child mind. It's probably not. He's walking through the street with a big machete, like 2-foot machete. It's absolutely huge. The police approach realize the guy's got a machete. Do you know what they don't do? They don't fucking shoot him in the face.
He would have been dead in America within 5 minutes. That machete, he would have been dead, and the cops wouldn't even get an indictment if that happened in America.
They don't pull their guns out. They don't shoot them. You know, they don't pepper spray them. They don't tase them to death. What they do is they strategically handle it appropriately, move around them and circle them, and then they find a way to be able to tackle them from the back while someone's distracting them from the front and making sure there's no way that the weapon can be used. It's done very professionally. I'll try and find the video.
I know what you're talking about, Simon. I saw that video, and let me tell you the difference between those cops and these cops. They're not afraid to potentially put their life in danger. You go tackle a guy with a machete, you're putting your life in danger. And that's a chance they're willing to take in order to de-escalate the problem. Cops over here are not willing to risk their life at any capacity, none soever. A machete, a knife, something that looks like a gun, I'm not taking any chances at all. It's shots fired. Boom. I think that's the difference.
What we need is a training program that's a lot longer than 6 months, first of all.
Yes.
Another thing that we need is we need to increase the stress level of that training. That way they can learn to work under that stress. That way we have someone that can respond correctly under a stressful situation instead of end up, shooting a guy with his hands up laying on his back in fucking Florida. And on top of that, I don't want to hear this bullshit that, oh, we can't afford it. I should say every police officer should wear a camera that isn't filmed in 144p. I mean, we have fucking Mobius action cameras that shoot in 1080p that cost $60 off of Amazon. Don't give me the shit that you can't afford that, okay? Put cameras on police officers that are in good quality. That way we can see what the hell is actually going on. And also make it known to every officer that footage is public record and to keep that in their mind before they act.
And check it out. That shooting that just happened a couple of hours ago, magically none of the cameras were working on the cops.
And that is the bullshit I'm talking about. That is the bullshit I'm talking about. Oh, none of them work. None of them work. I call horse shit.
Man, it's like, come on.
Work.
Not one of them. It's like 6 cops, and just all of their cameras on their outfits just didn't work.
Oh, this lie will be convincing. Yeah, no, it won't. No, it won't. I mean, I can literally go. So here's the thing. There's another law out there that is, again, total bullshit, but they could be using the profit for that other law. It's called civil forfeitures. And essentially, you don't even need to be convicted of a crime for people to pull you over and take your fucking money. And they literally, the quote that a police chief used is, "These are pennies from heaven." Well, then use some of those pennies from heavens that you stole from people, by the way, to buy yourself some proper fucking cameras.
Man, it's so frustrating. It's the training with the culture. Did you see the one cop that got fired for not shooting someone?
Yeah,
the cop came in there, de-escalated the problem. Everybody's calm. The dude's handing over a gun, de-escalated. Then the suburban commandos come in, boom, 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 boom. He was like, what? And then gets fired for putting his comrades in danger, something like that. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
And that's the kind of shit that we're dealing with. So the first thing is, if in a perfect world where I'm in charge and the boss of everything, I would go to the higher ups that actually fired that guy. I would fire them, and while with a few additional insults, a little bit more verbal. This wouldn't be a normal firing. This would be kind of like the Vince McMahon WWE. You're fired.
So
while broadcasting on TV, and what I would do is that I would not only invite that officer back and have his job at a substantial pay raise, but I would also have him tell other officers about the situation so they can learn from that example.
Yes. So another issue or another thing that's proposed, because of it's certainly a problem that training is poor, right?
Yeah.
So another thing that's proposed is to require law enforcement to carry their own liability insurance, because so many times, I mean, when law enforcement fucks up, they are often not fired or not barred from continuing in law enforcement to fuck up again. And if a settlement is reached for somebody in some kind of wrongful action by law enforcement, it's the taxpayers, it's the city, the government in charge that makes the payout, which is funded by the taxpayers. So
which is bullshit.
There's no incentive for them to be more careful, right? To feel responsible for their actions.
Hold their fucking feet to the fire.
So there's this movement to have police carry liability insurance, which I think is a great idea.
Another thing that I've heard as an objection to all the things that we're proposing is that it would place too much of a burden for police officers. And to that I say the simple following. When you signed up to be a fucking police officer, you should have known that this wasn't going to be an easy job. You're signing up for a life of fucking chasing bad guys, possibly getting shot, and dealing with a lot of bullshit on top of that as well.
What's
You're
a burden?
a police officer.
The insurance thing is a burden?
No. All the other everything that we're talking about as a cumulative thing. You know, everything all together. All the stuff that should be the case, and yet they're saying that it's just too much to do. It's too much to do.
And look at the narrative. The narrative is now, my job is to get home safe.
Yeah.
That's not your job. That is not your job. Your job is to lay your life on the line for the community, serve and protect.
Yeah, exactly. But they're not serving and protecting. Instead, they're protecting some of the worst actors out there. And my opinion of the whole situation is very, very simple. It's bullshit. Fix it. Otherwise, you're actively fucking it up.
And the media, let me tell you my problems with the media.
No, don't get
It's like two extremes. You either have the media saying it's completely because of racism, and that's the only reason why these cops are killing black people, because they're racist, or you have there's absolutely no racism at all. The black people are killing each other anyway, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you that the reason is what we're talking about. Yes. You have these cops who are afraid, not necessarily waking up thinking that they're going to kill black people or anybody else, but they're in these situations that they have not been properly trained to handle, and they react.
Would it be possible to put this video
obviously get a mixture of racism, right? It's certainly not just racism. It's more to do with training, I would say. But
it's training, I'll say it's 80% training.
Well, whatever percent it is.
Maybe 10 to 5%, and then you actually have people who actually deserve to be killed. Like, some of these people do deserve to be in certain situations.
If you're saying some of these deaths are justified and unavoidable, sure.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
that happens. There's usually not a lot of outrage with those.
On top of this, guys, I would say this much about the media. The media has had a very bad history of just sucking, and when I say they suck, I mean they absolutely suck, and they just don't get their facts right. One person I'm going to let you know. CNN posted a news story on their channel. ISIS was marching with the gay people after they won this huge fucking thing in Scotland, I think it was, and they were wondering, why is ISIS, going with these people and they're marching with them? I mean, there's a fucking ISIS flag right there, for fuck's sake. So they brought in their expert in the field about terrorism, and they were wondering, why would ISIS march with these people? That was not an ISIS flag. That was an ISIS flag that replaced the letters with dildos.
Wow.
But it was literally an ISIS dildo flag.
Wow.
And it was freaking obvious
that it was a parody. It was a parody.
It was a parody flag, and okay, I'll go ahead and actually show you the fucking.
And the super geniuses at CNN.
I think the greatest thing ever in regards to that was when they said Barack Obama gave Michelle a terrorist fist jab. Like when they won, like they bumped fists, and on Fox they said, "Was that a terrorist fist jab?"
The terrorist fist bump.
This was the actual flag. This was the actual flag that CNN was reporting on. Let me show you this.
Oh.
That was the flag.
That's really funny, actually. There's some. There's a string of beads going on there.
JJ, I promise.
See what I mean?
Listen, Reds. This is like the first time I met you, I think. But whenever me and JJ is on a hangout, a dick has to be a part of the situation somewhere.
Well, since you broke.
Or another.
Since you broke the seal, Alvin, let's get right into it.
It's like no matter what it is, no matter what hangout I'm in, no matter what the subject matter is, if it's JJ in the room, or
now you're just going to attribute it to me.
It's going to come up.
I'm telling you right now. If you're talking about the media, and they claim that this is going on, that's going on. For example, the report about ISIS marching with, the gay pride parade, waving a fucking ISIS flag, not realizing that that's not an ISIS flag, that is a flag of dildos, then yeah, I question their credibility. Just say it.
Yeah. Reds, would it be possible to put this quick video on? It was a video of a guy in the UK approaching two police officers with a knife.
Mm-hmm. And then they shoot him?
Yeah, we'll take a look.
I don't want to see it, but go ahead.
You see it?
I won't look.
Let's go ahead and take a look.
Yeah. Warning graphic. I don't want to see that.
They just use pepper spray and batons.
Oh, well, that's not that bad. Did they shoot him?
Nope.
Right. You see, he was approaching quite fast with a big, huge kitchen knife. Right. Here's an example of a similar thing happening in the US.
Yeah, that I don't want to see.
And bang, 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 and again.
And again?
Yep.
Or a different place?
None of the police officers decide to use their taser. Exactly. Isn't that what the taser was fucking for? Jesus.
Well, yeah, and then they use, sometimes they'll use non-lethal pepper spray or a taser when it's absolutely not necessary. Just for absolutely no reason.
They're reading his rights while they've been arrested. When they've arrested him, do you know what they've not done? They've not handcuffed him and kicked the shit out of him when he's on the floor.
Like I said, we need to increase our training and shit like that. But anyway, it is late at night. It's currently past 3 o'clock in the morning, so I'm going to head out. And I wish you all the best.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Does someone get mods? I think I might have mods. Yeah, I've got mods. Good okay. Yeah. Oh, it's fucking cold today. It's weird. The sun is out, but it's freezing. Maybe it's just me.
It's cold here today, too. It's that time.
Yeah.
Almost August.
I'm moving out of Glasgow, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I've been offered a job in a blood transfusion lab.
Where?
It is, it's near Edinburgh. I don't want to say the exact city because it's a small little town. But
Right over to Edinburgh.
Near Edinburgh. I thought it was in Edinburgh at first, but no, it's just near Edinburgh. I may get a flat in Edinburgh and just commute to the place. Edinburgh is a beautiful town.
Oh yeah, it's not very far.
Yeah.
Why not?
You should. Cause I know you're into your history and things like that. You should really get a cheap plane ticket to Edinburgh sometime because you can get really cheap.
I'd love to
and stuff like that because of it's like a really medieval town. The majority of the foundation has just consisted of what it used to be. So it's not like these cluster block type architecture that we see in places like New York and Glasgow to an extent, where it's like all blocks and squares.
Wait, you still have Edinburgh Castle there?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
That's beautiful.
And then we can go find Matt and make him get drunk. And get him drunk.
We can go find Matt, we can go find Peter, and we can
Peter.
go find oh god, I forgot her name.
No, Amy.
Fiona. No, Amy. What about Fiona?
Oh, sure, Fiona.
Yeah.
If we can drag her out. That'd be fun. I was glad Peter finally unblocked me.
Oh, did Peter block you?
He had me blocked for weeks.
Why?
No good reason.
Oh, you seem to draw a lot of enemies, JJ.
He was upset with me about something.
Maybe someone convinced him you're a troll.
I convinced him. Oh, otherwise, apparently.
Oh, that's good.
He changed his mind.
So the first time I met Peter was one of my first hangouts ever. I joined and Peter was in the room and so was Matt Bell. I think this might have been Peter first time meeting Matt Bell, but it got pretty interesting. They were going to Peter was wanting Matt Bell to meet him outside of a pub in Glasgow so they can kick the shit.
I was in fact there in that hangout.
That was fun.
It was funny.
Yeah.
It got a little ruckus. That was I think it was off-air hangout, wasn't it?
Yeah,
was it one of MK's off-air hangouts? And you would come over from Nadia's?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. I was enjoying MK's off-air hangouts at that point.
Yeah, me too. I just stopped going to Nadia's for a long time and was just in MK's after that. It was just so much better of an atmosphere.
I thought the same, honestly.
It was much like it was for those few weeks there where debate Colosseum's kind of sunk to the ground. Rightfully so.
Well, sadly. I don't think it has to, but...
I don't know about sadly.
Well, I don't know. It's nice to have options, and I like the idea of such an open atmosphere. Not that the others don't have the same thing, but I mean, when the debate Coliseum was started as something that wasn't Nadia's channel, right?
Yeah.
I like the whole concept of it. I remember when that was being talked about. I'm sure Tom fucked it up, though.
Yeah, it was all Tom's fault. Didn't give her enough money, Tom.
I accept responsibility.
You know, rabbits eat their own shit.
It's mostly veg. That's only if they're like really hungry.
No, they have to. I think they have 2 anuses. In fact, something to that effect.
3.
I'm sure Tom can tell us.
Rabbits have 3 assholes? I didn't realize that. I used to own a couple of rabbits.
I thought it was only 2.
used to own 2 rabbits, and they were either stolen or they got eaten by a couple of foxes.
Probably your neighbor.
Or my neighbor.
Yeah, if you're a rabbit and you only have 2 assholes, then you're in some serious fucking trouble.
Not serious shit, but serious
They're
trouble.
lined up on the...
One's for business, one's for pleasure.
It looks like fucking the constellation of Orion on an ass. A
rabbit. You're making that shit up now.
Looks like the fucking exhaust on a fucking space shuttle.
Rabbits don't eat their own shit.
Pointing out different directions.
They're the awesome Avengers educating.
Look, Simon, man, dude, what part of 3 assholes do you not fucking understand?
Awesome Avengers educating us here. Apparently, it's not shit. It's vitamins and stuff.
Oh, Awesome Avenger, I like him.
So they eat stuff.
They do.
It goes through them once, and then they have to eat it again to get the nutrients, is what I understand. But what do I know?
Well, I know most. Cause
I only read the headlines.
Vegetation like straw and things like that is hard to digest, so that would make sense. But I know there's a lot of animals that have got overly large pancreases and things like that, like a lot of cows and stuff, so that they can eat grass and digest it and get the nutrients out of it first time. But that would kind of make sense.
Well, cows have an elaborate digestive system.
Yeah. Do you know
how many assholes do they have?
Do you know, I seen one of the most disgusting things from a cow or a load of cows in my life before. My uncle's got a farm in Ireland, and I went over there. The first time I went over there I must have been about 9 or 10, and I see all these. I was looking after the cows, bringing them buckets of milk and grain and shit, all the rest of that stuff. But I went into the field one day and seen them all eating this red thing on the ground, and it looked like a big blood puddle or something. It was fucking disgusting. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And I'm like freaking out, It turns out it was the placenta.
That's what I figured. Yeah.
It was the placenta of a pregnant cow that just had a baby, and they're eating it and like.
Yeah, it's like the 5-second rule.
Yeah.
It's still good.
Yeah, that was something that really freaked me out.
Yeah.
Does anyone in the live chat want a join link? I know Joe's here.
Joe Sunseed?
Joe Sunseed, the man himself.
Come on, Joe. We can have some thought experiments.
My first dog used to roll in cat shit for some reason. Every time I found like cat shit, it would like roll in it. And it was a Lhasa, so it had really long hair and white long hair. I'm from Glasgow, drummer. I can't post the link, but I'll send you it, John.
Just add him to the hangout.
Oh, yeah, sure. Actually, I've not got the power to do that.
Well, give me... You don't?
I don't. I've got mods, but I've not got the little plus button on the top of the bar. What if I give you mods?
Give me mods once.
Control room. Oh, almost ejected you by accident.
Don't do that.
Why is it not letting me give you mods? Access to the control room. It's for some reason it's not letting me give you mods.
Weird.
Am I doing this right? You go to the control room and you should be able to add it.
You can't. You can't. He's already modded. You can't give him mods if he has mods.
All right.
Am I modded? Because I can't. I can't eject anybody.
Well,
and I can't add somebody. Can you add somebody?
I can maybe
just.
You know what's weird? I noticed when I look at the control room. Do you guys see this as well? When you look in the control room, you're indented. Like your little control panel is actually shifted to the right a little bit. It's a Google bug.
I can't see that, but I'm on mobile, so I actually discourage people from giving me any mods.
Yeah,
but
well, no,
somebody did, and it turned out then I got. Turned out I could add somebody or I could eject somebody, but it doesn't say that I am modded at the moment.
Pardon me, I couldn't find my mute button.
I'll
Who
just
are
send
you
them
looking for? Joe? Joe Sunseed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you going to send him a message or?
Yeah.
Should I?
Boom, done.
Awesome. The PhD in nut busting himself.
I'm just reading the outside chat here, the live chat.
Me too. I don't usually read the live chat.
I like to check it occasionally.
This one's actually quite interesting. I've really fucked up my tailbone. I can barely like stand up straight. I don't know what's up. Ouch.
Awesome Avenger is correcting me on rabbit shit. I don't know how to take that.
You've lived a lie your whole life, JJ.
No, he confirmed what I said.
Oh, did
he? I think he, or she, objected to my use of the word shit.
And I very much object to your asshole account. Utterly implausible. They do eat their own discharge, but there's no
excrement.
Excrement. Excretia. But there's no way they have any more than the conventional number of ports.
Are you sure? I mean,
common ancestry would have some splaining to do if that were the case.
Well, some mammals have multiple stomachs, right?
Right, but as do all of the others within their. Oh, I see what you're saying. If all lapine.
Fine, it's not shit.
Let's look it up.
Yeah, cows have multiple stomachs.
Oh,
I'm sure.
So do all the ovine. All the ovine animals do.
Oh. Okay.
All the what? Bovine?
Ovine. It sounds like bovine, but there's no B.
Well, cows are bovines.
Oh, sorry, I'm ovids. I was thinking of the freaking sheep.
Right. I wondered if I don't know if sheep have multiple stomachs though, or so I wondered if maybe you were lumping them together.
I got ovine and bovine mixed up.
Sure.
So sheep are the ovids and the
right.
Cattle are bovids. And you keep saying cows, you mean cattle, but
right.
God, that's really funny. It's so often these hangouts when they start talking about evolution and they keep saying, like even Dr. Kent Hovind will say, I've never seen a dog give birth to anything but a dog. Have you ever seen a cow give birth to anything other than a cow? My answer is all the time. Half the time, at least, I should say. Not all the time. Half the time a cow will give birth to a bull. This is stupid.
Well, that was interesting. So that group that I was over, the guy that came in here, they are a troll group. They go around from hangout to hangout, just trolling. They like.
I've seen that guy before.
Yeah, they are professional trolls. I guess that's how they do. But they like the fact that actually I struck back and I deleted. I started banning people in their live feed. That was kind of.
What feed is that?
I I can put it in the chat for you here.
What was the channel?
I'll put it in the internal right there.
Well, I can't see that, but
what do you want?
That doesn't matter. I just wondered what the name was.
I'll put it in the external for you, JJ.
Yeah, I'll put it in the external for him. But it was funny. The guy, like I said, the guy gave me Spanner in order to get the link, so I could post a link in the live feed. And I still had the Spanner, so I was just like ban this person, ban this person, ban this person. They're like, that's a pretty good troll. But I gave him Fiction Fighter's information, so Fiction Fighter, I sent him your way. Does anybody else want in? I don't even know what the hell is going on. I've been ignoring my channel. So Hunter, did you want in? Joe, did you want in?
Joe's been added.
Here. Who else we got? I think that's about it. I think it's. I don't know. I think it's about time I probably call it. Unless somebody wants to come in. I kind of vented all I need to do. Ronnie's all butthurt, and it's like, I don't want anybody to use Steve's name in my Hangouts ever again. And Steve's the biggest liar in the universe, and even his own mom hates his guts. And it's just like,
it's a bit harsh.
He's weird because he keeps on saying that. He keeps on saying that he's done with all this drama, and then he won't shut up about me, which is great. I don't mind, but at least get your facts right. And then he's like, "Well, Steve's been banned from my Hangouts. He can't come into my Hangouts." I'm like, "Yeah, and your point?" I'm like, "I don't want to go into your Hangouts." I'm like, seriously. He really doesn't seem to grasp reality very well. I mean, here's the situation. He's over there in like an echo chambers talking all kinds of bullshit. He has like 4 people that agree with him, and the rest of the universe is basically full of shit according to him, and that's fine because the rest of the universe is going to move along just fine, and he's just going to be left by the wayside. I'm not losing any views over it. I'm certainly not losing any subscribers over it. I mean, shit. I gained 4 today. I'm at 829 now, so I mean, I gain like 4 or 5 subscribers a day. Ooh. Yeah, that guy's impressed. The guy was actually he's like, how do you get almost 1,000 subscribers? And I'm like, I don't know. People watch my shit. Yeah. Likable. Fuck you. Yeah.
So yeah, I'd seen that guy before, but not in a chat, and I saw him added to the external, and it seems like it all stemmed from people that Rose Patton had added. So I wonder if she's part of that trolling group. Or maybe it was a fake Rose Patton. Who could say?
Who was that?
Just saying.
Who was that?
The Matatardo, or I don't know what his name was. I could look back at some other chats and find a whole list of them that were added.
I just find it odd that I understand. I appreciate a good troll, but just to spend all your time just going from like Hangouts to Hangouts trolling people, I don't know. I think it would get very boring very quickly.
I would think that'd be stressful after a while. Like, you're just constantly arguing with people. Like, I don't know. I couldn't do that, but some people would get, like the intention. Even
how long has Brett Keane? I mean, I'm not Brett Keane. He's a troll too. But how long has Rand Can kept up this farce for? I mean, quite a while. Pillbox. I mean, Pillbox has been doing this for 3 years, I guess, 4 years. I don't know how long has Pillbox been. Yeah, and we finally was telling Alvin, Pillbox doesn't believe in flat Earth. He's full of shit on this. He's just playing you. He's a troll on this, and he's like, no. I'm like, yeah. Rand Campbell is an atheist. He's just been going around telling people he's freaking, believing, Bible Belt and I believe in God. He's been doing that shtick for forever.
But he's an athist?
Fuck yeah, he's an atheist.
I don't think that's true.
I think
he did a speech to his congregation.
What?
He did a speech to his church congregation. Apparently, you could see it online.
He supposedly has a video that has like 12,000 hits of him doing something with a congregation. Yes.
Oh. Excuse me. Just past my bedtime. But anyways,
But the reality is, I still think a lot of people do misrepresent their position to terrorize other people.
my phone actually cut in and out. I didn't get that last part. Sorry.
Yeah, your mic is like rough.
Again. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what it is about my mic. It's always, like I have like 3 sets of headphones and they all have the same problem. So retarded.
But anyways, I'm just wanting to put on the record that I'm just going to continue doing what I continue to do. I have my hangouts. People come in, talk about stuff. We'll mock Ronnie a little bit. Move on. That's about it. I don't even know if I really want to watch his stuff anymore. I can't sit through a whole Ronnie video. I just kind of get bits and pieces, so I feel like I'm missing out on a lot. But I have no intention of sitting there and watching one of his hangouts for very long.
Sure. Well, life goes on.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow should be interesting. I'm looking forward to this conversation with Dr. Rana. With Rational Mind's going to be there. CRISPR's going to join us after he gets out of lab. Sam's out of town, but he's going to try. Fiona's going to try to be there. I think Hogtie is working, but he'll be there in spirit. Metaphorically speaking.
That's all right.
See how long the thing takes. You don't know.
Yeah. Well, it might last for a while. I mean,
you said tomorrow, 5 Eastern.
Yes, but the first question I want to ask him is basically, we'll talk about DNA degrading in water and see what he says on it. Since he has a PhD in biochemistry, we'll see what his thoughts is on that.
What's the main subject?
It was a toss-up between like junk DNA and the ENCODE project, but Sam couldn't make it for sure, and so they kind of changed it to human chromosome number 2. Because the way I'm following what I've read on Reasons to Believe, me and Wayne and General Han Solo kind of read over it, and we kind of came to the conclusion the guy actually definitely says it's a fusion site. He definitely believes that all the evidence points to a telomeric fusion, but he just says, "Ooh, my goodness, who is that?"
Is it me?
I don't know. I hear like people whistling in the mic.
Oh, is it me sniffling?
I have no idea.
Well,
it
you're
was just
freaking
loud
nuts.
as hell.
Sounds like you're snoring.
But he maintains that God did an intervention to make it happen. I'm like, well, that's kind of an untestable hypothesis,
I'll accept that though.
I mean, it's better than nothing. It's better than him absolutely. It's better than him saying, well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a fusion site, and there's no evidence of a chromosomal fusion. It's better than that. He definitely says there's definitely a chromosomal fusion, but to imply that God did it, well, that you can say that with anything. Hey, I met this hot chick today. God did it. I found $1 on the floor. God did it.
Hey, Steve.
I don't think God's intervening because they literally say that God intervenes millions of times to make this stuff happen. I'm like, okay, well, that's not really scientific.
Steve, yeah. God does everything.
Well, your God.
The sooner you get that through your head.
You're an atheist troll pantheist.
Whatever. That's just mean. You're just being snide now.
I am being snide.
How old are we? He's like, you're just being mean, Steve.
Don't
For real.
Don't you attack my religion.
You're just
can't you just accept the truth, Steve?
No, I'm rejecting it in the truth of my unrighteousness or something that I'm not a pantheist. I'm sorry.
God interacts all the time.
You don't believe in God.
But I do.
No, you don't.
Don't tell me what I don't believe.
You believe in a universal. Well, I don't even know what you believe, but you say the universe is God, and that's not something that can interact with it. It can interact, but it cannot act willfully.
Come on, Steve.
So you're gonna straw man me? Is that what you're doing, Steve?
Yes, I'm gonna straw man you.
Willful? What does that mean in the context of God?
The universe has no ability to formulate a decision to intervene or not.
formulate an ability to intervene or
Yeah,
not?
I mean, God can decide if he wants to intervene in a situation or not. I mean, if
Well, I said interact. I said interact. If you want to conflate interact and intervene, you know, what do you mean by intervene in this case?
What is Chable? What is
all you can say about intervene is from your human perspective, right?
I'm human. Yes. Last time I checked.
Right, and so you continually try to anthropomorphize God, but that's just not.
You know,
that's just not logical.
Yeah. What is table? What is lamp?
It's not even coherent.
Okay, Matt. We're gonna call you Matt, rational theist.
But I understand that it seems to be that humans continually want to anthropomorphize God.
Depends on the person.
And even when you don't want to believe in this, you straw man by anthropomorphizing
Do you believe in
God
Do you believe in
with a mind, a consciousness, and an intention.
Okay, JJ. I hate it when you get like this.
Those are all human things.
Do you know that this guy that's coming on tomorrow actually believes, though? I mean, he's a smart guy. I mean, he's a goddamn PhD in biochemistry, one of the hardest fucking subjects there is. His IQ's got to be, way the fuck off the charts. But he actually believes that humans mating with Neanderthals was bestiality. Let's let that sink in.
Well, that's just silly.
This is on.
Is it not technically true though?
Yeah, they've actually said that.
You can look at it that way if you want, I guess.
Why? They're both humans.
I know.
How is it bestiality?
But they're both beasts.
No, bestiality is having intercourse or sexual relationship with the member that's
with an animal.
We're all animals. I don't want to say outside your species because Neanderthals would be outside your species, but they're both humans.
Yeah, they're not even outside the species technically.
Yeah, that's
technically
true.
They're the same
Homo
species.
Sapiens, Homo sapiens sapiens, Homo sapiens neanderthalis. Yeah, so right.
So again, like I said, that's just silly. If you want to look at it that way, that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
I couldn't tell if the conversation about like the universe and everything was a legit conversation or if it was just like messing around. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I was just watching another video. You seen Arnold Schwarzenegger recently? The dude's nearly 70 and he's got a big ass six pack again.
Well, he's actually going to be the new host for the Celebrity Apprentice. You know that?
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Did he slim down again?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
He looks fucking great.
Well, I heard that they were working on making the third Conan movie finally, but
I've got his
70-something.
Well, yeah, I'm cool with it, but
I'll paste the video I was watching because he's working out with like
do a good job.
He's working out with like Steve Colombo and things like that again. The guy that he, Frank Colombo, I think. Sorry, I should probably know that. I've got his bodybuilding encyclopedia here. The book is huge. But, yeah.
Well, God, I kind of want to call this to a close, but I've got 40 people watching still, and then Rumpus showed up, and I haven't talked to Rumpus yet, so I feel like I'm obligated to keep this going.
Well, you can keep it going. We don't need you, though. I mean, if you got to go,
just give somebody mods at least.
I gave you mods.
I think everybody's got mods at this point.
Simon's got mods. Hunter, you don't have mods. Rumpus, you get mods, and you get mods.
It's Christmas.
You know what I don't like though? If you try to give somebody mods and you've already given it to them, then that share controls doesn't come up and it just says eject. And if you're not paying attention, and you're not careful, you can easily hit eject, and you're not offered any kind of warning. They just kicks them out. It's just kind of bullshit.
How are you, Steve?
I'm okay, buddy. Yeah.
Oh, what is okay?
I'm just okay.
Oh, sad day.
Yeah, I mean,
it's okay day.
It's okay day. Right?
What's this? Oh, Steve, what's this? Have I missed? I haven't been watching stuff for the last few days. You say there's some sort of debate going on tomorrow. Did you say about Chromosome 2 or something?
Not a debate per se, but Wayne has got in touch with the guy from Reason to Believe, named Dr. Rana. He is a PhD in biochemistry, and he writes a lot of their articles. And JJ. So he has agreed happily to come on, have a hangout, talk to people about it, explain, his position on why he thinks it's a fusion site, but that God did it. He's a big intelligent design advocate.
That's kind of cool.
So we're gonna get a little mixture of things. A guy that actually, has a good background, but we'll get some people in like CRISPR. I know Rational wants to join, so. We'll see what
Rational's
happens.
posted a couple of good papers, actually. I keep on meaning to read through on this subject.
Fucking amazing. Yeah, I am just blown away by Rational.
Yeah,
he really has some good stuff that he writes.
He does, yeah. There's some good papers. There's definitely a couple recently. I think, I've got to read on that and comment on it. I'm missing out. Yeah, some interesting stuff there.
That's the thing, Rumpus. I mean, when you read something like what Rational Mind puts out, or you read something like what Ruhif puts out, right? When they really do some kind of technical stuff, they're able to put it very simplistically, but with enough content that you can actually tell they know what they're talking about.
Not simplistically, simply.
Simply. But when you read something from Ronnie, when he tries to put something like that, it's like crayons compared to like Picasso. I mean, it's
so incoherent, contradictory. Oh, I must go and look at this. What's this latest video of his where he's gone, and a couple of posts recently where he's gone back to, he had an interaction with Fiona. I was going to comment on that thread with Fiona about he still believes that DNA degrades in water, and although he's sort of modified it slightly, he's not quite being. He's now said, "Oh, you can talk about how covalent compounds dissolve in water. It's sort of by on some level." He's put some sort of qualifier now.
Now he says that nucleases can degrade water itself.
Yeah, yes, I saw that. Oh God, yes, I saw that, but it was going to bed, and I thought I must comment on that. I was just too tired. I just thought this is a new one. We've had water degrading DNA, and now we've got nucleases degrading water. Oh my God, I couldn't believe that.
I got to name it. It's called a dehydrogenase, not a dihydrogenase. Yeah, not a dehydrogenase, because dehydrogenase obviously exists, but a dihydrogenase would be, would be what it was called. A nuclease that actually, degrades water. I mean, I don't know how that would. Yeah, that's just weird.
So I listened to a little bit of his hangout before he opened it up earlier, and it sounded like he was saying that it does degrade in water, but at certain temperatures. What was the whole thing about the temperature?
Different temperatures can affect reaction rates, right? Especially with nucleases. And so, what he's talking about is basically the annealing curve. He's talking about how DNA will actually split the hydrogen bonds in the middle and come apart like a zipper.
He didn't used to think that, though, did he? That's a recent thing.
No, he didn't know what a melt. He didn't know what the melting curve was.
Because if you remember, Rational Mind.
Yeah, if you asked,
and then he said, "No, Rational, you're talking bollocks. It goes splitting down the middle. That's absolute rubbish." And then, as the time went on, he realised that was the only possible way that the DNA could degrade sensibly.
Yeah, he didn't know what melting or annealing was. He had no idea, no clue. Yeah. And yet he's the DNA expert. So I mean, it's just what the fuck. I mean,
yeah.
I don't care what somebody knows and what they don't know, but Jesus Christ, if you're going to say you're an expert on something, God damn, at least have some knowledge on it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I used to think he was just stupid, but I think when you say something like, "Oh, now I'm talking about DNA degrading in the sense of the hydrogen bonds and it's splitting apart in the middle," when he specifically said in a hangout, when Rational suggested that's possibly what he. Wait, I don't think Rational suggested that's what he meant, but that was the only possible understanding one could have, and then he's dismissed it in a hangout, which I think was transcribed by Jay. And now he's saying, "Oh, well, if he's saying this hangout now, that's what he meant." I mean, that's not just
it wasn't, because he had said originally it destroyed the sequence. Remember?
Absolutely.
Breaking the hydrogen bonds is not going to destroy the sequence.
Constituent parts, mate. That's what he said. Breaks down into constituent parts. And loses its sequence, yes. So there's absolutely no way he meant that. And if he's now claiming he did mean that, now, I mean, I suppose you could argue his memory's so bad that he's so stupid and his memory's bad that he could think that's what he meant.
Well, he has recently rewritten history with his dialogue with Hogtie, and I mean,
that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He told Hogtie about the phosphodiester bond. Yeah.
So if you make some notes, I would bring this up with your Dr. Rana also, and get some cogent actual answers to address some of these things that Ronnie's brought up, and then tag all those people.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I mean, I got to tell you that Ronnie has.
Then they will be without excuse.
Ronnie has banned my name to be used from his Hangout, so I'm like, oh no,
Satan.
I'm the Yeah, I mean, it's like, fuck. Am I that much of a threat to him? I mean, I would think that like guys like CRISPR and Rational
Yes.
would be threats to them, but I don't know why he's so scared of me. What did I do?
Well, Steve, you've got more of a presence, internet presence, I think, and you're more like me. You're more forceful in going for him.
You're also more antagonizing.
Yeah, and I like to do my videos all about high content, high quality. The content's pretty decent as far as like
no, that's not it.
Explaining why he's wrong.
No, I don't. No, that's not right, Steve.
Yeah, that's not it.
Yeah, that's not it. Yeah, that's not it.
But yes, but CRISPR and Rational said they're much more respectful, whereas I mean, if I'm engaged with Ronnie, although he's blocked me on various things, I'm more inclined to attack him and say, you are stupid, you're wrong, and put it in those graphic terms, because that's the only thing he understands. When Rational and CRISPR do it, because he's stupid, he doesn't quite I think he's confused by what they say, so he's confused by the message they're trying to deliver, although they do use the words wrong. When you say it and I say it in a more forceful manner, he does understand that we're saying you're a stupid bastard, and therefore he objects to that rather more than from CRISPR.
Well, what I notice is this, Rumpus, is a pattern. There's a lot of patterns with Ronnie we notice, but one of the best ones is that he'll be absolutely clueless on a topic, pretend that he knows about it, then reads about it a little bit, and then fucks it up.
Yes. Well, he doesn't.
It's a pattern.
He just does that generally.
It does seem to be a pattern.
That's the general modus operandi, isn't it, Steve? That's just that last bit of your description was just all you need to say.
There's certain things I know he's never heard of before, and all of a sudden he's like, just all so well versed on it. I mean, really?
Yeah, you see, this is the thing, though. Is he doing that unconsciously, where he just naturally, because he's never had to pass an exam in his life, he therefore believes he's an expert in it, and he genuinely believes he's become an expert in it? Or is he aware that he's got a deficiency of knowledge and intelligence, and actually is lying? I still haven't fully worked out this. I think most of the time he genuinely believes what he says, and genuinely believes he's an authority. But there are some things recently with his rewriting history. I mean, his memory can't be that bad, or his rewriting of history can't be that extensive.
It can be.
Yeah.
No, it really can be.
Yeah.
Well, he also likes to point out. He's like, "Well, Steve, you're not an expert." I'm like, "Yeah, but I've never claimed to be. You did." It's like, why does he keep pointing out that I'm not an expert? That's like saying, "Hey, Rumpus, you're a man." Well, we already know this. We I should say you're not a woman. I mean, I guess you never claimed that you're a woman,
Steve.
right? It's like, why do you keep saying that I'm not an expert? Everybody knows I'm not an expert. I mean, I've made this very fucking clear across the board. I don't see the need for you to keep bringing that up. The difference is you have claimed an expertise. You did say that you were, a DNA guru, whatever, and that people would be scared and to talk to you. And he wants to talk.
He didn't say he was a DNA guru.
He said he was a DNA expert. Fuck off, Joe.
Steve, I thought you did. Actually, I think you say you're not an expert, but you did quite well. I remember when I asked you about the electron transport chain, and you hadn't done this for a couple of years. You gave me quite a good description of the key elements of it, and you got.
Well, I brushed up on it. I mean, in recent times, I have brushed up on it. I mean,
I think this was about 2 months ago. I think before you'd actually had a go at it, and I think you did. You got it. You got all the various points. Although there was a hangout where you got confused between what happened in the final stage of the electron transport.
Right, but here's the difference, Rumpus. At the very end, I at least was able to work it through what it had to be.
Absolutely.
And that's the key, right?
So put it like this: your level of expertise in comparison to Ronnie. I mean, I would give him, say, a 0, or perhaps a 1. I suppose he knows the words DNA cytochrome oxidase complex, but I'll give you a sort of 8. The difference between you and him is just vast.
I get messed up in the cofactors. Cofactors still confuse me a little bit.
Yeah, but you do pretty well. Yeah. So what I would love to do is I would love to be able to give Ronnie a test of some sort, and then put you and him, or everybody else, in there with his tests on these things, so we could have an objective measure of his abilities, and he would do shockingly badly.
Yeah, but I don't think I do that good either. I don't like being sharpshooted.
I like.
I probably would still do better, but You're
underrating yourself. You do okay.
I think a better way, a more objective way, is to give two people something they're pretty not familiar with, and then give them like a day or two to study it and see who has a better understanding of it. Because
Well,
I think the ability to learn is a higher degree of intelligence than just rote memorization, or if they know how to say
But it's not so funny, Steve. The fact I want to test him on these things that he claims to be an authority on. That has a much more humorous, high humorous content than testing him on something, I don't know, a bit of physics or whatever. That obviously this is something he claims to be an authority on. It's so funny and so outrageous that he claims to be an authority on things in which he's so bad, and the people who just spend you could spend half a day on Wikipedia and you would get more, you would have a greater understanding of things than he does.
Well, it's like the same thing with the logical fallacies, right? I mean, I was trying to explain to them, what really a genetic fallacy is, in that just because you say provisionally that a source has a bad reputation or is not credible in a scientific thing, you can provisionally say that probability that article might not be credible, right?
Yeah.
That's not a genetic fallacy. That's a provisional. Now, if I said, okay, that article is on AIG, therefore it must be wrong, that would be a genetic fallacy, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm literally only basing the fact that it came from the source that it was truth and false. But if I say, look they have a very bad track record. They are not well known for being scientifically accurate, and they have an article. I'm not going to accept that article as a scientific source.
Yeah.
That's not a genetic fallacy. Or by saying, hey, Rumpus gets shit wrong all the time. He told me this today, therefore he must be wrong again. That would be the same thing, right? I mean, it doesn't follow. But you can probably say, Rumpus is always fucking wrong. So he told me this today. I'm going to pretty well doubt it. That's fine. People do that all the time, right?
I mean, Einstein was wrong. So I mean, everybody gets things wrong. So you can't just pick on one incident. It's the body. It's the probability that matters.
I think Einstein was a little more vindicated. Are you talking about the cosmological?
Well, he didn't believe in quantum mechanics. He didn't believe in the random.
Yeah, but he didn't deny it. He didn't say quantum.
Oh, he did. Oh, he did. God doesn't play dice. This is why he came up with the hidden variables business.
Yeah, he denied certain interpretations. He thought
God does not play dice.
He thought there was a variable.
This is objectively true.
He thought there was a variable, hidden variable system. He thought
exactly.
and in that case, he was definitely wrong. But now the newer models, have you seen? They're actually promoting that there's some kind of actual quantum wormhole between two particles that are in entangled states at any distance.
How do you know that?
I think Einstein would have been like, "Holy shit!" on that one, right?
Joe was being an asshole troll as usual.
Was that Joe playing
Fucking
back
trolls.
a CD sample?
EMK, can we get moderation, please? EMK.
Shut your mouth, you little fat ugly troll, and that is what you are—a fat ugly troll.
he was playing samples. I thought it was too good an impression.
Joe, do you have brain damage?
Are you brain damaged? Why are you speaking to me?
Do you have brain damage?
Why are you talking to me? I've told you, don't talk to me. Do you have brain damage?
Are you out of your mind?
He actually a week or so ago he wanted to take me off on a hangout that I was on for a private chat, well, not private chat, another chat and another thing. But he was going to set up the room, and I said, hold on, that means you're going to have mod controls. I'm not having that under any circumstances. Him on with mod controls.
God, no. It's bad enough to engage with Ronnie. It's bad enough to engage with Ronnie, period. But if he's got mod controls, forget it. I'm telling you right now, I don't recommend anybody to go into the rooms anymore. And I hate to say that because I need the material.
Did you go in? Did you go in the last one then?
No,
that's what you did. That's why you complained. You went in with a sock account. I saw something in something.
That was a live feed. That was only the live feed. Yeah, he got pissed off because he kicked me out, so I came back on a sock account in the third person because I was like, I want to get at least some of this information out there.
Yeah.
And now he's like, oh, look how dishonest he's being. I'm like, no, it's me. I'm not gonna lie and say it's not. See, that's the difference between an honest person and a dishonest person. I don't need to lie. Oh, you're welcome, guys.
Stalker.
So, I mean, he's like going around. Look how dishonest Steve is. I'm like, oh, fuck off, dude. You just, you know what? You're just a fucking cunt, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, we really ought to. We really ought to. I keep wanting to do that video. I think someone else did it actually, didn't there? There's a bit of this video we got Ronnie talking about some statement like DNA dissolving its constituent parts, and now him saying something else, and just simply have a video to refer to people can press, and then having Ronnie saying one thing and then another one, and then denying it and then changing his mind.
It would be too hard to cut a video like that. There's a spread over so many different things. Yeah.
I've forgotten now all the ridiculous things he said about DNA dissolving water. There was going into its constituents parts. There was it breaking the bonds. And there's about 5 or 6 other things that he said that are fundamentally wrong. And I really ought to collect that together. And Jay put it in transcription of one of those videos.
Let me ask you this, Rumpus. Until recently, because I had brought up bonds the other day and some other stuff and activation energy in the Hangouts today, he started talking about these. He's now talking about condensation reactions a lot. He's talking about activation energy. He's talking about catalyst. I'm telling you, he just basically read about this stuff in the last 24, 48 hours or something.
Yeah, I've never heard him say condensation reaction.
Okay, because he's never known what any of this shit was, and all of a sudden...
Oh, he doesn't know what hydrolysis is, does he? He doesn't know what hydrolysis is either.
He doesn't know. Well, that's the funniest thing. Well, yeah, because remember one time he said, well, I'm talking about water breaking bonds, but I'm not talking about hydrolysis.
Yeah.
But yeah, seriously. But I went in there, and I was trying to explain to him that because he said you need a catalyst for hydrolysis, right? And I was like, okay, well, let's take the opposite reaction, a condensation reaction. And I was asking, what do you have to have as a catalyst to have a glycosidic bond between the nitrogenous base and the sugar? Okay, give me a catalyst that's required to have that glycosidic bond. And he's like, oh, that's a condensation reaction. And I'm like, yeah, I told you there's a condensation reaction. So what? What does that go to the? Well, that's not the same thing as a hydrolysis reaction. I didn't claim that it was. I mean, you don't even know the difference, Steve, of condensation reaction. I'm like, holy fuck, dude. I'm like, this is the bullshit that I get. I'm like, of course I know the goddamn difference between the two.
As you say, he probably only learned the term 48 hours ago. I've never heard him say condensation reaction before.
I spent a lot of time, but I actually did take chemistry. I mean, I hate to admit it. I took it in high school and I took it in the Navy. I had chemistry in nuke school. We had to learn those curves and to lower the activation energy for things to actually have reactions. I don't remember that stuff very well. That was probably one of the least things I understood. I didn't do very well. I mean, I passed, but I mean, it wasn't an area that I cared much about.
We should do a hangout about entropy one day.
Well, I tell you what. I'm glad you popped in. I do need to do a hangout on theory A and theory B of time.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I got to get that going. So I do need some people that want to brush up on that. So when you have time, brush up on that. Brush up on non-Lorentzian and Minkowski interpretation.
Okay, because I've actually got a book on that very thing. Well, not quite, but part of my book that I'm in the process of reading, a book by Tejmark on the universe and how it's creating things. And he goes into A theory and B theory. So, yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, brush up. I mean, I'd like to have that probably next week sometime.
Okay, give me
Han Solo's in on that.
Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, he's good.
I am way out of my element on that. I admit that.
Me too. Yeah, but I can read up. I want to read up on, and I've done some sort of chats about it, but without really fully understanding the full consequences of it. But I don't understand the detail, but I've got some idea of the basics.
Well, you in general, the only two people that I knew that actually knew what a Minkowski diagram even was. So.
Right.
Do you remember Penrose diagram?
Yes, you've mentioned that to me before, and I couldn't remember having dealt with those actually, but I have actually seen one actually. Saying that, I've actually got the cycles of time by Penrose, and then he's got a Penrose diagram in that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the way they do the singularity, where you have multiple singularities in some of his diagrams.
That's right.
You have a little teeth, that little black teeth, and that represents So, and then it's weird because the light cones are actually, if you look at the Penrose diagram, those lines that go across that are 45-degree angles, those are the 45-degree angles in the light cone from the Minkowski diagram. And it's hard to wrap your mind around that, how you would actually have a journey through there. So if you're going into that singularity and you start like a light, what's called a space journey, and then you hit like the inner event horizon, you go to the time journey, and it's just like, wow, this is like way cool. I don't get it, but it's
you lost me there. Yes.
Well, because there's two event horizons in some black holes. Some black holes, if they're spinning enough and they have a charge, right, they can actually the event horizon will split into an inner and outer. And when you go through the outer event horizon, you're actually going through time. You're not going through space anymore, but you still are traveling toward the the event horizon, but in a time-like journey, and then you hit the inner one, then it reverses back. Very hard thing to wrap your mind around, right?
Well, of course, this whole idea in going to a black hole, obviously, given the fact the density, the gravitational field is so strong that time slows down. I keep on forgetting now whether if you actually go into a black hole, how long it takes you to get to the singularity, because as time is slowing down.
Well, actually, from the time you enter the event horizon, you usually smash into a singularity within a few seconds. Actually, you can actually last a few seconds.
What, from the perspective of someone looking from the outside?
No, from your perspective. From outside, from outside it takes it forever. I mean, you can watch it. What happens? You'll see somebody just kind of redshift away.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not quite sure. I can't remember now. I did watch an amazing video on this subject where there's actually, I've seen the diagrams of actually how long you by via science. It's just amazing. And I can't remember now how long, whether it's something like billions of years it takes you from the perspective of someone from the outside.
Several millions of years.
Yeah, for you to go from the outside to the inside of a black hole. Well, and say inside, I mean from the event horizon to the singularity. And I can't remember now. Yeah, I'll have to revise that.
I think they're the most fascinating thing in the universe.
Yeah, they're a bit nasty. I was speaking to a cosmologist at a science event over the weekend, and he was saying that this dark matter stuff is just an invention by particle physicists because they haven't had anything else to do for 20 years since they discovered the W and Z particles, and that all this dark matter stuff could simply be primordial black holes, and you wouldn't need to have any of this existence of this dark matter stuff at all.
Well, okay, the problem with that is you'd have to have a super high concentration of primordial black holes in the regions of the galaxies, right? The galaxy, when you look at the gravitational map of the galaxies, that we're seeing a very large gravitational force when there's not enough matter to account for that. I don't think we've never had a reason to suspect that primordial black holes would be around anymore. I mean, if you accept Hawking radiation, then primordial black holes would have dissipated by now.
It depends on their size, doesn't it?
Right, but primordial black holes were usually pretty small. They were actually, most of them are micro black holes. Right, that's what they're really referring to. Because if they're a regular black hole, we could actually tell.
Yeah, but couldn't they all collect together or something?
Is that what he's suggesting? Like there's a whole bunch of black holes like clumped together in these galaxies that's causing the gradient?
Yeah.
Because if you look at the actual gradient of the gravity, you can actually see the spikes. I mean, just massive amount of spikes and all this stuff. You've seen these gravity distribution things.
Yeah.
So they like,
spikes, yes.
Yeah. They know something's there, right? They're like, okay, some mass is here. What is that mass called? Well, we're not seeing it. It's not light emitting. Do I believe that the gravitate? Do I believe that this dark matter has like WIMPs? I don't know.
That's a good point, Steve, as you say, because he was suggesting primordial. But your basic point is that because it's irregular, the shape of the gravitational picture there, the map, therefore they'd have to be small, lots of small little ones. You're saying rather than a big one, which is the only way it would survive since
and they would probably have boiled away by now.
Yeah, but given the fact this guy was a professional professor cosmology-ness, I'm sure he would have considered that. But yes, but you raise a good point. You raise a very good point.
I forgot to. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. Do you believe that dark matter has a carrier? I mean, like dark photons or?
They seem so given the fact that dark matter, the existence of dark matter is in question, I think I'm going to pass on whether there's a carrier.
Yeah, I mean it's. Do you remember back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s? I was around the 60s, but they found the Zua particles, right? I mean, every other day somebody was coming up with a particle they found.
Yes.
Look at all these pions and muons and mesons and gluonic balls, and now they got tetraquarks and pentaquarks. And
yes, that's right. The recent tetraquarks. Yeah.
I think they did a pentaquark.
Oh, that's right. I think you might be right, actually. Yeah. Yes, I think there's. I'll have to check on it. Where do you get? By the way, where do you get most of your info on this?
I check the news every morning. I read the science news. I keep up.
Yeah, you do seem to. Yeah. No, you're right about the content.
No, I'm just like Ronnie. I just make this shit up as I go along.
Well,
what does he think that fucking I mean, seriously, it's like, I mean, he must think I have like 1,000 tabs open at any given time, and whatever somebody brings up, I'll be like, okay, I need to open this tab on it. That's what I think he has, like 40. I have 2 tabs open right now, my email and the video. That's it.
Oh, I've got about 200
tabs.
Yes.
What the fuck? Ever heard of something called bookmarks?
Yeah, but the trouble is, I've got a sort of list of things I've got to want to worry about, or I'm interested in, and then if I keep bookmarks, I'll have to keep on fiddling around with the bookmarks on things that I'm looking at. Or
I do the same thing. Just leave tabs open. But 200, I don't know if I've made it to 200 before.
Oh, I had about 400 the other day.
How do you even see which tabs what? I mean, you can't even have that many tabs on your browser.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You're being a fucking troll.
You are a fucking troll.
Oh dear. Oh, we're gonna have to. You know what? We're gonna have to. Given the fact that Ronnie's blocking you, and although until recently I thought it reduced his profile a little bit, but now if he's going back onto this DNA and water business, that'd be great because that's what's so funny. It's just so entertaining. But I was thinking if he was going to gradually disappear from the profile from the scene, we're going to deal to Dawkins.
He's going the way of like forbidden fruit and stuff like that. People are just not even watching this shit anymore. He basically had like 12 viewers in the entire time. I think his max was 17. I started hangout and I instantly had 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
he's just not a very nice person, is he? You wouldn't want to bring him. You wouldn't want to invite him into your house, and that's why people don't want to invite them onto their monitor. And the reason that most people do is to see how ridiculous he is, and how just to make. I think it's an ego boost for people watching, thinking, I'm so glad I'm not that stupid. I'm so glad I'm more intelligent than that.
I wanted to show
boost for people.
I wanted to show you something. Rational Mind just posted this on Choose video, and I'm not going to put the whole thing, but just to show you the ineptitude of this guy, not Rational, but to Ronnie. If he posted this in the God damn it. 1 sec. Okay, this is what he posted. Why is it opening a new link here? What the hell's going on here? I broke my computer. Okay, there you go. So in the group chat here for anybody's listening, CRISPR had posted a statement said, how about the 67 authors of the 2005 paper on the chimpanzee genome sequence, they all agree is a fusion event. And he actually puts the PMID number 1613 6131. Ronnie said he couldn't find this paper. He said he basically was calling CRISPR a liar, I guess, or something.
Really?
Rational said you have 3 options to find the paper yourself. Google genome, chimpanzee genome sequence 2005. Quote the Google the quote, or
oh come on! I just posted the PMID thing straight in there.
That's all I did. I just copied the. All I did. That's all I did. I copied the PMID number and just search, right? So search provided by Yahoo for PMID 60 whatever it is, and the first thing that comes up is the National Center for Biotechnology, and it comes up initial sequence of chimpanzee's genome in comparison with human genome. I was like, hey, CRISPR, is that it? I found it. He's like, yeah, that's all you got to do. Not that goddamn complicated, people.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, fuck me.
As I've said numerous times, I'm going to say it again, I'd be amazed if he gets his trousers on around the right way every morning. I mean, this guy is just incapable and a failure as a human being on so many levels. Dealing with science is the least of his problems. He can't cope with what's true, what's not true, what people have said, what they mean. He can't remember what he's done or what he said. He can't understand things. He can't understand information. He can't articulate information. He can't comprehend information. The guy is a failure as a human being.
Well, that's why whenever he basically tells people, well, Steve's irrelevant and Steve doesn't know what he's talking about. Nobody should listen to Steve. I get more viewers than anybody. When he says that, so it's just like, go ahead, True. Every time you guys keep running me off the internet or keep trying to, my channel gets bigger. It has the opposite effect because people don't agree with you. People think you're an idiot. But I do want to put out this out real quick. Congratulations to Hogtie Champ, who's going to be joining Bert Poole this Saturday at 4 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. For what is this called? Welcome to my bubble. So just found that out. So you're the guest of honor there, Hogtie, for Welcome to My Bubble this Saturday.
Yeah, I think he's away from his keyboard, isn't he?
He's listening. He always listens.
Does he?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's never too far away.
He's a bit of a listener, isn't
he? He just does his stuff on his little table and he listens in, and then he hears his name. It takes him about 3 minutes to actually realize that He doesn't have his headphones on. He starts talking repeatedly to himself, not realizing that his mic's muted and stuff like that. Then he like finally unmutes and goes, "Oh shit!" Yeah.
So he's almost a famous.
Fucking mouth.
I think Joe's got a bit of a deadly
Joe never has to
weapon
talk
there.
again. He just needs to use that soundboard from now on.
It's the funniest. The best one is just this. There's two of them that are my favorite. Or there's three. Here's this one I could use over and over again.
Oh my god.
I gotta admit, that is one of my favorites too.
He's just so disgusting.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
And then there's this one.
MK, please.
That's a good one.
And hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, I can't find it.
And what's the best is when you put them in sequential order or specify sequential order. MK, please. Oh my god.
Shut
Break
your
my
mouth,
ass.
you fat, ugly troll. And that is what you are, a fat, ugly troll.
And that is what you are, part.
What's the one with the rape my ass? What's that one?
The what?
Rape my ass.
Yeah, the "Oh my God" one I think is quite good. That really is universally applicable, isn't it? You could save yourself a lot of emotional energy by just simply having that to hand when you're in a hangout point with various people.
You're gonna make me find this thing.
Brain damaged? Why are you speaking to me?
I think we've got to go for. I thought Ronnie had disappeared off the horizon, but if he's coming back on this water thing, that's great. But I thought DD was the next one. I was going to make a point of going for him because he's quite interested in talking to me because he's had what I believe a couple of bad experiences with me in terms of being violated. So I think he feels he's got to come and get me now. So he's quite keen. So
I see. Can you see here? Okay.
Oh my god.
Can you hear that?
Yeah. Only just.
So really, it's not very loud. Well, it's as loud as I can get it. So if you do these three,
Joe's is much clearer.
MK, please.
Yeah, it's all a bit blurred. It's a bit muffled, Steve.
Is it?
Yeah. Joe's is much clearer.
How is it?
What?
Okay, these are the three I want you to play in order. Ready? You go EMK, please. Anally rape me. Oh my god.
Okay.
MK, please. Anally rape me? What a fucking liar!
Oh, I fucked up.
Oh, yeah, fucked up. You were so close. You got 2 out of 3.
MK, please. Anally rape me? Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't normally approve of these sorts of jokes, but that is actually quite funny. I don't normally go
ever.
Oh my god.
I would almost be willing
It
to
should be.
Job. I'm just thinking this is the funniest thing I've ever.
Okay, good.
Yes, okay. Yes, okay, good. Yes, that's another good one, isn't it? Yes.
MK, please. Anally rape me? Okay, good. Okay.
That MK please is actually a bit of a winner. You can sure of that. Oh dear.
My God.
Yes, that is.
This is what happens when we run out of things in the middle of the night. We start flicking around with this flash, DD flash soundboard.
Evict him from the room.
I think we need to.
We need to make one of Joe though. Be like, yeah, okay, go ahead, yeah.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just muting.
I'm just muting. No, you haven't talked enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, you haven't talked enough. Go ahead.
Isn't there another one where he says MK something?
Moderation or something.
MK, you can allow these guys to troll. I didn't finish. MK, a little bit of moderation and stop the trolling from the big fat slob.
You can interrupt though when you hit another one, right?
Hold on.
MK, a little bit of moderation and stop the trolling from the big fat slob.
You have to stop.
So they just play over each other.
Yeah, you have to hit stop. Hi, guys. Thank you for dropping by. Go to bed.
That was good.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
You know what? There's so many more things that they're going to make another board of him. I think, though.
Yeah.
But how do they fucking go find all these things? That's what kill. I mean,
But he does provide a lot of them. You don't. I don't think you have to try that hard. I mean, you just have to work. There's a lot of material there to be found.
Plenty of material.
And he does repeat himself. He does repeat those sorts of phrases, doesn't he? That's the thing. And that's why it works, the soundboard, because he uses the same phrases repeatedly in various hangouts. And so
the bottom line is this.
And
well, that's what makes it funny, because I mean, we all recognize his catchphrases, right?
Yeah, that's right. Because a lot of his work is based around these catchphrases. You can actually, so Joe, what Joe's doing, you can actually make up quite a lot of his content just simply from picking those various things. You can almost have DD in the room because he deploys them so regularly.
The laws of logic.
Oh yeah, there's an example. Yes. And are you certain about that? How can you know this? And how can you know this such that you're not wrong about it? Is the other classic one, of course, in that vein.
How do you know that?
I mean, but he does. You have to say he does have quite a lot of these things because he doesn't have to think about it. This is what catches people out. And I had I was doing okay, but fighting with him, and because he overwhelms people, because he has this catalogue of phrases reasonably almost like the soundboard. He can overwhelm people just by delivering, continually deploying these phrases, and it's actually like steamroller over you. And so, unless you're on board with that, what's going to happen, and can fight that, he could deploy these as a way of destroying the argument. Well, not destroying it, but just sort of overwhelming you with the delivery. And so, fighting that is actually quite tricky. But he has these to hand, and that's obviously because he keeps on regularly deploying them. He using them as a weapon, a debating trick. And it's quite effective, but he obviously.
Was it quite effective? The people like just, the people that haven't really engaged with them that much, they get in trouble sometimes. Sugar got in a little bit of trouble the other day because she was making some huge mistakes, and of course, Darwin was licking his chops on this, going, "Yeah, I'm going to eat her alive."
Yes,
and Darwin and Floyd jumped in, and he got all pissed off about that. It's like, what the fuck, man? I mean, this is what I mean by his predatory nature, right? I mean,
yeah.
This isn't pathological. I guarantee it.
I'm not denying that.
But when did that happen, Steve?
If somebody's not familiar with something, or if they're just a little bit out of their depths, I would expect somebody else who does know the topic better to kind of jump in and say something. I think that's how we all kind of work in this community. I mean, he doesn't want that rumpus. He wants to chomp on the white belts, going, "Oh, this person is wrong. I'm just going to frickin' dog on them. Don't give them any help." Bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, are you certain about this line? I mean, for people, when you first meet that, you have to stop and pause and think, right, am I certain about this? Is there not a logical? Can I logically say I'm certain about this? And eventually, it also plays against your ego to then say, no, I'm not certain about that. And then he comes in with, in which case you can be wrong about it, then, can't you? And it's that sort of prepared pre-sup line. It does require a little bit of fighting against, and you have to then come to the point of, yes, I'm not absolutely certain about this, but that doesn't mean to say I'm not right. And then once you've got that sort of argument sort and a few others like that, then you can fight against his line of attack. But he must know that perhaps he doesn't know it's a dishonest sort of.
I don't like those kind of semantic arguments because if I say I'm absolutely certain about something, I am still talking within the framework. Am I 1 + 1 = 2? I'm absolutely certain of that, right? Yeah. Now, if we apply the Munchausen trilemma and say that say that we can never really know with absolute on everything. If we say we do on one, we don't know on another, and blah blah blah. We all know those ain't bullshit. But here's the thing: I'm talking about the knowledge within the framework that we're all used to. In mathematics, you can say, "I know 1 + 1 = 2." You know it. Okay, it's knowledge.
They are arbitrary. Okay.
Yeah, the a priori one. Good pick there, Joe. That's a good one, Slick. Yes, and the other one, of course, we presume is that our perceptions are reliable. Is the other one? Yes. So there's a context and a normal. I think they call it some sort of hyper. I can't remember. I saw some philosophical point where they said that those sorts of things where you doubt your sort of basic perceptions and what we would call sort of basic beliefs, they call that hyper something or super
skepticism. Yeah.
Super skepticism or something.
Global skepticism, maybe.
Right. And so yes, but we all work in different contexts. Maybe. So that, as you say, we all work in different sort of levels of context where you don't have to. If you're talking about chemistry, you know what certain phrases mean. If you're talking about some other subject, philosophy, you know that.
How do you know that?
Oh, I got a question. I got a good question. Since I got Joe here and I got Fox in the live feed. I do consider myself to be a foundationalist. I do accept things
Me too.
axiomatically as properly basic beliefs. How incompatible is that with reliabilism? Because if somebody had a position where they want to justify their properly basic beliefs non-doxastically by reliabilism, is that completely incompatible with foundationalism, or is there some kind of like overlap possible on that?
Could you repeat that
Because
question?
if I say I don't want to justify, if I say I don't justify my properly basic beliefs because I can't doxastically, but I want to use some kind of other kind of inference to do so by reliabilism, is that something that's completely incongruent with the foundationalist model?
No, I'm frankly not sure. I bet you Fox probably knows. The only thing I can think of is you got to remember that there's justified true belief, right? Well, then Gettier cases came, and now some people say there's justified reliable belief, that kind of thing. So I think that it is justified true belief, or I guess justified reliable belief, is something that's consistent with the foundationalist.
That's what I was wondering. I mean, I'm wondering
Then
if
you've
reliable.
given up truth.
What?
Reliable true belief, but even still, even with reliable true belief, but if can I use reliabilism to actually justify my properly basic beliefs that way, or even my own senses, right? I can't use my senses to.
I don't think you can use reliabilism to justify properly basic belief, because isn't reliabilism already predicated upon other properly basic beliefs holding true?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think reliabilism uses properly basic beliefs.
Well, how would you justify that?
I'm trying to find the overlap.
No, that's not true though. Fox should come in here though. That'd
Well,
be
that's what
even
I'm wondering
better.
if it's a foundational thing or a non-foundational, and I'm not quite sure.
That reminds me of Fox has made a couple of posts in the last couple of weeks. I keep on meaning to post on.
It's just that you don't want to be like have contradictions, right? So if I don't want to have like a foundational epistemological position and then say, I also want to be have pragmatism, like the pragmatic theory of truth, and actually subscribe to reliabilism too. I don't know if they're all congruent with each other in some ways.
Compatible, yeah,
compatible.
You can hold to a pragmatic theory of truth and be, yeah.
But if I hold to pragmatism, then how do I get reliabilism? Because pragmatism is different than reliable truth, right?
What you're using pragmatism for. Right. You can say you're a pragmatist is something. It's kind of a label you could put on a lot of stuff that's already there. You could be a pragmatist and still be a foundationalist.
Oh, Conrad's asked how long. Oh, I might run for another half hour. I'm not going to keep it open much longer. I've been. I usually go 4 or 5 hours on these overnights. I don't like to keep them open much longer. But yeah, Fox, no. When you get a chance, though, hit me up, because I do want to ask you a couple of these questions. I want to get more. How should I say it? Specific type of system where I can say this is exactly my position on this, because when I read something about like more realism, and then I'll go, okay, God, this sounds kind of like right to me. Maybe there is something to this, and I'll read something on more anti-realism and go, yeah, you know what, this sounds kind of right to me. And then I read something on cognitivism, and I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe I can ascribe a truth value to this. And then somebody says about something else, and I'm like, you know what, I don't know anymore.
It never ends.
Well, and see, he says, okay, Fox says, I think some properly basic beliefs can be justified by appeal to non-beliefs. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if I know I can't justify my properly basic beliefs stochastically, but is it possible to say I can also, if I wanted to justify properly basic beliefs non-stochastically, but relying upon reliabilism, I guess is the best way to say it.
Did you see the
validate it?
Did you see that Darwin's greatest hits on probably basic beliefs?
I'm in that one, I think.
You are?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm in a lot of them. I know one of the ones I had talked about properly basic beliefs. That's the one at the very end. That's the one that has Gus just ripping him a new asshole.
That's not what he's talking about, I think. There's a video on
properly basic
It's
beliefs.
just on properly basic.
I've seen it. I don't. Maybe I'm not in that one, but yeah. What about it?
It's flat out just look. There's people in the G+ community that are confused about properly basic beliefs, so it explains.
But the thing is, I had a debate with him about 3 weeks ago about that very subject, and he didn't get me. I felt he was able to completely crush him, so I'm surprised if he's going on about this still. Dawkins.
No. Darwin's Greatest Hits is the channel that makes fun of him.
Yeah, I know, but it was featuring Dawkins. I mean, yeah, featuring.
No, this is just saying. Look, these are what properly basic beliefs are.
Oh right. So sorry. He was. So this is Darwin's Greatest Hits. Was said.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's explaining.
This has a video that explains it.
Right.
Like there's no Darwin's being stupid in it or anything.
Yeah. Right.
Gotcha. Hey, Joe, you got the group chat, right?
Yeah.
Is that a yes or no?
No.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
Dude, come on. The voice modulator sounds exactly like.
No. That person is like super, super duper sweet.
Okay, hang on.
I'm not going to tell you who.
I know who runs Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Wait.
No, you don't, Steve.
That's the same name.
No, it's not.
Oh, I see. No, yeah, I can't say.
I'm right about the first one.
No, you're not.
I am right. Dude, no bullshit.
I told you, you're not.
Are you sure?
Positive.
I'm gonna get back to you on that one.
All right.
Because I tend to trust Joe, but
not this time.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's Joe. Skylar Fiction.
That's what makes me. Skylar Fiction was actually kind of asking me. He's like, yeah, I don't know who it is. I wonder who it could be.
Well, then I'm wrong. I told him that was this person. So, so you're 100% certain?
Yeah.
Okay.
The person doesn't want people to know because of how pissed off it makes Darwin's deity.
But surely they like pissing him off. So why would they worry about that?
Well, because then they would flag his...
I think it's more than one person that runs that channel, isn't it?
I think that it's just one super genius.
Oh, so Rumpus. Okay, it's Rumpus. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I'm on the case.
Yeah. So you don't want that psychopath to find out who it is, because who knows what that freak would do.
But it's so funny because the informative content on that channel is just mind-bogglingly good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no way somebody can look at that and go, okay, yeah, this person doesn't have a solid foundation in philosophy.
He or she is a great asset.
Or other.
I don't know the pronoun for that.
Didi's appeal to self-authentication could be a justification as self-evidently veridical to him, so he could say he has justification. So basically, he self-justifies it or self-authenticates it to be true to him, so he can say he has justification for it because he just says it is justified. Well, justification would be right. I mean, just a reason for something. But self-authentication is something that holds to be veridical on of itself, like self-evident, or what? I don't know what Darwin means by self-authentication. I've heard him use it before. I don't know how he's using it though.
Yeah, he's very coy about it, and when he does use it, it sounds like he's just saying it's a justification.
Self-attesting and self-justifying.
That's what?
Some things seem to be obvious and self-evident, right?
Oh, but no, wait a minute though. He doesn't like the word self-evident. He thinks nothing is self-evident. He does not like that.
I don't think he says self-evident.
And
No,
yet, that's what
he says-
self-authenticating means, is self-evident.
But he'll use self-authentication, but
Yes,
he
he'll
doesn't
use that. Yes.
Yeah, he won't say it's self-evident. He doesn't think things are self-evident. I mean, I think things can be self-evident if there's such that there's just no
But
way.
things are authenticated by evidence, right?
I'm
Things
fine
are
with saying the law of
authenticated
identity.
or validated by evidence.
I'm fine with saying the law of identity is is basically.
Yeah, you know what? Watch that video because
It is.
the example is like, of course, you could justify properly basic beliefs. You could have a properly basic belief that the law of identity holds.
Which video is that? That's Darwin's Greatest Hits talking
I'll
about
link
properly
it.
basic beliefs. Yeah, if you would, Joe.
But if I,
Joe,
but if I
actually, while you sorry, Joe, just quickly. Joe, you also gave me a link about a month ago to the proving an argument or something, and I keep coming in to read it. And my browser crashed a few weeks ago, and I didn't link to it. I just had it in a tab, of course, one of my many tabs. I don't know if you've got that to hand. You linked me to some
proving an argument.
Yeah, something like that. Proving a point in an argument, or proof in an argument, or something like that. I can't remember. Well, I think it was to do with it was when you were. It wasn't your Bayesian one. It was something else. It was related to your. Oh God.
The one thing I remember giving you was talking about the explanationist approach.
Yes, that could have been it.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry to change. Yeah, sorry.
I like what he said about the remember the video on the extraordinary thing. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and he actually used Bayesian theory to delve into that. I would have liked to have that. I would have liked to watch that video prior to when we were talking about it on my channel, because Jade and I think Ocean really don't like that statement, and maybe Jade would change her mind when if she watches that video, because he actually shows that according to Bayesian theory, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yes, I saw that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but Jade doesn't like that. She doesn't think there's any such thing as evidence that's extraordinary. And I kind of see her point on it. And maybe it's just again, maybe a semantic thing, but
it's been a while, but there's a couple different proofs, I believe, through Bayes' theorem that's been out.
For what though? For what?
Extraordinary beliefs. I can also give you guys. Hold on.
Well, she just thinks that evidence is evidence. It's either extraordinary or not. And I'm like, I don't know. I think there is a degree.
Yeah, I'm half inclined to go with that. Really, you just. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Jane. Yeah, I'm inclined to say that it's just because the subject matter. I mean, the evidence should be of the same of a certain quality, but the subject matter may be extraordinary. But the evidence, I mean, if you found evidence of basically talking about the body of evidence, almost, you need if something's extraordinary, each piece of evidence can be of the same quality as anything else you want, but it's the body of evidence together to say that. I mean, if you wanted to prove the Earth is flat or something, then you would need a massive body of evidence and reasons to explain why the evidence so far we've got says one thing, and explanations for that. You'd need a big body of evidence, but the evidence itself, each particular bit of evidence, doesn't need to be extraordinary in the sense of, unless you want to talk about the size of the body or the extent of the evidence you'd have to provide would be extraordinary, but only in terms of magnitude. So, but each particular piece of evidence could be just as ordinary as anything to show.
Yeah, cumulative evidence can add up pretty quickly,
Yeah.
But I mean, if you claim that aliens exist, extraordinary evidence would probably require, here's an alien body kind of thing. But anyways, real quick, oh shit, God damn.
Sorry.
That video you just posted on justifying properly basic beliefs for Darwin Greatest Hits. This is what I was asking. Something very similar to this. He says, "What is true that properly basic beliefs need not be inferentially justified by other beliefs, but they can be non-inferentially justified in other ways?" That's what I'm saying. Properly basic beliefs, you cannot inferentially justify them by other stochastic systems, right?
Yeah, you were right when you said that. Yeah.
Okay, so but if I use a non-stochastic, then technically they could. So could we say that properly basic beliefs can be justified, but just not justified dostastically.
Yeah, they can't be. They can't be like predicated on other beliefs.
Right. But I think that's like getting a little pedantic. I think when people say properly basic beliefs can't be justified, I think they really need to say properly basic beliefs need not be justified. No, they can be, but the problem is even if you start justifying them, what happens? You've got to have some other fucking properly basic beliefs.
Exactly. Yes. Think about the question that's being asked when people bring up properly basic beliefs to Darwin's. Is it a question? Is he asking a question that would require you to have like underlying beliefs in order to answer it? If it's not, then you can still say I don't. It's something that I can hold as a properly basic belief, and there's no other justification outside of other beliefs that would allow me to hold it. But if it's something like, look, there's just something in front of you. You could see it there. It's not based off of any beliefs that you've developed.
That's almost like an epistemist, wouldn't it be, though?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, an epistemist would be basically somebody who says, you know what? I see it, therefore it exists, therefore fuck everything else. It's basically, it's like...
It's experiential, right? And so,
experiential, sure.
And so you can argue that you're experiencing it through your senses, but then you can question your senses, right? But
as long as you don't use your senses to rely upon your senses, you can justify them through other ways. I would justify my senses by reliabilism and other people, right?
Right.
That seems like it could still be susceptible to being like circular criticism.
You're sure you're gonna have uncertainties, yes.
Well, no, not uncertainties, to circularity.
Oh, pains of circularity? To justify your senses by other people's senses?
Yeah.
Are
they
saying your senses are valid?
You're justifying your senses by other people's senses. Are they allowed to justify their senses by your senses?
Yes, exactly.
That would definitely be circular.
Yeah.
Let's think about that.
But that's where you stop, is experiencing, right?
Maybe we're not experiencing anything. We're all brain in the vat.
Well, brains in vats experience things, though.
How do you know that?
It's fun to talk about. See, here's the difference. I don't mind when we talk about these kind of things, like here and like that. You can't discuss these things with like Darwin, or you couldn't. There's no conversation to be had there to suss things out and to learn. He's just looking to attack people. That's the difference, and it just bugs the fuck out of me when people get in these conversations with the Darwins. It's like, come on, haven't you been through enough of this? What else he's going to say? His shtick is over. It's done. It's just stagnant.
I enjoy the combat, although I've only done it a couple of times so far. But I've got more prepared because I haven't had the preparation for it. Now I'm getting on the verge of preparing for it. I'm going to go engage with him in combat. So God, that's a bit of a challenge.
Good luck.
Yeah, the debate's fun, but he won't debate me anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right, Joe. Yes, I noticed he's avoiding you.
Troll.
Yes. I saw Joe. I think in about a week ago or something, you had a little chat with him, and he said you intervened or something, and he said, "No, I'm not talking to you" or something.
Yeah.
You and Rumpus do like that battle, that the debate battle, don't you?
It's fun. Like, I like debating, and it sucks that the people who I would debate here are so like dishonest and underhanded that I have to worry about being called like something that would be a criminal offense, like a stalker or something.
Yeah, I don't like hostile debates. I like friendly, just discussions. But this whole hostileness, when Joe gets to the point where he's being called a stalker and a troll and committing crimes and stealing candy from babies, it's kind of like which, by the way, isn't that difficult to do? It's not as hard as it sounds, but
Yes, when it's getting to that point, that ceasing to be a debate, isn't it? It's just becoming an abusive match, which is slightly different. That's just becoming an abuse. That's becoming a boxing, an abusive test, an abusive battle, a battle of abuse, which is rather different from a sort of intellectual or logical battle.
Yeah.
He's just there to try and humiliate people. He's not there to act.
But he just tries to get a lot of attention.
What?
A lot of people still like it. Still, he gets a lot of attention. He still has a following from the clown car posse. They think he's the fucking messiah.
Yeah, they do.
Well, yeah, but he's the brightest of the bunch, isn't he?
Well, he's the most. I mean, all things considered, Darwin knows far more about philosophy than probably any of the other clown car posses. But
And he's far more articulate.
knowledge doesn't mean he knows how to implement it correctly. He gets a lot of shit wrong. You heard him the other day about his theory-laden bullshit. He was so off on that; it was ridiculous. He was telling people that theory-laden basically means that all hypothesis and subjective opinion could be wrong because we all have our biases. Therefore, we can't rely on any kind of opinion because they're theory-laden. I'm like, that's not what theory-laden means, you dumbass.
Theory-laden. Wow, that's the first time I've heard of that one.
Theory-laden is basically the problem of people. Let's say you have a scientific theory, right? And scientists naturally want to reject anything that's going to violate that theory. They just do that. Thomas Hume actually was saying that it's a natural kind of thing that scientists will kind of look past small little chinks at the theory, right? And we do that, right? I mean, one little minor thing is not going to dispel the entire theory. I get that. Well, theory-laden is when you start applying your own cognitive bias against evidence contrary to your theory.
Confirmation bias, right?
You know, it's very similar. It's very, very similar to confirmation bias, but it's kind of more like the opposite. You have a cognitive bias that you're not going to reject your theory by small little things. So
you have a confirmation bias for, and you have another bias against. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very similar to that. And so he was basically saying that theory-laden was just like everybody has this bias, therefore we can't accept any hypothesis. And it's just like no.
Yeah, but the point is we have a community, and the point is that no one's theory, someone else will gain a name. If they can, for instance, if a scientist could disprove relativity theory or quantum mechanics or something, then they can attack, they can make a big name for themselves. And in fact, that's what Einstein, many people do that very thing on the grounds they want to attack existing theories. So because they have a community of people with different perspectives and different biases, you can still give validity to the overall community's worth.
Yeah, but he doesn't give anything to the community.
Oh well, but he can't. But if you say if his accusation is something's theory laden, but the body we rely for our authority for believing what we believe on a community with peer review where all these biases hopefully will be eliminated because people will be working with the objective facts because we'll have people coming from one set of biases versus another set of biases, and the winner will be the one that's objectively correct. So I don't see this theory-laden as really, because of the theories we're talking about normally are the theories we've acquired from people, the community of scientists that we regard as an authority.
Yeah, well, it's not a big issue. I mean, it's just the way he was using it was just really strange.
Wasn't he claiming that the reliability of your senses was theory-laden?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just retarded.
Yeah, that's why we're listening to this and we're like, I even asked Jade. I was talking to Jade. I'm like, what the fuck was he even meaning by this? And Jade's like, fuck if I know. He was just like completely with a fuck using these terms.
And this is just amazingly hypocritical, given the fact that he believes he's acquired this certainty that he's got through his senses and also through his reasoning. So his whole basis of certainty is founded on his reasoning about these revelations he supposedly had, and
special revelation.
Yeah, and the fact that these special revelations, which are based on his perceptions. So his whole basis for his certainty, and this is one of the angles I'm going to attack him on, is flawed, based on his own reasoning and his own perceptions, both of which he would have to accept are fallible.
I prefer to use the term retarded.
Yeah, but he doesn't care. He even admits that his arguments are circular. He's actually fully said that all these things do eventually become circular with him.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you're right.
He said that.
All worldviews are circular.
Yes, that's right.
He does not accept the trilemma. He only thinks there's one horn on it, and the other twos just don't exist.
How do you think he came to the conclusion that all worldviews are circular?
Yeah, because he negated the other two. he got rid of axiomatic, and he got rid of a.
But those aren't the only two worldviews.
Well, but I think he can distill any worldview down to anything he wants, and basically say, you know what, any worldview is just circular because you have no. You know what? I don't
do. You have to do an inductive survey.
Well, I like him to know. I like him to think what my worldview is, because a worldview to me, I don't even know if you can even like sit there and put it in a few terms. A worldview is a whole theory of your world. You know, it's not like you don't. It's like you don't have like one word that describes your entire worldview. Really, worldview is so many different positions that kind of form one big umbrella of how you evaluate the world that you live in.
Yeah, and I think the key thing about when they talk about worldviews is that our worldview is to reject the existence of God. And I don't believe a non-positive claim is a worldview, whereas their claim about a worldview is a positive one, that God exists, etc. That I believe is a worldview because it's a positive claim. By rejecting it, I don't think that constitutes a worldview. That's something, it's like, the non-stamp collecting thing. By being a non-stamp collector, does that mean say I believe in stamps or something? Or, if I don't believe in something, then it's not a worldview to not believe in something, it seems to me. It's a worldview to say, well, I believe in, the laws of physics work, and I believe in the reliability and logical argument.
Stop being stupid atheists, and everything will be okay.
You guys think he's saying, in order to get out of you guys charging that he's being circular, he's saying that his justification for either the laws of logic or uniformity of nature, problem of induction, it's circular, but all worldviews are circular. But he's trying to show, but the only way he could do that is by taking an inductive survey of the worldviews. But he's trying to justify his argument that he can solve the problem of induction. But he's trying to do that by using induction, which he can't do. So even that is circular. So he's not justified in doing that whatsoever. And the only way he can get out of that is if he can give maybe a deductive argument.
Yeah, well, this is the problem with philosophy, of course, is that the only thing you can prove in philosophy is deductively. Yet, in fact, we're faced with whole wads of inductive issues, and you can't. Yeah. And unfortunately, philosophy just spends a lot of its time saying, no, that's you can't prove that. Whereas things like science and a practical experience is trying to prove things, not disprove things.
Is whole wads a technical term?
No, science it's all about you could disprove stuff. It's more substantial if you've disconfirmed something. It's a lot more substantial. Yes. Because you're just trying to narrow down hypotheses, right? If you can kick out an entire hypothesis by disconfirming it, that's a lot more than just, adding a bit more evidence to your hypothesis.
Yeah, science does disprove things, but it also tries to prove things, whereas I think philosophy spends much of its time, particularly when it doesn't have a deductive, because it's very difficult to get to the point of having being able to use a deductive argument, because there's nothing on which to base. There are very few things you can know for certain from which you can then deduce things. Maths being possibly the exception, where you can once you define some terms and things, off you can go and deduce things. But unfortunately, the real world doesn't work like that, obviously.
Yeah, but you could still use induction with your deductive arguments. You can give an argument that's deductive, but each of the premises you can support inductively. It's used a lot more.
Yeah, but that's still fundamentally an inductive argument, surely.
No, you mean deductive?
No. Well, sure. If I've got inductive premises, what?
No, you have a deductive argument, but you can
the argument, but well, what do you call surely the whole thing? Okay, well, the it's valid, I think is the right, but is it? You can't prove that it's sound, surely, if the premises are inductive.
Well, if it's an inductive argument, the only thing it could be is cogent. You can't say it's sound. So you have a deductive argument, but you can have the premises supported by, auxiliary inductive arguments. Like
so you're telling me that an argument that has inductive premises but is valid, that's called a cogent argument rather than a sound argument. Is that correct?
If it's an inductive arguments can only be cogent. Only deductive arguments can be sound.
Yes, but hold on. But you said if I have a deductive, the logic is deductive, but the premises are inductive.
No, you use inductive arguments to support the premises. but the premises are involved in a deductive argument.
Yeah, they're involved in it. Okay, but so just because they're involved in a deductive argument, the argument still remains deductive.
Like, think about it. Think about, okay, you have an argument that says, if this is true, then this follows. You could say that this is top down. It's a deductive argument.
Yeah.
But the thing is, how do you show that thing is true? If
it's the premise. Yeah.
Yeah. The premise itself, you can try and give multiple arguments to support. Like the Kalam, for example.
Right, that's what was confusing me, because that's what I thought you were saying, that would still be a deductive argument, which I was happy to accept. But then you kept on calling it then an inductive argument. I thought your point was that you take the premises in a deductive argument, you just got to get your premises. It doesn't matter where they came from. Providing you've got a couple of premises, then you can have a deductive argument from. Then it still remains a deductive argument, even if the premises were gathered inductively.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, so that still remains a deductive argument, and therefore it's sound. But is it a sound argument, even if it's got premises that are inductive, but you then suggested this now is a cogent argument?
No, inductive arguments are what you would call cogent. But if it's a deductive argument with the premises that are true, then it's sound.
Yes, but how? Hold on.
You need cogent. You need cogent inductive arguments to support your premises that are included in your sound deductive argument.
Right, so it is still a sound deductive argument, even with premises that are are being acquired through induction.
Yes.
As long as they're cogent.
The induction is cogent, right? The inductive, yes. Right, provided the premises have been acquired through a cogent process, right? Okay. Oh, right, okay. Joe kept on changing what he meant by the deductive. Yeah, right, okay.
No, I was.
Rumpus, you should stick to invisible planets.
Oh, yeah, you kept on You kept
I've asked, if DD and it was to say true empiricism and DD are your go-to people for science and philosophy, if you reach the height of idiocracy. I mean, I just kind of imagining a group, any group, that would place.
I believe that Antonio is the go-to for morality now, right?
Well, that's what I'm getting there. I'll get there. So Ronnie is the go-to guy for science. DD is the go-to guy for philosophy. Antonio is the go-to guy for morality. These are the three people that people are going to for getting their information to defeat the evil atheist conspiracy out there and the rest of society that's completely wrong. I'm like, holy fuck, people, have you lost your collective fucking minds?
Yeah, well, Antonio's dim. True empiricism is not quite so dim, and then I think Dawkins is actually intelligent, but wrong.
Antonio's the dimmest of all three, but Antonio just does not recognize the fact that he's being fucking manipulated by morons. He doesn't get it. I literally have told him to fuck off. I've told Antonio straight up. I just wrote to him. I'm like, look, piss off. I was like, you are basically somebody nobody takes seriously. Your videos are mocked. Everything you say is ripped apart. I'm like, Ronnie had 12 years. I had 60. He has 3 times supposedly the sub count that I have, and yet I'm getting far more views than he gets. It's and people that are coming to my channel are not sitting there going, "Oh, Steve, you're absolutely wrong." They're all going, "Hey, Ronnie, Ronnie's absolutely wrong." So I don't know why he's not having this disconnect, or why he's having this disconnect. Because if you look at his channel, the people in the live feed and the comments, people that are even allowed on there, still can't stand him, and he has so many people blocked from live feed. He's blocked me. He's blocked me from comments. He's blocked Fiona. He's blocked almost everybody. So, yeah, I mean, this is what our community has been reduced to by fucking these goddamn idiots on this other side of the pond going, I am the science guy. Come talk to me about science. It's like, really? And then he had the audacity to say that Dragnot didn't know anything because for some reason he thinks that Dragnot being an actual tutor on people doesn't mean that he actually knows the topic. Yeah, being a tutor means you do know the topic. That's what you do when you tutor. You tutor people that don't know the topic.
I think Antonio.
Any of them ever tutored? Any of them give any kind of lecture? Any of them any kind of taught anything? No.
I think Antonio must be very dim because he thinks true empiricism is intelligent.
He does.
So
He really does.
That means he must be very stupid. Oh dear. I think that's
well, Fox makes a good point. Maybe, I mean, obviously, I think Matt Bell would be the philosophy go-to guy rather than Darwin's. Darwin's would be more the how about Darwin's? We could put him as the
He's a pre-supper.
Yeah, but let me give a specific type of philosophy. More the is there a word like an epistemicist?
Epistemologist.
No.
Or epistemologist?
Yeah, but he's not even that.
Well, no, of course not.
It's presuppositional bullshit.
The thing about it is he's not even like Calvinist. He doesn't hold to it all the way. Like, think about it. Brojo is more consistent about pre-supping than Darwin's deity. Darwin's deity accepts libertarian free will.
I didn't think anybody accepts libertarian free will.
Well, he accepts. Well, you have to accept it if you want to run the Kalam. Next time someone tries to run a Kalam on you, go, look, you need to have libertarian free will for that to work. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be stupid here. Why do you have to have that for the Kalam?
In order for Kalam to work, it has. William Lane Craig argues that it has to be a free agent. Makes it. Otherwise, it could just be. What is it? Just some causation. It could be.
So,
yeah,
like an agent causation rather than it's like some.
Yeah, it has to be done
okay.
By the free agent. Like,
okay, a willful action of a free agent.
Yeah.
Okay. Never really thought about that way before, so. Yeah, time to go. Rumpus says time to go. I'm gonna have to be closing this out too. Sorry, Alvin. But it is time to go. Fox in the Know, I do want you in here one of these days when you're not working. We got a lot of questions to ask you, so we will pick your brain like we do anybody else. See who else. Thing in the Ice, thanks for popping by. Rational Martian. I hope you guys enjoyed this particular hangout. I got to vent a little bit at the beginning, and then I think it kind of took a life on its own. But I don't know what else to go with this. I mean, I'm so over Ronnie and Antonio that I'm just going to continue to make videos about them and hangouts, and we're going to talk about the stupid shit they say. That I am not going to comment on their videos. I'm not going to comment on their live feed. I'm not going to go into any of their videos. I may not even watch half their shit. I just let the people tell me about it. I recommend that you just avoid their live feeds. You avoid the comment section. Don't even give them any attention. If they want to play this game where they're saying, well, Steve's irrelevant and you know nobody should be in his live feed talking or going to his hangouts, well, you know what? Let's do that to him. You can't even talk in his live feed anyways because you're going to get banned. I mean, you say anything that he doesn't like, you get banned. So I say when he's running a video, people just say, fuck it, watch it later. You don't need to watch the live feed anyways. If you want to watch it, just wait till the damn video's over. I mean, he had 12 fucking viewers. 12.
Is this goodbye? It's like a rant.
Whatever.
Hey, can I make an announcement? Can I make an announcement?
You can make an announcement.
Free cookies.
Oh my God.
This is completely off topic, but I advise everybody to look at the Disney movie Zootopia. It actually wraps up. Listen, that little insignificant cartoon movie sums up black on white on blue violence and all the social problems and everything in a little animated movie. And it's an ingenious, they're using animals and it's about police and they're talking about the prejudice amongst the herbivores and the predators. And it correlates with everything socially that's going on. It's an incredible movie.
All right, here we go. Check it out.
It's masterful.
Very good. Joe, you want to?
It sums up the whole.
No, Alvin just said everything for me.
Okay, JD, do you want to reiterate what Alvin said?
Clunker pussy.
Clunker pussy. Okay, I'm going to mute you before I go offline. There we go. Just because I can't.